Kai took his god of war form in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. His eyes were cold and determined, without a single hint of indecision. The spear in his hand crumbled and was entirely destroyed. He sensed the terrifying entropic powers from what was happening. It was as if there were some terrifying space-shredding powers imbued within the power of the stars. Such was the way of entropy. That entropic power was something he had not seen when he'd last fought Yi Futian. The stars around Yi Futian were crumbling in a frenzy as well. The halberd in his hand was pierced by a powerful beam of light, quickly reducing to nothingness. However, he was able to fight just as well without a weapon. He took the shock of the halberd's destruction head-on with his god of war form, then took one step forward to overpower the space around him. He lifted his arm, causing seals to appear everywhere. Every single seal was imbued with terrifying heaven-punishing fighting will. These turned into divine seals made specifically for combat. He thrust his arm forward, and an extremely huge palm print locked the space around them down, blocking out the sky and drowning Yi Futian's body within. At the same time, that palm print howled as it was blasted by all the other seals around it. They were so powerful that they seemed to be able to tear the sky itself apart. Kai's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was a saint of true self, which meant that his power of the Great Path was far above Yi Futian's. He was also armed with heaven-punishing fighting will and the Madrah of God of War. In terms of close combat capacity, he deemed that there was no way Yi Futian would be able to resist his attacks. Countless people at the shores of the Crimson River and the regional palace witnessed that scene. They saw Kai's body merge with his life spirit and his entire body emit dazzling light. It seemed as if he was shrouded in the heaven-punishing fighting will, emanating a will of the god of war like no other. That extremely imposing form of his made it so that many were able to sense its might even from far away. Just how great of a power was Yi Futian taking on? The battle was not just sparring, but a fight to the death. Kai had no intention of sparring with Yi Futian. He brought his most powerful offensive techniques into the fight without delay for the express purpose of killing Yi Futian. Yi Futian shot a glance at the extremely imposing Kai. So, he was going for a showdown right from the start. Another halberd was conjured as he was shrouded by the ring of light, conjured by the deed of thorough comprehension. He saw the seals coming down at him from all sides, yet he did not back away. He took one step forward just like Kai. "You're wasting your time." Kai's voice was cold as he howled through their surroundings. His voice was imbued with a towering fighting will, capable of shaking the will of others. Yet, at that moment, within the ring of light conjured by the deed of thorough comprehension, beams of light of even greater intensity appeared out of nowhere. It was as if thousands of ancient symbols appeared at the same time, surrounding Yi Futian. Every single symbol seemed to be imbued with extremely formidable powers. Their surroundings rumbled and exploded as the symbols circled Yi Futian. It was the sign of the formless power of suppression emanated by Kai being destroyed, making it impossible for him to stop the orbits of the ancient symbols. The 1,000-character proverb. Shang, who was standing at the forefront at the shore of the Crimson River, was rather shocked. Yi Futian had been the one who was able to comprehend the 1,000-character proverb better than anyone else. He had also earned himself the tablet, which was crafted by a Renhuang, enabling one to extend one's spiritual will into it for learning purposes. Yi Futian was obviously able to bring the power of the 1,000-character proverb into the fight with Kai despite not having possessed it for long. So that was why he dared to issue such a challenge. Yi Futian swung the halberd in his hand around. The symbols around him all howled at the same time. Every single symbol seemed to have been infused with Yi Futian's will of the Great Path. Powers of the Great Path were infused within the symbols, with the ones at the forefront already clashing with the seals. Boom! A rumble was heard as the symbols blasted onto the seals like stars of the great path, shattering them. Thousands of seals flooded the place, blocking out the sky as they flew at Yi Futian. However, the symbols around him seemed to flow like the light of meteors, blasting at the countless seals coming from the other side. The world around them seemed ready to break apart at any moment. Devastating currents swept about in a frenzy above the Crimson River, causing the eardrums of all within earshot to ache. Still, they nonetheless kept their eyes fixed before them, not wanting to miss a single detail of the battle. The fighting at that moment looked incredibly grand and magnificent. The ancient symbols continued to move forward in a mystical pattern, clashing with the seals from the other side. It was like every single symbol was a seal on its own. Boom! Neither man flinched on that tremendously terrifying battlefield. They moved forward at the same time as the palm prints from Xingkai continued to blast at Yi Futian's symbols. Other than the most powerful of seals, which was shrouding the place and blocking out the sky, all of the ancient symbols were quickly shattered and destroyed. However, as Yi Futian swung around with the halberd, the symbols blasted forth one after another, causing the palm print, which blocked out the sky, to rattle. More rumbles were heard, but their force seemed to have been considerably diminished. At that very moment, Yi Futian's halberd burst with extremely brilliant light as it thrust at the palm print like a heavenly weapon. The ancient symbols, right before the halberd, seemed to have merged into a single entity. Every single symbol looked like a star as they blasted forth with the halberd into the palm print. Stifled rumbles were heard in that instant. A crisp cracking sound was heard as the huge midrash of God of War began to break apart. The halberd was pulsing with boundless light, a result of the light of the deed of thorough comprehension being melded within it. Boom! A rumble was heard as that magnificent palm print that had been blocking out the sky crumbled and was reduced to nothingness. It's broken. The hearts of many who witnessed the scene raced. Yi Futian had been able to break Xing Kai's midrash of God of War right away, just by using his own power. He'd had no need for godlike weapons. The thing that he had just destroyed had been thought to be unmatched in terms of its offensive capacity, yet he'd done it. Xing Kai had never lost a single fight with his peers before the Peach Banquet. He had been able to win every single fight using his peerless offensive powers. Yet, at that very moment, those extremely overwhelming major offensive techniques of his had been overcome by Yi Futian's halberd. Was this the power of the 1,000-character proverb? Every single symbol had been an attack on the great path. When the symbols moved and attacked, it was as if the stars were all blasting at the same time. The entropic powers brought froth within that instant had been more than enough to tear through everything. Even the midrash of God of War had been destroyed all the same. Xing Kai was dumbfounded. His expression suggested that he'd been caught off guard. His art at the spear and the power of the midrash of God of War had all been defeated by Yi Futian. The attacks that had made him invincible in the past had just been shredded apart by someone of a lower plane than he. Furthermore, Yi Futian had not evaded his attacks at all. He had been attacking head-on all the time. Xing Kai's major offensive skills had been clashing with Yi Futian's attacks head-on as well, and he too had never evaded. Xing Kai lowered his head and looked at Yi Futian, who was basking in divine light. When the deed of thorough comprehension was brought to bear, his power turned into a cauldron of the great path, melding with the path of the world that surrounded them. Powerful spiritual will burst forth shortly after, cranking his combat prowess to the greatest level achievable. The person and the great path merged. His spiritual will, physical body, and way of the great path combined, merging into a single entity, reaching the most perfect state. He watched Yi Futian wielding the miracles. Stars appeared everywhere, shrouding the sky above the Crimson River and circling all around them. The stars seemed to all be emanating dazzling godly light, reaching down to Yi Futian and merging with his body. The man seemed to command the heavens, the earth, and everything around him. An unassuming elder appeared in the massive crowd at the shores of the Crimson River. His expression was strange when he saw that dazzling scene before them. While he had indeed imparted his methods of training to Yi Futian not long ago, he'd never thought that the results of the lesson would be so dazzling. It was a testament to his ability that Yi Futian had indeed fused the mystical techniques perfectly, connecting them with his spiritual will. Such talents were very surprising. It was no surprise why the combat prowess he'd brought to bear had been able to resist Xing Kai, who wielded the heaven-punishing fighting will. If it had been a common saint of true self instead of Xing Kai, said saint would have probably been thoroughly overwhelmed. Was this truly the power, approving, holiness-level saint was able to bring out? A beam of dazzling light burst forward, just as that old man was thinking about this, drawing an arc above the Crimson River. Yi Futian turned the tides and headed upwards, lashing out with his halberd again. It penetrated the sky and headed straight for Xing Kai's gigantic body. The halberd brought the power of the stars with it as it moved, arriving at its target in an instant. That halberd itself seemed imbued with the power of stars, which contained extremely formidable powers of entropy. The seals that Xing Kai had conjured were shattered in an instant. The halberd then banged against Xing Kai's gigantic body. Surprisingly, the huge god of war was sent flying. Deafening rumbles were. That huge body of his crumbled as the might of entropy blasted him apart. Xing Kai's god of war battle form was reduced to nothing. What kind of an attack? The spectators were all stunned by the extremely formidable attacks that Yi Futian could produce. Many wondered just how powerful the halberd was. Perhaps the answer was known only to Xing Kai, who'd taken the brunt of the attack head-on. The Crimson River continued to roar, yet the battlefield had turned somewhat quiet. Countless pairs of eyes gazed forward. That battle of life and death had been treated as a showdown right from the start, both combatants bringing out their strongest attacks. No one had expected Yi Futian to be able to overwhelm Xing Kai. Everyone then looked at the figure whose battle form crumbled, wondering if it had indeed been Xing Kai, who had been extremely prideful and known to be invincible among his peers. Xing Qiu felt rather terrible watching the fight. With all his powers, his elder brother had never lost like this before. However, those two men who had emerged out of nowhere from China City had caused even his brother's bright light to dim. All of this had started with that battle he'd had with Yu Sheng. "Are you ready to die now?" Yi Futian asked as he walked through the air. His eyes were plain and uncaring as he looked at Xing Kai. This had always been a fight to the death. The winner would live and the loser would die. Xing Kai's aura wavered as his body seemed to arch. His god of war battle form crumbled, being destroyed by one thrust of the halberd. His arm was shaking slightly. It was not a reaction from fear, but from the fact that he had lost the fight. His Madrah of god of war and his god of war battle form had both been destroyed by Yi Futian. He was unable to accept that he, a saint of true self, had actually lost to Yi Futian. The heaven-punishing fighting will was capable of bringing out one's spiritual will in extreme fighting conditions, enabling one to burst with combat prowess far exceeding one's natural abilities. All of his attacks were imbued with extremely terrifying attacking powers, the Madrah of God of War even more so. Despite possessing such formidable powers and his plane being much higher than Yi Futian's, he had nonetheless lost and was unable to understand why. Xing Kai was a descendant of Emperor Zhan. He was destined to become a Renhuang himself. He was born being able to wield heaven-punishing fighting will. How could I have lost? How could I even lose? Boom! A stifled noise was heard, shaking the space around them. Mighty crimson flames howled and pinned him down. Xing Kai looked up and saw Yi Futian moving forward. His aura continued to grow in intensity. Dazzling light circled all around him. It was as if he was clad in all the stars of the cosmos. He looked imposing with the halberd in his hand. His eyes were filled with contempt as he looked down at Shinkai. He was preparing to kill Shinkai. The shores of the Crimson River were silent as the spectators watched the battlefield. Was Shinkai even able to fight anymore? The ninth servant was present as well. His expression was calm. The young man from Emperor Xiao's realm had been able to overwhelm Shinkai both in actual powers and talents. This was undeniable. However, Yi Futian was not able to kill Shinkai just yet. Things had yet to turn that dire. Shinkai was about to defend his life and honor. The ninth servant was hoping that Shinkai would turn a new leaf after the battle. Even if he were to pay a hefty price to do so, it would be a new start for Shinkai so long as he was able to win. If he were able to make it past that stage, Shinkai would grow even more powerful than he had been before. His state of mind would become even more resilient. It would pave the way to reaching the third plane of sainthood, unblemished saint. Any price would be worthwhile. That was a battle that Shinkai would have to fight one day. Yi Futian, an extremely dazzling genius like no other, was a gift from the heavens to Shinkai. Boom! Another stifled rumble was heard. Yi Futian lifted his arm. He was probably able to end Shinkai's life at any given moment. Boom! A lightning bolt streaked by, and Yi Futian disappeared from where he stood. He thrust the halberd, emitting a light so blinding that no one could look at it. Would Shinkai be able to take this hit? Boom! Countless pairs of eyes locked onto the scene. When the spectators made clear of what was happening above the Crimson River, their hearts raced. That is, many saw Yi Futian's halberd lashing out straight at Shinkai. The stars in the sky merged into a single entity. The extremely overwhelming attacks blasted at Shinkai. However, Shinkai continued to stand tall and proud. His life spirit seemed to be burning. That tall, imposing shadow of a god of war burned with golden divine flames. Beams of extremely dazzling light glittered over Shinkai's body. A tremendously terrifying protector god appeared around Shinkai. The heaven-punishing fighting will continue to burn, engulfing the powers of the great path of the world around them. The flames of the way all over the crimson sky were being devoured by his body, which then shrouded him entirely. Shinkai's body expanded exponentially. Cracking sounds erupted as his face twisted. He howled at the sky, roaring in anger. Boom! Extremely raging currents swept forward and sent Yi Futian flying. His pupils constricted somewhat, looking at Shinkai, whose body continued to expand. Cracking noises continued to be heard. The bones in Shinkai's body expanded. His life spirit burned. The blood within his body and every bit of his heaven-punishing fighting will burned up as well. It was as if Shinkai was burning his life away in that fight. Shinkai's gigantic form appeared above the Crimson River. The spectators at the shores were shaking furiously. Not even the cultivators of the regional palace had ever seen Shinkai use such powers before. He's forcibly breaking the limits of his body by burning his life spirit and the heaven-punishing fighting will, making himself the embodiment of the heaven-punishing battle form. Pei Min mumbled to himself. Shinkai is effectively cornered now, and he is fighting with his life. What he needs to pay back is something difficult to measure. He's probably going to pay dearly. A descendant of Emperor Zhan shouldn't be underestimated. However, even if he can win, it won't have been a glorious victory. It will take no less than a year for him to return to his previous state, someone in the crowd said. But then again, it's Yi Futian who's in trouble now. Many listening stayed silent. It was undeniable that Shinkai was very terrifying in this state. With him going on a full burn to bring out all of his potential, the fight from here on out would be disastrous for Yi Futian. Boom! A rumble was heard as Shinkai stepped into the air. He then ran into the sky, which was quite a surprise. Every step he took caused his surroundings to shake. The Crimson River below continued to howl in a frenzy. The water of the Crimson River burst like a tidal wave, flooding the sky with massive, towering waves. "He's fast." The hearts of the spectators raced. Xing Kai, who had taken the form of a god of war, was able to move with speed and agility that were entirely comparable to his usual self. His body expanded to massive sizes, and both his power and defense were brought to new heights. Many wondered just how terrifying Xing Kai could become. A rumble was heard as Xing Kai lifted his arm and headed for Yi Futian. The sky was blocked as his palm print became the Madra of God of War itself, tearing through everything and suppressing the space around him. Dazzling light burst over Yi Futian. He lashed out with his halberd, clashing with the palm print in the air. The terrifying, massive force was sensed, and the halberd crumbled. However, Yi Futian used the resulting force to propel himself through space, distancing himself from Xing Kai. "How do you suppose you can kill me now?" Xing Kai looked at Yi Futian from afar. His voice sounded like it belonged to something from hell. Yi Futian had forced Xing Kai's hand so badly that the latter needed to burn himself in order to fight. After the battle, it would probably take a year or two for him to be able to return to his previous state. He might have even damaged the foundations of his great path training, causing his progress to backslide. Such abilities to forcibly enhance one's powers came with terrifying side effects after all. However, there was no way he could escape using it. That battle at the Crimson River was a fight to the death. Not even the ninth servant would be able to cover him any more. If he refused to use such powers, he would only end up dead. Yi Futian continued to look unfazed as he listened to Xing Kai talk. He glanced at the tall, mighty form and said plainly, "A general of a losing army is all air and no substance. Burn yourself all you want. You'll end up dead today all the same." The world tree within his life palace swayed as beams of dazzling light coursed over his body, casting holy light all over the place. His world tree resonated with the powers of the deed of thorough comprehension, glowing with a ring of light that was even more brilliant. The beam of light shot to the peak of the river. The great path of the world around them seemed to meld with the beam, transmuting into a single will of the great path. His body was akin to a furnace of the great path, incorporating the great paths of everything in the world. Boom! The vast space around him turned into a world of stars. Countless stars circled and orbited around him as all the lights flowed onto Yi Futian's body. Under the light of the deed of thorough comprehension, his body transformed into its starry battle form. Boom! A tall, mighty form appeared in their surroundings. It seemed to have engulfed the great path of the world around them. The phenomenon was a result of the deed of thorough comprehension and the light of stars of the great path. This is the starry battle form. Some of the elders felt their hearts racing. They recognized it to be a power belonging to the star-plucking saint. The old man who'd snuck into the crowd expressed his approval, astonished that he'd learned how to use something like that in such a short time. Furthermore, the old man also saw that the young man had been able to incorporate his powers into it, expressing the form perfectly. "Your talents are catching up to mine," he mumbled. However, everyone around him was simply too focused on the battle to hear what he'd said. Yi Futian extended his hand, conjuring an extremely huge staff of the stars using the boundless starry powers around him. The staff gleamed with the dazzling light of the stars. Terrifying beams of starlight shot through the clouds. His might did not seem to be inferior to Xing Kai's. Boom! Bang! The two massive figures walked forward at the same time, charging at each other. Massive waves crashed in the crimson river beneath them, causing the sky above to shake. Xing Kai threw a palm attack out while Yi Futian, who had transformed into the starry battle form, lifted his staff and brought it down. It seemed like stars were being brought down, destroying everything below. Boom! Deafening rumbles were heard as a devastating ring of light swept out. Raging tornadoes swept all over the place. The spectators at the shores all unleashed their powers to withstand the aftershock. Both men seemed to have backed away at almost the same time. Yet Futian continued to lift his staff and move forward. His staff swooped around in the air as he brought it down yet again. Boom! 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 One strike after another from the staff brought the world around them to the verge of collapse. Shinkai roared furiously. He then lifted his arm and threw countless palm attacks, engulfing the sky before him. However, Futian, who was moving forward, swung his staff around and struck again. The stars around him fell and merged with the staff. The palm attack of the great path crumbled in a frenzy. He brought down the starry staff with great force. Boom, 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 earth-shattering rumbles were heard as Shinkai's arm gradually shattered. His body was sent flying away under the relentless attacks of the staff. He then spat a great amount of blood. However, Futian had no intention of stopping. He stepped out yet again, lashing out with his staff and bringing it down hard on Shinkai's chest. Yet another rumble was heard. Shinkai's massive body continued to break and crumble. His bones were broken and his meridians crumbled. Shinkai had paid an extremely great price by taking the heaven-punishing battle form. That, coupled with the extent of the damage being suffered at the moment, made it so that his injuries were irreversible. Even if he were to survive the battle, he would undoubtedly be disabled. What the hell? The hearts of the spectators continued to race. This fight was utterly crazy. Shinkai had taken the heaven-punishing battle form, yet he'd lost all the same. Futian lifted the staff again. If the next strike hit its intended target, Shinkai would be finished right there, and then... Stop! A stifled voice was heard, shaking their surroundings and causing even Futian to slow down. If he dies, Chinya City will be no more. A threateningly cold voice was heard. While the ninth servant had not interfered right away, he now took to threatening Futian using Chinya City. Think you could do so? A cold voice responded. The staff was then brought down right onto Shinkai's head. Everyone eyed that scene, watching the weapon being brought down without the slightest hint of hesitation. It was as if time had slowed down. Boom! The starry staff came down. A low rumble was heard. Lava-like flames danced and roared in the crimson river, throwing up huge waves. Fiery red waves shot to the regional palace and the shores of the river. However, everyone seemed to be entirely oblivious to that. Their eyes were dead set on that starry staff being brought down right above the center of the crimson river. That staff also seemed to be hitting the hearts of the spectators. Futian did what he said what he would do. There was only one among them who would be able to step into the regional palace. Futian beat Shinkai. The winner then killed the loser. That is brutal. Shishang said to himself deep down after witnessing that scene. While that battle had indeed been a fight to the death, if Futian were willing to give up killing Shinkai, no one else would have gone up to do it for him. Furthermore, the ninth servant voiced his threat outright, yet Futian did it all the same, killing Shinkai above the Crimson River. He sent the challenge to ancient Imperial City after he agreed to join the regional palace's ranks. I guess that was his thought right from the start? Many murmured to themselves. He only needed to get the regional palace to bear witness to the battle before he joined the regional palace's ranks, and that would have ensured that even if he were to kill Shinkai, the ninth servant would not have been able to do anything to him. Futian made his decision way back then. When he and Shinkai fought in Crimson Dragon City, he already came to believe that he was able to kill Shinkai. The battle at the moment verified that belief of his. A group of people stood at the edge of the regional palace, witnessing that one strike being brought down. Their minds were all rattled, and all of them felt unsettled. And Tianjiao's mind reeled from that for a bit. She found herself unable to believe what she just saw. The young man who competed with her back in Emperor Kua's ruins back then managed to cut down Xing Kai, who was known to be invincible among his peers. Xu Zi's expression suggested that she felt only fear and disbelief. She was unable to fathom how it all happened. She did not dare to believe what she just saw. That figure who had been overpowering those of his generation in the regional palace, the legendary man who had beaten her many times, had ended up killed by a proving holiness saint. He grew more powerful than back when he was in Crimson Dragon City. It seems his growth rate is considerable. Pei Min noted to himself deep down. His expression was not all that complex, as he felt it to be a pity. Xing Kai was someone who was of equal fame to Pei Min, and he would have been very frustrated getting killed like that. While he did say that he felt that Yi Futian would have won the battle earlier, he did not know how Yi Futian would have managed to win against Xing Kai, who was a saint of true self. Yet, in that very battle, Pei Min saw that Yi Futian was able to use the powers he gained from the Peach Banquet as his own, incorporating them into the methods he trained in perfectly. Furthermore, he had also developed a new way of attack, the way of entropy. Xing Kai burned his life spirit and blood to bring the heaven-punishing battle form to bear at his last moments, but Yi Futian merged with the stars into a single being, taking the starry battle form. The powers within his body probably would have been on par Xing Kai's. The art of the staff used at the last moments saw every single attack feeling as if stars were being brought down. Pei Min was thinking about what would have happened if he was the one fighting Yi Futian instead. He was thinking about if his sword would have been able to withstand such raging attacks with the staff. The might of his sword was such that the attacks only moved forward, with one strike being stronger than the previous strike. However, that was how Yi Futian's art of the staff worked as well, with one strike being stronger than the previous strike. Furthermore, every single follow-up attack contained the might of the attacks before it. The attacks would have continued until they brought down the heavens and the earth, making it so that even Xing Kai's battle form was unable to withstand the attacks anymore. Yet another monster was about to join the regional palace's ranks after Yushan. The regional palace was not to be the place where the most genius and the most monstrous of figures Crimson Dragon had to offer gathered for no good reason. But then again, that was also the reason for anticipation. Under the attentive gaze from all sides at that moment, Xing Kai's battle form crumbled. That construct had been conjured by Xing Kai's body, after all. It was a manifestation of true flesh and blood instead of the will of the Great Path, which was then given extremely formidable powers. However, that became Xing Kai's bane instead. When the starry staff was brought down onto Xing Kai's head, it was as if the stars in the skies rained on him. There was no way Xing Kai's battle form would have survived that, and it indeed crumbled. When the staff was still swooping in the air, Xing Kai's body disappeared in the sky above the Crimson River. On that battlefield above the Crimson River, only that shining body of Yi Futian was left, that starry battle form, which was merged with the great path and basking in the boundless light of the stars. The vast place was surprisingly quiet. Only the roar of the Crimson River could be heard at that moment. It was but an extremely short moment, yet all who witnessed the scene felt as if it had gone on for a very long time. The roaring Crimson River gradually quieted down and no longer rolled about. However, it continued to flow furiously. Its scorching air lingered in their surroundings, but the crowd seemed not to have felt it at all. Their minds still lingered on the fact that Xing Kai was dead. A legendary figure whose name shook the realm had just been killed outside of the regional palace by a genius who emerged out of nowhere. Yi Futian made it clear to all of Crimson Dragon Realm about who was the strongest in his generation by stepping on Xing Kai's head. He, a saint at proving holiness level, managed to kill Xing Kai. It was a feat that would never be able to be surpassed by anyone. The air above the crimson river rolled at that moment, as if a scorching might was raining down from above, shrouding the entire crimson river. Futian was able to sense just how overwhelming the pressure of the great path had been. It was as if that might was something that could never be shaken, and it leaned onto his body. However, Futian's expression was calm. He knew who was the one doing it. But then again they were at the Crimson River, right outside the regional palace, and very much still in Crimson Dragon City. The crowd at the shore was unable to help but part. A figure stood tall right there, and it was none other than the ninth servant. He looked in the Crimson River's direction. His might of the great path shrouded the entire place. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. He had been watching over Shinkai as the young man grew up. He had already made it to a saint of true self. His young master was not all that far away from the final destination, yet Futian killed his young master at the Crimson River. He had watched Shinkai grow. Despite being the young man's servant and his protector, he was still Shinkai's elder. That young man had been extraordinarily resilient and arrogant. The blood of Emperor Zhan flowed in his veins. He was forever aspiring to be the strongest, and it was probably due to that he felt vexed at losing to Futian in the peach banquet. He did not leave another mark in Shinkai for that battle. After using the mark of God of War in Shinkai in the last battle, it was incredibly taxing for him to leave another on Shinkai. The toll was so great that it might have even affected him. He would not have been able to use Shinkai's body to do battle otherwise. Furthermore, that battle had been a fight to the death. The regional palace was there to bear witness, and he thought leaving the mark behind would have been pointless. Futian had access to external means for bolstering one's combat prowess as well, after all. The ninth servant thought that Shinkai would have been able to win by using his trump card in that life and death battle. From the looks of things at present, however, if the ninth servant had left behind a mark, he would have at least bought Shinkai some time, making Futian's killing intent falter. Shinkai would not have ended up killed outright like that. Ninth servant. A voice was heard from the regional palace, traveling the vast space. It resounded all over the place. A might that was just as terrifying was sensed as well. At that moment, everyone at the shore was able to sense just how powerful those two pressures were. They turned to look at the regional palace. That aura could only come from that one person. Futian was deemed very brutal for picking the Crimson River to hold the fight and letting the regional palace bear witness. He had been just as brutal to himself as he was to Shinkai. The loser dies. Furthermore, no one else would have been able to interfere, not even the ninth servant. While Shinkai meant the world to the ninth servant, it was not like the ninth servant had no other concerns holding him back. There was no way he could have cast everything aside and made his move against Futian right there and then. Senior, ancient imperial city accepted the challenge and agreed to fight. With that said, one side would certainly perish. While that indeed was quite a loss, it was Shinkai's own choice. The spectators saw Qishang looking at the ninth servant. Qishang's tone was polite. Despite being a prince, the ninth servant was nonetheless still a figure at the pinnacle below Renhuang. He was also considered an elder, so the prince still had to give him face. The ninth servant took a look at Qishang. He, too, knew that he couldn't kill Futian right there and then. Shinkai was dead, and doing anything would be pointless. He did not say anything more, not even threaten Futian. He turned around slowly and then flashed, streaking through the air. "Let's go." A voice was heard. Those from ancient imperial city followed one after another and left. Before Shinkai died, the ninth servant leaned on Futian and threatened him to let Shinkai go. Since Shinkai was already dead, doing anything further was pointless. Many watched the ninth servant leave and thought, What would have that city lord from ancient imperial city do? He would not simply do nothing about Xing Kai's death. Yi Futian watched the ninth servant leave. He then frowned hard. The ninth servant was the pinnacle existence beneath the Ren Huang. Yi Futian was wondering just how potent his threat would have been. Despite understanding what would have resulted, he chose to kill Xing Kai nonetheless. Be it killing intent from Xing Kai or the ninth servant, everything became inevitable. As such, he saw fit to get the threats dealt with as soon as possible. A group of people took to the air after the ninth servant left, following him. Those were the people from ancient imperial city that Gai Huang brought with him. Gai Huang's expression was glum as well. He came beside the ninth servant and said nothing. He was responsible for Xing Kai's death, too. Back when Xing Qiu participated in the Battle of Qinya City, as well as the time when Xing Kai made a move against Yi Futian, he had been present on both occasions. It could have been said that he gave his silent consent. As such, he felt guilty about what happened. Xing Qiu was quiet as well. He looked rather numb. His elder brother had been killed. Gai Huang, bring Xing Qiu and the others back to ancient imperial city, the ninth servant said. Gai Huang was dumbfounded. He looked at the ninth servant and said with a low voice, "Sir." "Take good care of Xing Qiu," the ninth servant said, and then headed out elsewhere, distancing himself from Gai Huang. "I will, sir," Gai Huang responded lightly. He then looked at the figure who just left. Gai Huang naturally knew where he was heading. Despite being the number one figure outside of Crimson City, he always carried himself as a servant before Xing Kai and Xing Qiu, addressing them as his young masters. If a master were insulted, then the servant would have had to die. It was all the more so now that his master was killed. Gai Huang knew the ninth servant very well. Despite being of extremely great renown in Crimson Dragon Realm, revered by the people and lauded as the number one city lord, none of that mattered to the ninth servant. He also did not care about how the world looked at him. Face meant nothing to him. What the ninth servant cared about were only the Xing brothers. Xing Kai, who was the one with better potential between the brothers, was killed. One could have only imagined the extent of his wrath. He did not care what the world thought of him. All he wanted to do at the moment was to take revenge. The city lord's office in Qinya City seemed unusually quiet. Some passed by and thought that since it was the day where our city Lord Yi Futian was having a showdown with Xing Kai at Crimson River, everyone would have gone to Crimson Dragon City to watch the fight. That fight was of utmost importance. It was simply unknown if Yi Futian would be able to win. Many thought it would be difficult. Some were seen looking up in the sky, thinking that the fighting should have been overgiven the hour. Some seemed to have sensed a peculiar aura at that moment. A peculiar gale blew all of a sudden, causing all of them to feel a chill. They seemed to have sensed pressure from the gale. That pressure gradually became stronger. Boom! Some grunted all of a sudden, finding the pressure unbearable. They kneeled on the ground right there, and then their faces became ashen. They all sported frightened expressions as they looked up in the sky. Winds held above, and there seemed to be extremely potent pressure of the great path descending from above, crushing down everything below. The area was all subjected to that pressure of the great path, with the city lord's office serving as the center. Who? What is happening? Everyone was shocked deep down. Someone was assaulting the city lord's office, and that someone was extremely powerful. That pressure seemed like an authority from the heavens, a holiness of nirvana. A figure was seen appearing high in the sky. The robe he wore billowed wildly in the wind. Those deep eyes of his harbored cold, killing intent. The ninth servant of ancient imperial city. Many shuddered furiously deep down. It had not been long since the last time the ninth servant came to Qinya City. That was the second time he came. He came personally to Chinya City again. What is the meaning of this? They wondered. It was possible that city Lord Yi Futian of Chinya City won in the fight against Shinkai at that battle of Crimson River. Furthermore, the city lord might have killed Shinkai. The ninth servant, therefore, was there for revenge. If Shinkai had beaten Yi Futian, there was no need for the likes of the ninth servant to make such moves personally. His powerful spiritual will swept all over the place. The ninth servant eyed the ground below with cold eyes, finding the number of people in the city, Lord's office, surprisingly scarce. The few who were left within the city, Lord's office, all had very powerful auras. It was a testament to how prepared Yi Futian had been, knowing that he would beat Shinkai and that the ninth servant would have come to Chinya City. It was no wonder why those who went to the Crimson River with Yi Futian had all been people who were of comparatively low plane levels. But then again, you think I couldn't do anything, just because you left the holiness of nirvanas at Chinya City waiting for me to show? The ninth servant thought. He was wondering if Yi Futian had intended to take him on as well. He had to admit that the young man who killed Shinkai in that battle at the Crimson River had been brutal and unyielding. Yi Futian did not give himself a way out. He planned for what would have happened after he won against Shinkai instead, guarding against the ninth servant's attempt at revenge. Do you think this means anything? The ninth servant thought. Who under the Runhuang can fight me? There might have been several old men in Crimson Dragon City who were capable of doing so, but he deemed no one outside of Crimson Dragon City was able to stop him. Your Majesty, your servant has failed you, for I have not been able to protect the young master. The ninth servant sighed deep down. He lifted his arm and then pressed downward. Extremely raging currents shot downwards within an instant, blasting at the city lord's office. Waves of terrifying currents pressed down on everything below. A huge palm attack tore through space, and everyone afar saw the city lord's office being destroyed in a frenzy, exploding and crumbling within an instant. The place was razed with just a single attack. The city lord's office of Chinya City had seen several destructions and rebuilding. The place was destroyed yet another time that day. The crowd outside of the city lord's office retreated in a frenzy, getting away from the place. People on a plane like the ninth servant were able to do a lot of damage if they were to fight in earnest. He could have become a living terror if he were to expand the area of attack as he pleased. But then again, no one would have done so in actual combat situations, as they would have hit their opponents with precision. Nonetheless, it was still very terrifying to get caught in the aftershock. Nobody of a lower plane would have been able to withstand such attacks at all. Dust rose amidst the rubble, from which several figures emerged. Every single one of them burst with an overwhelming aura. There were the likes of Wu Yong and the other 3 tribe leaders from the 9 tribes. All of them were holiness of nirvanas. Shen Tianzhan was present as well. All of them waited for the 9th servant to show up. Despite being of holiness of nirvana level, they were different from the 9th servant. The holiness of nirvana, ranked on the regional king rankings, was known as the number 1 city, lord outside of Crimson Dragon City, and was lauded to be invincible below Runhuang Plain. Even if their several holiness of nirvanas joined forces to take him on, it was not certain that they would have been able to defeat him. It was just like how the likes of Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Shinkai could take on any top-notch figures of their plane. The outcome of such a battle could have been determined through sheer numbers alone. As such, the 9th servant knew about those people around at the very moment he showed up, and he did not care at all. There was still a weak-looking figure standing at the raised city lord's office, who had jet black hair billowing. Formless storms of the sword washed out around her. An area of flat ground was seen with her at the center. At that moment, extremely dazzling light of the sword lit up all of a sudden from that flatland. It seemed that there was a large matrix being activated at that moment. The frail-looking woman who stood on that sword matrix was none other than you. However, her aura was extremely sharp. She willed, and within an instant, the vast space around her turned into a world of swords. The light of the sword drowned the place. She glittered and seemed to have turned into a transparent blade. Terrifying beams of the matrix shot to the clouds. At that moment, countless within Chinya City looked in that direction, seeing that beam of light of the sword shooting to the heavens. Many swordsmen far away felt as if there was no longer under their control. Sword wills gushed in that direction. Some of them wore swords on their backs, which rang intensely at that moment. Some of the swords shot to the air right away. The ninth servant's body became extremely brilliant under the light of the sword. Alert was seen in his eyes as he sensed the might of the swords. He was surprised to find that the ones below had prepped such a powerful sword matrix just for taking him on. The light of the swords all over the place shot through the space and shone onto the ninth servant as if locking onto him. When the beams of the swords were shown onto him, he sensed extremely powerful sword will attacks. However, he simply stood there without doing anything. The matrix was so strong that it could have almost killed holiness of nirvanas at the pinnacle of their training. Even he came to sense threats coming from below. But then again, it was utterly ridiculous to think that a matrix would have been enough to repel him. At that moment, yet another figure dropped to the center of the matrix. That man had a superb bearing and glittered with holy light, and that light melded with the matrix. The matrix lit up more brilliantly within an instant. It circled about, and dazzling symbols appeared, causing the sword matrix to pulse with even stronger aura. It seemed as if the matrix was absorbing the will of great path around them in a frenzy. The ninth servant looked at that figure. The light of the sword matrix continued to climb in intensity. Its boundless light shot up, and that huge sword matrix continued to operate. He found the ability to resemble Futian somewhat. It was able to merge with the great path, resonating with it. It seems like someone from Emperor Li's realm then, he thought. That other figure who appeared was none other than Yen Yuan. He helped Yaya lay out the sword matrix of the void, enabling the matrix to enhance Yaya's power when she was at her peak. Yuan himself was a holiness of nirvana, after all. The one they were about to take on was the ninth servant, and they needed to be able to take him down with a single shot, bringing the greatest attack to bear onto him, giving him no chance to recover. The ninth servant felt the threat continue to escalate. He then frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponents. Chinya City had been well prepared, waiting for him to show. He wondered if Futian's question directed at him back in the fight was meant to incite him. Boom! The ninth servant intended to leave the airspace above the city, Lord's office. The might of the sword matrix would be cranked to its strongest at such close ranges, and it apparently would have worked against him. However, stars appeared all over the sky around him at that moment. Someone else appeared above, looking as if he had merged with the stars. The man was none other than the star-plucking saint. The ninth servant had naturally detected his presence before, but the ninth servant did not bother, getting ready to wipe him out along with the others. It was due to the star-plucking saint's luck that he had been able to escape last time. Yet it was apparent that the star-plucking saint had been laying down a trap for the ninth servant before the latter even showed up. Wu Yong and the other 3 holiness of nirvanas took 4 corners as well, bursting with overwhelming auras. Boom! Stifling rumble was heard, and the star-plucking saint attacked the figure below him. The huge star-plucking hand of his blasted below, which seemed to have brought the stars down with him as well. The ninth servant lifted his arm and threw a punch at the incoming palm attack. The punch landed, and the palm attack rang furiously. Cracks appeared all over it. The stars all around them rumbled heavily as well. It was as if some formless power across the space had rattled them. Cracks began to form in them as well. The ninth servant shot upwards as he attacked. However, an extremely dazzling beam of light was seen bursting out. Yaya stepped into the matrix right away, turning herself into a sword. The huge sword matrix spun, and countless sword wills melded with that one sword. The sword was still not yet bursting, but it had already fired a beam of the sword capable of tearing the heavens, right at the clouds. It then took flight afterward. An extremely formidable beam of light of the sword appeared between the city, lord's offices, rubble, and the heavens. It was as if the beam had penetrated the sky. The power of the entire matrix was all invested into a single sword, leaving no means of backup behind. The strongest attack was used right from the start. There was absolutely no way they could have afforded to fight a prolonged battle against some enemy like the ninth servant. No one could have afforded to do so. The ninth servant knew what was coming when the light of the sword burst. His expression turned grim. He slapped his hand downwards. Light of the great path burst, and a holy stone wall appeared, intending to stop that incoming sword attack. Boom! The light of the sword tore through space and shredded the stone wall. Despite the might of the sword being weakened, it was none the less able to tear down the mighty wall. The ninth servant used the resulting recoil from the attack to go heights. His body was surrounded by countless palm prints of the great path. Those palm prints then shot at the sword coming at him, yet they were all penetrated and destroyed within an instant. He threw his arm down, and a stifled rumble was heard in the air. It was as if something was about to be shattered with a single punch. The might of the sword paused for a single moment, but continued its way forward at the very next moment, tearing through the sky. Boom! Intense light burst in the sky as the light of the sword engulfed the space around it. Everyone around had their eyes fixed at that scene. That single absolute sword attack burst from the Grand Matrix was a sword matrix of the void, specifically and purposefully laid down to take on the ninth servant for a long time. They wondered if that would be enough to kill the ninth servant where he stood. The blinding light gradually dissipated, and someone appeared in the air. It was none other than the ninth servant. One of his arms was torn off. Sword will penetrated right through his body, staining his clothes in red. His face looked rather ashen, and there seemed to be blood at the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes still looked deep and terrifying, shining with frightening coldness. So this is the present Yi Futian has gotten for me, huh? He thought. That one sword that was meticulously prepped did more than tear his right arm off when it struck him. The terrifying space-tearing powers contained within attempted to tear his entire being apart as well. Furthermore, that formidable sword will had indeed managed to hurt him. However, he suppressed it forcibly by using his overwhelming might of the great path, preventing his body from being shredded apart. His injuries were grave at that moment. He gazed forward, and a young woman clad in white, who looked like an adolescent, stood with blood at the corner of her mouth. Her entire being was clad in dazzling swordwill. It was as if she was a manifestation of the sword itself. He never expected to have been so severely injured. Worse still, he suffered such grave injuries not long after he stepped into Chinya City. While Shinkai's death pained him very much, his young master had indeed fought a hard battle. The ninth servant had been protecting Shinkai for many years. Shinkai's talents and state of mind held true to his training, undoubtedly, yet he lacked a kind of spirit nonetheless. That was because Shinkai never suffered true despair, and he had never had his life hanging by a thread before. Yi Futian was apparently armed with such a spirit. He did not hesitate after affirming their statuses as mortal enemies. He sent a challenge to fight to the death to Shinkai, requesting a showdown at the Crimson River. At the same, Futian laid down one such lethal trap, waiting for the ninth servant in Chinya City. He knew well what he should have done to eliminate the threats around him, and he went all out to get rid of enemies who managed to threaten him. Compared to Futian, Xing Kai was indeed somewhat inferior in more than just the extent of his talents. Furthermore, other than the holiness of nirvanas from the 9 tribes who were forced to submit to him, he already had several such figures fully willing to protect and fight for him. That also had been something Xing Kai lacked. For instance, that young woman dressed in white, right before the 9th servant's eyes, knew how dangerous it was to fight the 9th servant. However, she made her move without hesitation. She had even lashed out a second attack. Sword matrix of the great path circled her, with her, the core, standing at the center. She zipped past the sky, and the orbiting sword matrix pulsed with boundless flashes of the sword. The melding continued until they melded completely into a single sword, which then lashed out at him. Her eyes were cold and determined. There was no hint of hesitation in her eyes. It was as if she locked onto her target, and she was very determined to kill. That attack came very quickly as it streaked through space. All it took was a single thought. However, the 9th servant reacted just as quickly. He stepped out slightly at the very moment of the flash of the sword. Terrifying shocks appeared around him, even though he had only taken a single step. Frightening storms of tremors manifested around him as if they were able to stop any other forces from getting near. Those beams of the sword that came at him crumbled right away. Only the sword that dazzled brilliantly in the middle continued on its course. The 9th servant lifted his left arm and turned into a mirage. His speed was cranked to an unbelievable extent, making it difficult to track him with the naked eye. Clang! The sword came, and the 9th servant extended his arm and pointed, which landed right at the tip of the blade. The dazzling beam of the sword turned into a terrifying hurricane of the sword and lashed out. The sword matrix intended to penetrate the defenses and hit the body of the 9th servant behind. Yet I only felt that the 9th servant stood there as if he was the lord of the space around them. The power of that one finger contained the might of the great path all around them. Boom, boom, boom. The sword matrix crumbled and was no more. Yaya's sword was shattered as well. She grunted. It seemed as if her body suffered violent tremors, and she was sent flying back. She used the force of the recoil to leave the battlefield within an instant, flying somewhere far away. She spat up blood as she reeled, looking pale. She knew that even if she were at the pinnacle of her plane all those years ago, she still would not have been able to take the 9th servant head-on. He was someone known to have one leg in the Renhuang plane after all. One of his arms was destroyed, and he had suffered grievous injuries, yet he did not so much as frown. He went on to retaliate simply by lifting his left arm. But then again, she was not the only one fighting that battle. The 9th servant sensed horrifying pressure coming from above as soon as Yaya backed off. He lifted his head and saw the star, plucking Saint throwing a punch from above. It seemed as if stars were falling and tearing through the sky below. The 9th servant felt very formidable offensive powers with that one attack alone. He and the star-plucking Saint fought before. If he were at his prime, there was no way the star-plucking Saint would have been able to fight him. The latter would have had to run away in shambles. Nonetheless, the star-plucking Saint was still incredibly formidable on his own, especially when it came to offensive powers, bringing the power of stars with every single attack. The star-plucking Saint took his starry battle form. His entire body dazzled, and his punches felt even more terrifying. It was as if they intended to break the sky apart. The 9th servant stepped out, and his body moved upwards. He charged into the midst of the star-plucking Saint's attacks, instead of evading. He extended his left arm and grabbed at the sky. A huge palm print appeared above, taking down all the stars around, making the starry sky shudder. Boom! The star-plucking saint's attacks hit their intended target, yet at that very instant, the ninth servant's arm flinched. It was as if countless shadows of the palm were being shot, above one wave after another, reversing the tide of offense. However, those waves of arms were continuously shattered. The star-plucking saint continued, moving below, and it seemed he was mere moments from arriving right before the ninth servant. The ninth servant threw his final palm attack. Thousands of palms of the great path melded into a single entity. Waves of terrifying might of the great path shattered the stars all around them, causing them to explode continuously. However, at the same time, the star-plucking saint's fists arrived. Everything caught in the crossfire between the two men exploded in a frenzy. The ninth servant was thrown down by sheer force alone. Wu Yong and the other 3 tribe leaders of the 9 tribes, as well as Shen Tianzhan, were all holiness of nirvanas. They had long been ready for what was to come, and they definitely did not let the chance slip by. Words were not necessary between them, and they were able to work in tandem with each other seamlessly. Divine Sword of the Vermilion Bird was brought out streaking through the sky, imbued with formidable divine fires of the Vermilion Bird. Wu Yong assumed the Chonglu battle form and sent palm attacks of the great path bursting downwards, burning the sky around them. The tribe leaders of both the Bailey tribe and Nonli tribe attacked alongside Shen Tianzhan. At that instant, terrifying flames of the Wei had practically devoured the sky around them. All of them had been formidable holiness of nirvanas in their own right, and at that moment, all of them attacked the ninth servant. People from far away watched the battlefield. Only saints dared to observe the battle. Even saints found their hearts racing, watching what was going on. Such high-level battles were extremely rare. They would usually never be seen anywhere else. The ninth servant, city lord of ancient imperial city, was being ganged up on by holiness of nirvanas from Chinya City, attempting to make sure that the number 1 city, lord outside of Crimson Dragon City, never got to leave Chinya City alive. Terrifying attacks engulfed the sky where the ninth servant was. They only heard grunts afterward, and the ninth servant was nowhere to be found. The hearts of the spectators continued to race. They all wondered if the ninth servant would end up being killed in Chinya City. While Yi Futian had set up that battle meticulously, what was seen then also resulted from the ninth servant growing too confident and underestimating his enemy. He believed in his power too much, but then again he was indeed formidable. It was just that he never expected to suffer such a massive blow from one sword matrix. As soon as he showed up, the spectators sensed formless powers arriving at that moment. That power rendered their blood boiling, and their hearts beat furiously. A very strong sense of crisis was sensed. It was as if the vast area around them had been shrouded by a formless might of the great path. It's the ninth servant, get out. Those who were watching the battle from afar retreated in a frenzy. Even though they had been very far away from that battlefield, they continued to back away. That power was so intense that if they were got near, they would have been pulverized right away. Look out! The star-plucking saint uttered. A deafening rumble was heard at the next moment. All attacks surrounding the ninth servant crumbled and dissipated. Terrifying storms shrouded the place, and the sky shuddered. Waves of terrifying storms lashed out to destroy everything in their path as they hit the holiness of nirvanas from Chinya City hard. All of them felt as if their souls were about to be torn apart. Their blood howled and rolled. The auras inside them shuddered violently. Grunts were heard, and all of them were sent flying. Many who were watching the battle from afar spat up blood as they suffered heavy blows. The ninth servant appeared, and his body seemed to have melded with the heavens. Formless storms pressed down on their surroundings with extreme might. However, the star-plucking saint from above attacked yet again, diving straight for the ninth servant. The latter had already been severely injured, and yet he still managed to use such powers. That meant that he was feeling terrible himself as well. Yan Yuan and the others continued forward at their target, attacking from afar. The ninth servant, however, was seen stepping out hard in the air. He sent another storm sweeping out. He lifted his left arm and lashed out at the star-plucking saint, forcibly stopping the latter's advance completely. Boom! Another step was taken, and the hearts of many raced. They all stopped dead in their tracks. The ninth servant shot into the air with that step, bursting out of the barricade, then headed far away. It was apparent that he did not intend to fight any longer, intending only to leave the battlefield. Even though he had been able to deal damage to those holiness of nirvanas, it did not mean that he would have had an easy time killing them. If he were to stay and fight any longer, the consequences would be difficult to predict. It was entirely possible that he would die there. Everyone turned around, intending to give chase, but they quickly heard the star-plucking saint saying, "Let him go." Everyone stopped after he said so. The star-plucking saint watched the ninth servant leave. He finally spat up some blood he had been holding in for some time. The crimson liquid dropped to the ground below, yet he continued moving forward, his silhouette gradually turning hazy. The star-plucking saint knew that the ninth servant had suffered severe damage. He would not have escaped otherwise. Even though the ninth servant had suffered grave injuries, if they were to give chase and were determined to kill that man at the pinnacle of holiness of nirvana level, at least half of them would probably end up dead. The strongest attack they had been able to bring to bear was that one sword. None of the follow-up attacks had been able to kill the ninth servant. It made it so that killing him afterward would have been extremely difficult. It was deemed quite a pity. But then again, they gained a lot from that battle. The ninth servant was severely injured, and it would have taken him quite some time to recuperate. Furthermore, the ninth servant understood from that battle that Chenya City did have enough power to shake him, making it so that he would think twice before acting against them again. Outside of the regional palace of the Crimson River, situated in the Crimson Dragon City, Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and the others were waiting for news instead of being in a hurry to get into the regional palace. While they had indeed set up an elaborate trap to take on the ninth servant in Chenya City, success remained uncertain. He was unable to be at ease until news reached him. He knew that the city lord from ancient imperial city would not be someone easy to take on. However, the tension between both sides had escalated so much that they had to do something. If they were to sit on their hands, the ninth servant would be the one getting to scheme against them instead. Someone eventually appeared in Yi Futian's line of sight. It was Wu Yong. Seeing Wu Yong's expression, the burden on Yi Futian's shoulders was lifted. At the very least, things seemed to have gone well. Wu Yong came to Yi Futian's side and reported what happened in Chenya City in detail before bringing those from Chenya City back to their base. Yi Futian gave some orders before they departed. He, Yusheng, and Xia Qingyuan turned around and went inside the regional palace after Wu Yong and the others were gone. News of the battle in Chenya City spread like wildfire throughout Crimson Dragon Realm. Yi Futian had killed Xingkai at the Crimson River, and the holiness of nirvanas at Chenya City managed to rip off one of the ninth servant's arms, dealing severe damage to him and forcing him to retreat. Chenya City had been able to hold its own in the fighting between the two cities. Countless were impressed. The title of number one outside of Crimson Dragon City might very possibly switch hands. Ancient Imperial City became silent after that battle. It was rumored that the ninth servant suffered pervasive injuries and was busy recuperating in ancient Imperial City. Regardless, that one battle had already proven that Chenya City was indeed powerful. If the ninth servant were to take on Chenya City again, he had to consider Chenya City's retaliation and if they would attack ancient Imperial City. That was unless he became able to wipe out the holiness of nirvanas in Chenya City in one shot. Chenya City sent people to keep a close eye on ancient imperial cities' movements, or more specifically, the Ninth Servant's movements at all times. At the same time, the tribe leaders from the 9 tribes stayed behind in the city lord's office to train instead of leaving, just in case the Ninth Servant decided to come back for them. Furthermore, all of them were fully willing to stay behind. Yi Futian ordered Wu Yong to pass Emperor Kua's lineage to them, after all. After Yaya recovered from her injuries, she and Yan Yuan laid down 2 other sword matrices of the void in Qinya City to defend against incoming threats. However, the Ninth Servant never went to Qinya City again after the last attack. It seemed as if everything returned to normal after that. Xing Kai, a legendary figure who had once been renowned throughout the realm, gradually faded from the memories of the people of the realm. He was only brought up once in a while when that battle at the Crimson River was mentioned. At present, the one name that was always brought up by everyone was that of Yi Futian, City Lord of Qinya City. However, Yi Futian seemed to have been hardly seen after he went into the regional palace to train. It had been quite a while since he was seen in public. The Crimson River continued to flow as it always had, just like the normal passage of time. 2 years passed by quickly. A great number of legendary figures emerged within the span of those 2 years. The Battle of the Sleeping Dragon, held once a month, continued to be a huge attraction. 2 more battles were held at the Crimson River, and 2 other very formidable geniuses made it into the regional palace's ranks. However, none had been able to achieve what Yi Futian had accomplished 2 years ago when he emerged like a brilliant star from the sky. Year 10027 of Divine Prefecture Calendar. 2 figures were seen standing on the top of a flaming hill on an ancient mountain that was scorched red-hot in the regional palace. Both of them burst with extremely formidable auras. One of them held a halberd while the one held a sword. People were everywhere under the flaming peaks. Their eyes were fixed on those 2 men. A terrifying flash of the sword seemed to be about to flood the entire place, and the swordsman finally made his move. 3,000 swords burst as soon as he attacked. Countless flashes of the sword streaked in the skies, blinding the eyes of the spectators. The other man made his move as well, attacking with the halberd in his hand. A doomsday-like scene emerged on the flaming peaks. The hills around them either burst and crumbled or were razed altogether. The flashes of the sword climbed in intensity, and it was the same with the halberd, where every single attack felt like a rainbow arching through the sky, tearing through space and destroying the great path. Streaks of dazzling bolts of lightning zipped in the sky. Both men separated after a very loud rumble was heard, returning to their spots before they fought. Pei Min lowered his head, looking at the sword in his hand, of which only the hilt was left, and then flashed a bitter smile at the silver-haired young man. When Yi Futian was still at proving holiness level, Pei Min's sword had still been able to overpower him without needing to use the strongest attacks. As Yi Futian became a saint of true self, he became able to destroy Pei Min's sword by clashing head only, armed only with his art of the halberd. "You want another round?" Yi Futian asked. "Please don't look for me any more from here on out." Pei Min then flashed, disappearing from everyone's sight after drawing an arc with his sword. Yi Futian's expression was peculiar as he watched Pei Min leave. He recalled that it was Pei Min who asked to spar with him when he first got into the regional palace. He turned around and looked at the spectators standing all over the place watching the battle. He then asked, "Would any one of you like to have a go? Let's get out of here." The crowd dispersed shortly. Even Pei Min gave up. "And you're asking us to have a go with you?" They thought, incredulous. "You enjoy torturing us or something." "Damn, we can no longer play around like we used to ever since that B*** starred became a saint of true self," they thought. Everyone in the crowd was determined to behave as if they heard nothing if he were to ever ask to spar with any of them. Yi Futian felt rather exasperated after he saw the crowd turning away from him. Being invincible was indeed lonely. He fought almost everyone in the first 2 planes of sainthood in the regional palace for the past 2 years. Ironically, it had been them who came to him when he first came to the regional palace. He had defeated Xingkai in that battle above the Crimson River, after all. However, another figure was heading towards Yi Futian. That someone came before Yi Futian, looking very elegant and exuding a cold grace. It was none other than the daughter of Emperor Wu, Yin Tianjiao. "You want to spar?" Yi Futian asked. "Sure." Yin Tianjiao nodded slightly and asked, "Well, not quite a sparring session. I'm no match for you after all. Take it as me asking for your advice. I've run into some problems with my training." They had gotten rather familiar with each other after Yi Futian joined the regional palace's ranks. Furthermore, Yi Futian was different from how Xingkai had been. Xingkai was arrogant and aloof. He acted as if he was head and shoulders above the others, appearing unapproachable. Yi Futian, however, looked carefree and laid back most of the time. He even joked around with others. He was so amicable that even someone as prideful as Pei Min was able to get along with him just fine. Even though the 2 men hardly talked and spent most of their time around each other sparring, Yin Tianjiao knew that Pei Min was very approving and even impressed by Yi Futian. But then again, she knew very what Yi Futian had done in the past, and she had an obvious idea of how brutal and decisive he acted against his enemies. There was no need to mention that his talent was unusually exceptional as well. His comprehension and development in cultivation far eclipsed those of hers. "Very well." Yi Futian nodded, seeing no reason to refuse. "If you have problems with training, why not seek help from elders or cave masters instead? He hasn't been a saint of true self for long, and there will be little he could help you with." A voice was heard saying. Xia Qingyuan hovered to where they were, looking at both Yi Futian and Yin Tianjiao. 2 heads are always better than 1. Furthermore, Yi Futian's talent eclipses mine. It could be easier to discover some latent problems among peers instead, Yin Tianjiao replied plainly, looking at Xia Qingyuan who had come to their side. "You speak the truth indeed." Xia Qingyuan nodded and continued, "But then again, you probably wouldn't be his match in sparring, and it would do little good in furthering your training. How about we spar instead? We might find what we each lack from, after all." A hint of bafflement was seen in Yin Tianjiao's eyes. She looked at Xia Qingyuan's eyes. She only found calmness in her eyes. Xia Qingyuan also sounded laid back. It was as if she was only giving a common suggestion. "All right then." Yin Tianjiao nodded and flashed, heading towards the battlefield at the side. Xia Qingyuan headed out as well, heading towards Yin Tianjiao. A grand battle that was pleasing to the eye erupted soon, rattling the heavens and the earth within an instant. The attacks from both women were extremely raging. Both traded blows without bothering about defense. "Wait, what?" Yi Futian thought. Yi Futian, who was at the side, observed the raging battle between the 2 women. "You girls have to go that far. Man, I better not mess with you too," he thought. Yi Futian turned around and left where he stood. He stopped in front of someone else and said, "Yu Sheng, let's go." Yu Sheng stepped out and left with Yi Futian. Both of them came to a high ground, and Yi Futian sat on the ground. The year was already year 10027 of the divine prefecture calendar. He had been training in peace in the regional palace for the past 2 years and had succeeded in making into the next plane, becoming a saint of true self. A lot of his powers had grown considerably. But Yi Futian understood that if he were to be ranked among all in Crimson Dragon region, his powers were hardly considered formidable. But then again, he was unable to sit around and continue training anymore. There were still two matters that hung in his mind. He wanted to attempt to settle one of them at the moment. Someone else came to their side before long. It was Xia Qingyuan. "You girls are done?" Yi Futian asked. "You girls didn't take your time." Indeed, he remarked to himself. Xia Qingyuan then shot a cold glance at Yi Futian and asked, "You have something to talk to me about?" "Indeed." Yi Futian nodded and continued, "Princess, I'd like to return to Emperor Xia's realm for a bit, and there is something I'd like your help with." Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. If it were not something important, he would not have come to her more so when he needed her help. She felt rather irked at that thought, and her eyes remained cold. She wanted to ignore him, but she was able to guess what he was up to and knew how important it was for him. "All right." Xia Qingyuan agreed to it right away. "Aren't you going to ask what it's about, Princess?" Yi Futian asked. "You addressed me as Princess. Would I need to ask any further?" Xia Qingyuan's eyes remained cold. Yi Futian smiled embarrassingly. He knew Xia Qingyuan was able to guess what he was up to. He only addressed her as Princess when he needed her help, and it was indeed quite shameless of him. He was unable to help but feel somewhat ashamed. However, this was something he needed to see to, and he did not want to wait. She looked at Yi Futian, flashing a bitter smile, and then asked, "Are you sure you're going to do this right now?" It would be rather risky after all. "Indeed." Yi Futian nodded. Waiting would be painful for him, and it would be more so for his brothers and sisters back home. "In that case, let's head out immediately. I'll ask for my father's help." Xia Qingyuan did not say anything else. Ancient imperial city stood tall and mighty. This place was the king of all cities found outside of Crimson Dragon City. The reason for this was simple. A holiness of Nirvana ranked in the regional king rankings lived within the city. It was none other than the ninth servant. However, the battle that had been fought 2 years prior had threatened ancient imperial city's place, meaning that its status was vulnerable to being taken by some other city. Furthermore, the ninth servant had returned from that battle in Chinya City severely injured. He spent most of his time training in isolation, not picking another fight with Chinya City. It was apparent that the ninth servant was unsure of his chances of taking down Chinya City. Those from ancient Imperial City definitely wanted to probe into Chinya City's movements. He knew that the holiness of Nirvanas had never left the city since then. He also knew that they had put down sword matrices of the void. If he were to attack them again, the sword matrices would be activated once more. He knew that if he were to sustain such a massive attack from the sword matrix again, he would be severely injured. He had no certainty of being able to take those matrices down. At the grand, magnificent ancient hall of ancient Imperial City, Xing Qiu stood on top of its steps. He had only emerged from yet another period of training in isolation recently, but the results were not apparent. That battle, fought over 2 years ago, had affected him greatly, especially when it came to his elder brother's death. He hated himself for being incapable, yet there was little he could do about it. It was the first time ancient Imperial City had ever felt helpless. They were unable to take down even that puny Chinya City. Yet, at that moment, someone emanating a terrifying aura arrived, causing dazzling lights of space to appear in the air. A tall, imposing figure was standing in the air. It was none other than Gai Huang. Terrifying will of the great path of space appeared before him, turning into a screen of light of space, shrouding the space. He shouted, "Sir, there is a sword coming." Yet another terrifying aura was sensed as he spoke. The ninth servant, who was dressed in a gray robe, appeared. He extended his arms, a cold glare in his eyes. It was apparent that he had regrown the arm he'd lost 2 years ago. Nothing looked out of place at all. A screen of swords appeared in the sky. A sword matrix designed to tear the sky down had enveloped the entire place. Countless people in ancient imperial city looked up at the sky. Terrifying storms of the sword whipped up around them all of a sudden. Everyone was thoroughly frightened, and all of them looked terrified. If that sword matrix hit them, there was no doubt it would kill them all instantly. That sword matrix shrouded the sky as millions of sword auras rained down from above. Blinding flashes of the swords pulsed at the center of the sword matrix, tearing through the sky and heading for the ground. Boom! Gai Huang's defense crumbled right away. The ninth servant took to the air and said to Gai Huang, "Stand down." The offensive powers of the sword matrix of the void were not something that even Gai Huang could stand against. The ninth servant lifted his hand, shrouding the sky as the towering will of the great path engulfed the air around them. An extremely huge palm print appeared in the sky. The ninth servant thrust his hand, causing the palm print in the sky to shake the entire space. The palm print stacked further until it seemed as if thousands of prints were there, rumbling high up in the air. The sky seemed ready to shatter. The swords rained down as the space crumbled like a scene from Doomsday. Countless sword auras rained down, and deafening rumbles were heard. The city lord's office of ancient imperial city was being destroyed in a frenzy. Under the bombardment of the boundless sword wills, the place was quickly reduced to rubble. Tall, magnificent ancient halls were razed in the blink of an eye. Boom, a rumble was heard, and the ninth servant was sent reeling back, coming to stand on a broken pillar with a grunt. However, that sword matrix had been more than half destroyed. The might of the sword gradually dissipated. Those in ancient imperial city who saw the rubble before them from afar shuddered, their minds reeling from what they had just seen. That's the might of the sword matrix of the void. The city lord was injured by something like in the past. What had happened moments before was incredibly terrifying. The force from that attack could have destroyed a city, yet the ninth servant had stood at the forefront and torn it down with sheer brute force. However, the city lord's office was reduced to rubble. It did not seem that the sword matrix was out to kill them. It had served more as a warning. The ninth servant had arrived at Chenya City 2 years ago and razed the city lord's office. On this day, the sword matrix of the void had torn through the sky, proving its formidable powers and destroying the city lord's office of ancient imperial city at the same time. It had served to remind him that the sword matrix of the void was capable of killing remotely. If anyone were to anger the person wielding such powers, they would be able to destroy their city without being present. Was this considered a threat? Everyone was puzzled as to why those at Chenya City would have sent such a sword matrix all the way to ancient imperial city, as doing so wasted a very well laid down super matrix for killing. Furthermore, the results did not seem to be proportionate to the effort. From a practical perspective, the attack seemed rather pointless. It was obvious that the move had not been worthwhile. Many wondered what Chenya City was up to. The ninth servant lifted his head and gazed in the direction of Chenya City. His eyes remained cold. This was the first time he'd been threatened by someone else. Gai Huang, Xingqiu, and some other people appeared behind the ninth servant, all of them still reeling from what had just happened. That attack, which was capable of being launched remotely, indeed represented a huge threat. If the ninth servant were to attack Chenya City, and they retaliated by throwing one such sword matrix at ancient imperial city, things would turn disastrous very quickly. Someone else flashed in after a while, looking at the scene and shuddering deep down. That person then bowed to the ninth servant and said, "Everyone at Chenya City left their city lord's office not long ago. All of them." The ninth servant raised his brow slightly. Indeed, Yi Futian and Xia Qingyuan also emerged from the regional palace. What happened took place after they returned to the city lord's office of Chenya City. They probably headed back to Emperor Xiao's realm, the person elaborated. The ninth servant realized something. So, they were sending a warning before they left. Yi Futian was indeed an insolent PR**CK. After what had happened all those years ago, the relationship between Emperor Xiao's realm and Emperor Li's realm continued to worsen. Conflicts commonly broke out between those of the two realms. Emperor Li's realm had been very aggressive at the start of the conflict, gathering their troops at the border. After Xia Qingyuan brought several holiness of nirvanas from Emperor Xiao's realm to Crimson Dragon realm for a bit, another 3 mighty figures were brought back to Emperor Xiao's realm to serve the realm. The tide turned quickly after that. The top-notch powers of Emperor Xiao's realm became stronger than Emperor Li's realm, which had lost the people of the imperial advisor's residence. However, the Dali dynasty was a dynastic force, meaning that they were able to command the forces found throughout the realm, something which Emperor Xiao's realm was unable to do. As such, despite the turning of the tide, neither realm crashed head-on afterward, only fighting small-scale skirmishes here and there. At that moment, the lieutenant of the army of Tian in Emperor Xiao's palace, who was also Xia Rong, the eldest prince of the realm, was about to meet his father. He was dressed in martial regalia and was brimming. He then said to his father, "Father, our holiness of nirvanas are the ones with the edge now. Why not just order the forces found throughout the realm to lead their people to join the battle against Dali right away?" Emperor Xia naturally knew that his eldest son, who'd grown up in the army, was a war hawk. From his perspective, that decisive move he'd pulled back in the Crimson Dragon realm had made him realize his ideals, yet it also made him seem cold and unfeeling. Except for the top-notch forces, the overall strength of Dali remains higher than that of Emperor Xiao's realm. If we fight a realm war now, many will perish on the battlefield if we do not have a decisive edge against our enemy, Emperor Xia said. That is the nature of war. The Dali dynasty has always been eyeing us, wanting to hit us. If not for the imperial advisor of Dali not seeing eye to eye with King Tiandao in terms of political ideals, they would have long ago sent their armies surging through our borders. There is no need for you to show that much consideration, father. Xia Rong continued. Wars make people change and evolve. Those from Emperor Xiao's realm who have experienced war had to grow stronger to survive. If there are massive incidents in the future, we of Emperor Xiao's realm will have enough power to deal with them. Emperor Xia knew what Xia Rong was getting at. However, the emperor did not wish to ever see something like that happen again, if possible. At that moment, Emperor Xia lifted his head and looked far away. A warm, brimming smile crossed his face, puzzling Xia Rong. "Your little sister has returned," Emperor Xia said. Xia Rong turned around and looked far away as well, adding, "I'll go out and get Qingyuan." He then turned around and headed out right away, waiting outside the royal palace. Some time passed, and a group of people was seen in the sky, heading toward the royal palace. Emperor Xia had a teleportation matrix that was linked to the Crimson Dragon realm. There was also a space matrix they're linking to all realms of the region. However, the toll was prohibitively high, and most people would not be able to use them. When Yi Futian and the rest returned, they dropped many of their own from various top-notch forces off along the way. All of them had been training for years outside. Now, it was time for them to check how things were going back home. The others were not idling by, while Yi Futian was training in isolation in the regional palace. All of them had been making progress in their training in various places found in Crimson Dragon realm. Xia Rong stood outside the royal palace and cast his gaze on Yi Futian, whose bearing became even more exceptional. Xia Rong found that he had become a saint of true self. What surprised him more was that few at Yi Futian's side emanated immeasurable auras. They were all more powerful than him. That meant that they were all holiness of nirvanas. They were probably mighty ones of the 9 tribes that Yi Futian had subjugated in Crimson Dragon realm. There were people like Zhu Kong and the rest. A large group of mighty ones were behind them, which made it look like Yi Futian had brought an army with him. All of them were mighty ones whose training was above that of Saint of True Self. Xia Rong turned his eyes toward Xia Qingyuan. He then flashed a warm smile and called out, "Qingyuan." Xia Qingyuan took a look at him, and her expression turned rather cold. She was unable to forgive him for what he had done in the past. Xia Rong was exasperated after seeing Xia Qingyuan's expression. She was still bitter despite that all of that had happened years before. An elder brother could never compare to her beloved. Yi Futian. Xia Rong turned his eyes toward Yi Futian again. Xia Rong was just about to say something before seeing the other man continue on his way, walking past the prince and heading to the royal palace, leaving Xia Rong where he stood. Yi Futian was expressionless. He did not even bother looking at Xia Rong. Regardless of what Xia Rong's stance had been, regardless if it had been the right thing or the wrong thing to do to the prince, that was Xia Rong's own opinion. Yi Futian was unable to forgive what he'd done back then. Xia Rong's decision back in Crimson Dragon Realm had destroyed the Imperial Advisor's residence, causing his teacher to be reduced to a weakened and imprisoned state. If the Imperial Advisor had not chosen to take on the consequences of what had happened all on his own, there was no way Yi Futian would have been able to stand where he was in the present day. Xia Rong was very clear about what his actions would result in, yet the prince never hesitated. He had been decisive and brutal, which had considerably weakened Dali's powers. But at the same time, that had completely offended Yi Futian. Xia Rong probably would not have minded it back then. In that case, Yi Futian saw no need to pay any attention to Xia Rong either. They were both from the same background in that they all served Emperor Xia. Yi Futian held immense respect and gratitude for Emperor Xia for what the emperor had done for him, but that had nothing to do with Xia Rong. Xia Rong stood frozen. He did not turn around to look at Yi Futian. There was nothing to be seen in those deep eyes of his. It seemed that there was no chance of reconciliation between the two of them. Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and Yao, she came to meet the emperor within Emperor Xiao's palace. All the others stayed outside the hall. Yi Futian and Emperor Xia were closer to each other after all, and they needed Emperor Xiao's approval if they were to meet him as well. Queen Xiao was there as well. Her eyes looked gentle. It had been years since she last saw her daughter. "Father, Mother." "Greetings, Your Majesty and Your Highness." Yi Futian bowed. "Not bad. You've been achieving significant progress with your training, I see. You've now become a saint of true self. Seems like you've gained quite a lot in your 2 years of training in the regional palace." Emperor Xia smiled and continued, "Qingyuan, you need to work harder." Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly. She, however, had no interest in comparing herself to Yi Futian. Emperor Xia then looked at Yao Shi and said, "That goes for you too, Yao Shi. I'm the outsider here. Please continue without me." Yao Shi smiled plainly before turning and leaving. It was rather unexpected that she just left like that. While Yao Shi had been to Crimson Dragon Realm as well, but Xia Qingyuan looked at her like she was watching over a thief. She was very much on guard against her. She said that she was an outsider, which was quite true. Yi Futian was keeping a distance from her somewhat. From the looks of things, she was able to tell that there were still things that one could not have obtained, simply because one was willing to fight for it. Emperor Xia felt rather exasperated watching her leave. While Yao Shi had joined the royal palace's ranks, but it seemed that she was still unable to truly put some loads she had on her mind down. However, that was all up to her, and the emperor had no intention of interfering. "Qingyuan, how was Crimson Dragon Realm?" The queen smiled and asked, "Very good. There are many exceptionally talented cultivators at Crimson Dragon Realm. Many in the regional palace were like me, coming from other Renhuang realms to train," Xia Qingyuan elaborated. It did her a lot of good training in a better environment. You brought holiness of nirvanas with you on your way home, and you did look like you have had a good time. Emperor Xia then added, So, what are you doing bringing so many cultivators with you this time? I'd like to ask for your help, father, Xia Qingyuan said right away. It is me who needs your help, your majesty. Yi Futian bowed and added, I'm sure you know that I owed a lot to the imperial advisor of Dali. He is in his current predicament all because of me. I remembered the last time I went to Emperor Li's city with you. I told you that the imperial advisor is still someone from Dali. Even if you truly intend to head to Emperor Li's realm, what would you do if Emperor Li intends to kill you? Emperor Xia asked. Emperor Li could not have killed someone from Emperor Xiao's realm himself. But killing a traitor of Dali was something no one would have stopped him from doing. If they were to send forces to rescue the imperial advisor, it would have truly made the imperial advisor a traitor after all. The last time we deployed, we did so in the name of staging a war between the two realms, instead of doing so for the sake of the imperial advisor. But the operation this time won't be for taking out cultivators of Emperor Li's realm. It is to take the imperial advisor of Dali out of the picture, Yi Futian said. Emperor Xia's eye twitched, getting what Yi Futian was trying to do so. They wanted to rescue the imperial advisor of Dali, and they needed an excuse. Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and Yao Shi came to meet Emperor Xia in his palace. The others remained outside the hall. Approval was necessary to meet the emperor, though Yi Futian and Emperor Xia were close. Queen Xiao was there as well. Her eyes looked gentle. It had been years since she last saw her daughter. Father, mother, Xia Qingyuan said. Greetings, your majesty and your highness. Yi Futian bowed. Not bad. I see you've achieved significant progress with your training. You've now become a saint of true self. Seems like you've learned quite a lot in your 2 years of training at the regional palace. Emperor Xia smiled and continued, Qingyuan, you need to work harder. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly, though she had no interest in comparing herself to Yi Futian. Emperor Xia then looked at Yao Shi and said, That goes for you too. I'm the outsider here. Please continue without me. Yao Shi smiled plainly before turning and leaving. It was rather unexpected that she just left like that. While Yao Shi had been to Crimson Dragon Realm as well, Xia Qingyuan looked at her as she would a potential thief. She was very much on guard around her. Yao Shi had said that she was an outsider, which was quite true. Yi Futian had kept something of a distance from her. It seemed she could tell that there were still things that could not be obtained simply because one was willing to fight for it. Emperor Xia felt rather exasperated watching her leave. While Yao Shi had joined the royal palace's ranks, she was still unable to let go of her burdens. However, that was all up to her, and the emperor had no intention of interfering. Qingyuan, how was the Crimson Dragon Realm? The queen asked with a smile. Very good. There are many exceptionally talented cultivators at the Crimson Dragon Realm. Many in the regional palace were like me, coming from other Renhuang realms to train, Xia Qingyuan elaborated. Training in that environment had done her a lot of good. You brought holiness of nirvanas with you on your way home, and you look like enjoyed it, Emperor Xia added. Now, have you brought so many cultivators before us? I'd like to ask for your help, father, Xia Qingyuan said. It is me who needs your help, your majesty. Yi Futian bowed. I'm sure you know that I owed a lot to the imperial advisor of Dali. His current predicament is all because of me. I remember the last time I went to Emperor Li's city with you. I told you that the imperial advisor is still someone from Dali. Even if you truly intend to head to Emperor Li's realm, what would you do if Emperor Li intends to kill you? Emperor Xia asked. Emperor Li could not have killed someone from Emperor Xiao's realm himself, but killing a traitor of Dali was something no one would have stopped him from doing. If they were to send forces to rescue the imperial advisor, it would have truly labeled him a traitor. The last time we deployed, we did so in the name of ending the war between the two realms. But this time, our goal would be liberating the imperial advisor of Dali, Yi Futian said. Emperor Xia's eye twitched as he understood Yi Futian's intention. They wanted to rescue the imperial advisor of Dali, and they needed an excuse. They did not intend to use that as the reason to deploy their troops. The realm would have served as that reason instead. Yi Futian intended to force Emperor Li to hand the imperial advisor over. By doing so, they would have to exercise restraint to avoid infuriating Emperor Li. The realm will deploy an army, yet they will be forbidden from killing any important figures of Dali, as the aim is to save the imperial advisor. I have no doubt it is all within reason from your perspective. You owe a debt to the imperial advisor. But as for the others, I'm afraid they might not be willing to help, Emperor Xiao said. We would have an absolute advantage, so long as you give the word, Father. We'll be the ones with the overwhelming edge, and the losses would be small, Xia Qingyuan said. Other than the 3 holiness of nirvanas from the 9 tribes that they brought back to the realm. There were also Wu Yong, Shen Tianzhan, and 3 other holiness of nirvanas. There was also Yaya as well. Yan Yuan was unable to fight in the war. The star-plucking saint did not come with them, and Yi Futian was naturally unable to order him to do so. The star-plucking saint had only been out to help him before. His case was different from those of the 9 tribes. Even so, Emperor Xiao's realm, which already had an advantage in terms of a pinnacle combat force, had for more holiness of nirvanas and yaya. There are also many unblemished saints from the 9 tribes, which would have enabled them to gain an absolute advantage. It is easy to give the generals direct orders. As for the leaders of the other forces, I shall invite them to the palace. If you want their help, you'll need to ask them yourself, Emperor Xiao said. He looked at Yi Futian, who appeared calm after hearing his words. Yi Futian then bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Rescuing the imperial advisor was his own matter. Emperor Xia had already mobilized those elite figures many times. They had also been to Crimson Dragon Realm twice. It would not have been a good thing for the emperor to keep ordering them about, just because he was the emperor. Xia Qingyuan did not know what his father was up to, but she nonetheless saw her mother smile while looking at the emperor. Emperor Xia had invited these people to the royal palace before, asking if they were interested in letting their younger members follow Yi Futian to train in Crimson Dragon Realm. Each force did so. The emperor had given Yi Futian a chance to meet up with those people by letting him ask them himself. If Yi Futian had been the emperor's son, he would have been the top choice in the succession of the throne. Yi Futian's talents and renown were such that no one in Emperor Xiao's realm did not know of him. He had quite a reputation in all of those elite forces, and many thought highly of him. He had also created his own legend in Crimson Dragon Realm. The queen wondered if Emperor Xia had thoughts about allowing Xia Qingyuan to marry Yi Futian, and then having the young man succeed the emperor as his son-in-law. Everyone in the royal palace knew what her daughter was thinking. She had yet to marry, but there was already a man that she kept following around. In name, she was the princess, and Yi Futian was her subordinate. But from what the queen heard, it had almost always been Yi Futian calling the shots. Queen Xiao then smiled and said, Go rest. I'll talk with Qingyuan for a bit. Yes, Your Highness. Yi Futian nodded and left, leaving Xia Qingyuan alone in the hall. Both the emperor and Xia Qingyuan looked at her. The queen then said, Come over and have a seat. Xia Qingyuan went to her mother's side. The family of 3 acted more relaxed with no one else around. Queen Xiao was not the emperor's first wife. He already had a spouse when he was young, who died in chaos. Emperor Xia was still a saint back then. He fell in love with Queen Xiao after becoming a Renhuang, but it took a long time before they were finally married. In truth, she was only a concubine instead of a true queen. However, his wife did not mind any of that. It was perfectly fine for the emperor to want to remember his late spouse. Despite technically being a concubine, she was hardly different from a queen. So, how have things been going for the past few years? Queen Xiao smiled and asked. Xia Qingyuan was dumbfounded. She looked at her mother and realized what she was getting at. She lowered her head immediately and said in a tiny voice, "What do you mean? You two have been going in and out together all the time. Are you still trying to play dumb here?" Emperor Xiao smiled. "Qingyuan, why are you still dressed like a guy? This is getting ridiculous." "It's not what you think." Xia Qingyuan turned her head to the side. There was hardly any expression on her face. Emperor Xia smirked at his little girl's embarrassment. "Wait, that bastard didn't do anything at all? Sheesh, what the hell?" Emperor Xia cursed. "Qingyuan, do you want me to just order you two to marry?" "I have no idea what you're getting at," Xia Qingyuan said. "Furthermore, Yi Futian is married, and he's busy looking for his wife." "Well, it may be possible that his wife is still alive. The chances are incredibly slim." "Well, at least he is indeed loyal. I'm rather relieved to know that." Emperor Xia then smiled and looked at his daughter. "Wait, didn't you just say that you didn't know what we were getting at?" Seriously, she thought. Xia Qingyuan glared at her father before standing up. "I'd like to excuse myself, father." All right, we'll talk about what happened in Crimson Dragon Realm then." Emperor Xia pulled Xia Qingyuan over and gestured for her to sit again. Xia Qingyuan did so in exasperation. "You two have been through thick and thin for the past few years in Crimson Dragon Realm. Are you telling me that this kid feels nothing at all? He might be very fixated on Hua Jiu at the moment, but when he's finally given up on her, that's where you come in?" Emperor Xia said. "Wait, what? Didn't you say the subject is over?" she thought. One could only imagine what outsiders would have thought if they saw this side of Emperor Xia. Despite it being said that saints and renhuangs were no longer mortals, they were nonetheless still human. Emperor Xia was still a father, and fathers treated their daughters differently than their sons. Many legendary figures arrived at the royal palace several days later. All elite cultivators were there. In pretext, the banquet was held to welcome Princess Xia Qingyuan and Yao Shi home. But those of the elite forces more or less knew what the banquet was really about. Their younger members had already brought the subject up. Yi Futian would not have brought so many mighty ones from Qinya City back for anything else. Was he trying to usurp the throne of Emperor Xia's realm instead? Ridiculous. There was only one possibility dully. The Sword Master of Lihin, the Palace Lord of Shenyuan Palace, the Jiutian Temple Lord, and many elite figures were present. They all looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was given a privileged seat right below Emperor Xia and beside Xia Qingyuan, which struck every one present as interesting. Emperor Xia had naturally sat at the very top, the most privileged of seats. He smiled while looking at the crowd and said, "I'm sure you've all heard about the incident at Qinya City. Qingyuan and Yi Futian took the city back and established a base for us at Crimson Dragon Realm. Now, Qinya City has also become one of the strongest cities to be found in Crimson Dragon Realm. Qingyuan, Yi Futian, and Yusheng are all training in the regional palace, a holy land of training in Crimson Dragon Realm. This truly calls for a celebration." The Jiutian Temple Lord lifted his cup with a smile. "We thought it would have taken quite some time before Yi Futian became a dear general. We didn't expect this to happen so quickly. Congratulations are indeed warranted, Your Majesty." "Congratulations indeed." Emperor Xia nodded. The mighty ones all lifted their cups to toast the emperor. It was an extremely rare chance to be able to drink with His Majesty, and it was all thanks to Yi Futian. As they congratulated the emperor for finding a capable general, in truth they all knew that His Majesty treated said general like his son-in-law. They had all heard of the commotion Yi Futian had been whipping up in Crimson Dragon Realm. They were all very impressed, despite being holinesses of nirvanas themselves. Yi Futian was indeed living up to his reputation as one in a million. It was more than just being peerless in Emperor Xiao's realm. It seemed that none in Crimson Dragon region could match his achievements. At the very least, there was no peer among the other young ones. Because Xia Qingyuan and Yi Futian had grown so close, and because Emperor Xia valued Yi Futian so much, everyone present knew one thing for certain. Yi Futian was being groomed for rule. But then again, that was little more than a stray thought. Judging from talents displayed by Yi Futian so far, he would have no problem going to Renhuang Plain. If he were to one day rule Emperor Xiao's realm, he might bring the realm to greater heights. The mood of the banquet was great. Everyone was having the time of their life. It was some time after the banquet began that the emperor addressed the crowd. Other than to welcome Qingyuan and Yi Futian home, I've invited all of you here for another matter. This is a matter for Yi Futian to tell you about, so I will excuse myself. Please go on without me. The emperor got up and left. Everyone cupped their hands to send him off. Their eyes turned back to Yi Futian after the emperor left. Other than some important figures of the royal palace, every single person who remained at the banquet was a core member of their respective elite force. Yi Futian looked at all of them and said, "Over the past several years, I've come to each of you for your assistance on many occasions. I shouldn't impose on you seniors any further, but there is something that I can't ignore. As such, I'm afraid I must request your help again, seniors." Everyone had a good sense of what he was leading up to. The sword master of Lihin looked at him and asked, "What do you want us to do?" The Dali dynasty had lost an important figure in the imperial advisor, while Yi Futian had brought back many nirvanas of holiness. Judging from the powers of both sides, Emperor Xiao's realm now had the absolute edge. Yi Futian looked at the sword master of Lihin. "I'd like to request that all of you attack Dali dynasty at the same time." "The target?" the sword master of Lihin asked. "I'd like all of you to enter Emperor Li's realm from different directions, then converge in the imperial city. I want Emperor Li to promise me one thing, and I'm sure many of you can guess what that is," Yi Futian continued. The sword master of Lihin did not ask any further. Charging inside Dali dynasty, marching into the imperial city, and then threatening the emperor? The plan was ambitious, but he had to admit that the chance of success was extremely high. If they agreed to help Yi Futian out, the differences in power would become apparent. What would Emperor Li do if he saw enemy troops right outside his palace? He would have to make compromises, whether he wanted to or not. And Yi Futian would achieve his goal to force Emperor Li into releasing the imperial advisor of Dali. So we're threatening the emperor himself, then? This plan is indeed bold, thought the sword master of Lihin. Then he nodded and answered with two simple yet powerful words. "Very well." He was at the battle in Crimson Dragon Realm. He was very impressed with the imperial advisor's bearing, so much that he doubted he could have done the same in that position. Such a cultivator, even one on the opposite side, was worthy of respect all the same. Furthermore, this operation posed little risk to him. So long as they refrained from unnecessary killing, things would be relatively safe. "Thank you, Sword Master." Yi Futian rose. He sipped his drink, then said, "If you require anything of me in the future, Yi Futian swears to see it done." None had helped him more than the Sword Master of Lihin. If the Sword Master accepts the proposal without hesitation, I see no reason not to do the same. The Jiutian Temple Lord smiled. "I still remember that time when you and those from Lihin Heaven fought at Jiutian Temple. I surely did not expect to see you sitting side by side today. It's all in the past. Please let it rest, Senior," Yi Futian said with a smile. His state of mind was very different compared to back then. The Sword Master of Lihin had returned Yi Futian's enmity with kindness, lending his sword to one of Yi Futian's people after reaching the 33rd level of heaven. That incident had had quite an effect on his training from then on out. Count me in. Hasn't Dali dynasty always wanted to attack us anyway? Now we can oblige them this. Too bad we can't kill them, though. The palace lord of Xianyuan Palace laughed, showcasing his frank and straightforward temperament. The purpose of the operation was to rescue the imperial advisor, so naturally they would have to restrain themselves and not cross the line. Yi Futian was rather touched, finding so many elite figures who agreed to help him, especially when he'd just spring this on them. He raised his cup with both hands to his lips and drank again. Then he bowed to them. If any senior present should ever need anything of me, I promise to see it done. With these elite figures by his side and the powers of Emperor Xia, the operation had now gathered most of the pinnacle forces found in the realm. Couple all that with those he had brought from the Crimson Dragon realm, and it was now possible to overrun the Dali dynasty. It was just as the sword master of Lihin put it. The battle would have been quite an easy one. I rather look forward to such a grand battle. Now that everything is in order, let's set up a plan and get prepared, said the Jiutian Temple Lord. Everyone nodded in agreement. The banquet ended shortly after, and all the guests went home to begin preparations. When they were alone, Xia Qingyuan looked at Yi Futian. She naturally knew that they hadn't agreed so quickly just because of her father. It was also because of Yi Futian himself. He was an inspirational figure, and everyone saw the potential he had. Emperor Xia's realm became busy after the banquet was over. Forces gathered and mighty ones went in and out of the royal palace, delivering news. Those at the upper echelons of Emperor Xia's realm knew that a grand battle taking place between the two realms was imminent. Xia Rong had gotten busy as well. He prepared to return to the army, and he met up with his father one more time before he departed. Xia Rong felt rather complicated. He had been asking his father to wage a realm war, and his father had always ignored him. However, it took only a single word from Yi Futian after he returned for Emperor Xia to agree to it, starting the storm that would engulf two realms. Just who was the prince of Emperor Xia's realm supposed to be? But then again, he did not bother to think much about any of that. He simply said to his father, "Father, we now have the absolute advantage in this war. Why did you agree to Yi Futian's proposal of simply suppressing them? Why not go further and completely wipe out Emperor Li's realm?" Yi Futian was only doing so to save the imperial advisor, but what the prince wanted was something else altogether. This battle is being fought because of Yi Futian. If not for those powers he brought from the Crimson Dragon realm, we wouldn't have been able to do this. So we'll do it his way, Emperor Xia answered. Father, do you think it's all right to let this chance slip past our fingers, just for the sake of the imperial advisor? Xia Rong asked. Emperor Xia eyed his son, who stood tall and proud. While the prince had indeed sensed powerful pressure, there was not a single hint of retreat in his deep eyes. He looked his father straight in the eye. Xia Rong, Emperor Xia continued after being silent for a while, this is not only for the imperial advisor, it's for you as well. Do not forget who caused all of this. It had been Xia Rong's decision that led to the imperial advisor's current predicament. The emperor had agreed to Yi Futian's proposal to resolve the problem Xia Rong caused. Deep down, Xia Rong knew what his father meant, but other thoughts were interfering with what he knew to be true. Does Yi Futian mean so much to father? He thought. Return to the army and do as you're told by your sacred general. Don't indulge your own smart ideas anymore, Emperor Xia reminded him. Cultivation itself is of greater importance than anything else. I do not think I'd need to remind you of that, given your current situation. Xia Rong was not a member of the younger generation, who were incapable of forming their own opinions. On the contrary, he was too opinionated. As an unblemished saint, there was little need to say anything about Xia Rong's state of mind. It was, after all, what enabled him to make such a decision back at the Crimson Dragon realm. However, that was not the outcome he wanted to see. Yes, father. The emperor had made himself very clear, and Xia Rong naturally did not see the point in pushing the matter further. He then excused himself and left. Due to the scale of commotion in Emperor Xiao's realm, there was no way Emperor Li's realm would have been oblivious to it. Both Renhuang realms had placed their spies in each other's territory. Yi Futian's return was not even a secret to begin with. It wasn't long before word of these activities quickly reached Emperor Li's realm. In the imperial city of Emperor Li's realm, a frail old man sat in a prison, held down by a ritual implement. The old man appeared shriveled, his aura was weak, and his hair was unkempt. Footsteps approached, and they stopped before him. Imperial advisor, a familiar voice said. The imperial advisor of Dali slowly lifted his head and saw the man who stood at the pinnacle of Dali. He exuded a regal, majestic air. He was none other than Emperor Li himself. Your Majesty. The imperial advisor's voice was weak. Though his eyes brimmed at times, the imperial advisor's entire being was otherwise tremendously dejected. News has come from Emperor Xiao's realm. Your student is getting ready to amass an army to attack Dali. What do you think of that? Emperor Li asked. Student, the imperial advisor thought. He looked rather puzzled, but he quickly understood who the emperor was talking about. It was not Yan Yuan, nor most others he could think of. The only one it could be was definitely Yi Futian. There is a reason why you are the imperial advisor. You have good eyes. You picked him over Di Hao or Dong Qin, and time has justified that choice. Yi Futian has indeed proven himself far more extraordinary than the other two, so much so that any comparison to them would be laughable. He is now a city lord in Crimson Dragon City and has inherited the Renhuang ruins. He's being served by several holiness of nirvanas, which have enabled him to turn the tide of the war. Emperor Xia's realm no longer has any disadvantage, and now he is about to lead an attack into Dali. I'm sure he's doing it for you, don't you think? Ironically, he was the one person you were willing to sacrifice yourself to protect, and now he is now about to attack Dali. It remains to be seen how many people will pay with their lives. What are your thoughts, Imperial Advisor? If it had not been for the Imperial Advisor's treachery, Yi Futian would have perished long ago. The Imperial Advisor lowered his head and said, Your Majesty, when Yi Futian acted out against Prince Li Yao, it was only to avenge his wife as well as the lives of many others. The prince is no longer present, so maybe there is still a chance to turn this around. He coughed lethargically after he finished. To him, being able to survive alone had been a luxury. Emperor Li looked at him silently. Turn things around? How naive, he thought. The emperor turned and left. He had not expected the young man he had met all those years ago could have grown at such a frightening rate. It was so much that even him, a Renhuang, felt somewhat threatened. The elite forces departed from Emperor Xiao's realm several days later. They headed towards the battlefield and prepared to rendezvous with the 8 legions. Yi Futian sent 4 holiness of nirvanas out as well. He sent Yaya out with them too, but she was following the ones from the sword clan of Lihin. The sword master of Lihin and Yaya had both fought to be the top swordsmen in Emperor Xiao's realm. Presently, both renowned swordsmen joined hands as they made for the inner parts of enemy territory. None was able to stand in their way. They could have let Emperor Xia take them to Dali Imperial City right away, just as they had done previously. Yet they did not. They went on to wage a war across Emperor Li's realm instead, charging towards the palace. That was the only way they would have been able to truly lean on the emperor. What they were really doing was waging a realm war, not staging a rescue operation. Every single group that departed had several demonic beasts with them, all of which had been enthralled by Yi Futian. By doing so, each group could communicate with the others. Yi Futian served as the hub, knowing at all times what others were doing. Yi Futian kept only one holiness of nirvana by his side, and that was Wu Yong. The leaders from the Nanli tribe, the Bailey tribe, and the Vermilion Bird clan, as well as Shen Tianzhan, had all departed. Yi Futian remained back at the royal palace, not because he wouldn't participate in the fight, but because he had a mission of his own. Emperor Xia arranged for Yi Futian and his people to have their own palace within the royal palace. No one other than royal relatives had ever enjoyed such a privilege. Even people like the great shaman had only been granted access to training grounds and their quarters, instead of being given their own palace. However, none found that arrangement peculiar. Emperor Xia had long treated Yi Futian as a member of his family. Yi Futian's actual status with the emperor was an open secret. That palace had pavilions, towers, and even a waterfall, making the place look like a paradise. Yi Futian and the fifth prince, Xia Luan, were engaged in a game of chess. Xia Qingyuan was present as well. "I just recalled that I have something to attend to. Please excuse me. Qingyuan, take my place," Xia Luan said to his sister. He rose and patted himself. Without even turning his head around, he began to leave, looking dashing and carefree. "3 losses straight," Xia Qingyuan said in a low voice. What a formidable player indeed. Xia Luan's mouth twitched, but he still did not turn around. He walked away with his head held high. He was feeling rather frustrated. It was not only that Yi Futian was very talented in cultivation, which made the princes look bad, but many outside the royal palace were talking. They had been saying that Yi Futian looked more like the emperor's son than the princes. Xia Luan was very proficient at the art of chess, and he had actually intended to kill some of Yi Futian's brimming might, saving some face for the princes. The outcome was horrendous. The games only made the prince feel that Yi Futian's ability at calculation was horrifying. "You're up for a game, princess?" Yi Futian asked Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan shook her head. "I'm not a player." "Allow me instead," interjected Yan Yuan as he approached the pair. "All right, older brother. Let's do this." Yi Futian set the board up. Nanjai and Feishua were there at the side as well. Both of them started playing, and Yi Futian found that Yan Yuan was also a very skilled player. An intense game emerged between the two masters. Yi Futian learned how to play chess at Chess Saint Villa many years ago, but that did not mean he was invincible. The chess saint was but a common saint. Yan Yuan, on the other hand, had become a holiness of nirvana. He wondered just how capable his older brother was at calculation. Furthermore, Yan Yuan did not let up at all, surrounding Yi Futian on all sides. It seemed to reflect his current state of mind. Yan Yuan must have been worried about the imperial advisor. They wanted to help, but they were unable to. It would have incurred Emperor Li's wrath otherwise, and their teacher was still a prisoner of Emperor Li. No need to get too worried. Emperor Li isn't dumb. He wouldn't have acted against our teacher before things became more apparent. They would have been at an absolute disadvantage otherwise. "They're scared of pissing us off," Yi Futian said. "After all, the invasion was done in the name of waging a realm war." "Right." Yan Yuan nodded. As a holiness of nirvana, his state of mind had long transformed, becoming indomitable. However, the matter at hand still had to do with their teacher, so it was unavoidable that they still felt frustrated. Even though they were practically able to see the outcome, they still worried nonetheless. Yan Yuan was not the only one who felt that way. Nanjai, Feishua, and the others were quiet as well. It was apparent that a load rested on their collective shoulders. But then again, they were all very supportive of Yi Futian's operation. If they were to simply leave their teacher locked up in a cell, no one could tell what would happen to him. Their teacher was no longer what he had once been. His training had been wiped clean, and his life might be in an extremely frail state. It was quite a pity. Despite all of them having trained in the deed of thorough comprehension, None of them were able to immerse themselves as deeply in the method as their teacher. They were unable to see fates and luck in the great path. You guys are really taking your time. The new voice belonged to the fourth prince, the incredibly dashing Xia Kun. He approached the game. Your Highness. Yi Futian rose and bowed, showing his respect. Xia Kun smiled. Save the formalities. I'm just here to look around. All right. Yi Futian sat and continued to play. Xia Kun was only there to watch. He then said, Bravo. I didn't know that Sir Yen Yuan and Yi Futian were so good at chess. I'm sure my brother was having a hard time earlier. The fifth prince is very skilled as well, Yi Futian replied. He'd like to think so. Xia Kun smiled and then followed up with, Qingyuan, since when have you been interested in chess? I'm just watching, Xia Qingyuan said. Well, we never saw you watch a game before. Xia Kun chuckled. Xia Qingyuan eyed him with a speechless look. All right, I'm done bothering you guys. Come to my place if you could spare the time, Brother Yi, Xia Kun said. Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He received a telepathic message from Fei Xue. His hand hung in midair, the chess piece still in hand. Yi Futian then lifted his head and asked with a smile, How is the Shao clan doing now that Shao Sheng is gone? Xia Kun stopped and turned around, freezing in place. He then turned his head to look at Yi Futian. He saw that Yi Futian was talking to his sister. Yi Futian turned to look at Xia Kun and asked, What happened, Your Highness? Nothing. Xia Kun shook his head before turning around and leaving. Xia Qingyuan shot a puzzled look at Yi Futian. That question sounded like it came out of nowhere. Neither she nor Xia Kun knew how to react. I've never left the royal palace since I returned, so I have little idea. But after what happened, grandfather felt he should keep a tight leash on the clan. Xia Qingyuan answered. What's done is done, and Shao Sheng paid for it. Don't let this get between you and old man Shao, princess, Yi Futian said, and looked at Fei Xue, who was at his side. Fei Xue's expression changed slightly. I sense a murderous intent, she said to him telepathically. Yi Futian's hand froze again. Then he moved his piece on the board. Fei Xue's abilities were only known to those from the Imperial Advisor's residence. He hadn't told anyone in Emperor Xiao's realm, not even Xia Qingyuan. If that ability of hers became known, people would have been on guard against her at all times. After Fei Xue's telepathic message, he deliberately asked Xia Qingyuan about the Shao clan, specifically bringing up Shao Sheng's name. He was doing that just to see how Shao Kun would react. The prince covered himself pretty well, but hints were there nonetheless. Then again, that hardly proved anything, as turning around would have been normal. But that emotion could not be fake, and that was not something he was able to cover. Murderous intent welled up in Xia Kun's mind as soon as Shao Sheng's name was brought up. He wondered what exactly that meant. They couldn't find the culprit back then. All the evidence had been destroyed as well. However, as the investigation went on, Yi Futian speculated that the likeliest suspects could have only come from the royal palace. Only someone in the royal palace would have been able to learn everything he was doing, as well as determine that he had headed to Emperor Li's realm back then. However, that was all just speculation. His status didn't allow him to look into those from the royal palace. It was impossible without hard evidence. Xia Qingyuan frowned after Xia Kun left. She looked at Yi Futian and asked, What was that about? She was not dumb and had naturally known something was amiss. She believed Yi Futian might have been probing. But then again, she was unable to understand why he wanted to probe her fourth brother all of a sudden. Furthermore, he had only probed her Xia Kun and no one else. Yi Futian looked up at Xia Qingyuan, feeling rather complicated. This was not the outcome he wanted. The matter had to do with the princes. He was at a loss about what to do. A question lingered on his mind. He and Xia Kuan had not been acquainted before. If there were concerns about the succession of the throne, Yi Futian would serve an important role by Xia Qingyuan's side. But it was not Xia Kuan who would be concerned. "Princess, which prince was Xia Kuan closest to?" Yi Futian asked. Xia Qingyuan's expression kept changing in response to the question. It was apparent that she recalled something extremely bad, so bad that she couldn't bring herself to say it. "Princess," Yi Futian called. Xia Qingyuan turned her head around, looking somewhere else. It was apparent that she had managed to figure something out herself. "Is it him?" Xia Qingyuan turned her eyes back at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at her the same way and said, "There is no mistake about it. Even if he isn't the one, he knows something, or may have been directly involved. Why else would Feishue detect a murderous intent in Xia Kuan's mind at the mention of Xiaoxing's name? His current status and power were such that even if he had wanted to kill Yi Futian all those years ago, he would have been able to easily conceal his thoughts. However, the incident with Xiaoxing had been an unresolved threat, and it had something to do with what happened back then. As such, it became apparent that Xia Kuan was involved. How did you come to that conclusion?" Xia Qingyuan asked. "Let's just leave it at that. It has to do with some other people, and I don't want to see them involved. Do you believe me, Princess?" Xia Qingyuan did not say anything else. She actually had an answer deep down. Her instinct was to believe him. The results of the investigations back then strongly suggested someone from the royal palace was involved. It could only have been someone important. Couple all that with the way her brother had reacted to Yi Futian's question, and she realized what was going on. She felt pained at the complications. It was the last thing she wanted to see. Emperor Xia had 7 children, 5 princes and 2 princesses. Xia Qingyuan was the only princess before Yao Shi came to the royal palace, and she had been the youngest. The brothers shared an amicable relationship with their little sister. The brothers doted on Xia Qingyuan, especially the eldest, who doted on her the most when they were young. Xia Qingyuan grew up being showered with love all the time. Even though the princes might have had a somewhat strained relationship with each other, she was never caught in their squabbles. When Yi Futian asked her who Xia Kuan was closest to, she naturally had the answer: Xia Rong, the eldest prince. Back then, Xia Rong was not in the royal palace, but Xia Kuan had been present. Both brothers shared the same ideal. They were warhawks and incredibly talented in cultivation. What those 2 brothers did put Yi Futian's life in jeopardy, so much so that he almost died. And they were doing it through the hands of Emperor Li's realm. One could only imagine how complicated she felt at that moment. All that time, she'd resented what her eldest brother had done and how he ignored her concerns. She was unable to forgive him. However, if Yi Futian intended to settle the score with her brother, she wondered what she would do. Those 2 occasions had been brutal for Yi Futian. While the actions were not specifically directed against him, the ones closest to him had suffered the consequences. Long Linger and the imperial advisor of Dali were almost killed. She and her brother still had blood ties despite what happened, but not Yi Futian. After watching him all these years, she knew how he would treat enemies who went out to harm those closest to him. We'll talk about this at a later date, Princess. Yi Futian knew that Xia Qingyuan was going through a hard time. He could relate. Everyone had their own stance in terms of sentiment, and the world did not revolve around him. The other princes had little care for him. From their perspectives, it would have been completely normal for them to act against him to achieve their own objectives. But all of that could be tabled for the time being. The most important thing at the moment was the war with Emperor Li's realm and the rescue of the imperial advisor. Everything else had to wait. Mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm charged from the western region of the Dali dynasty's territory. The armies fanned out as they entered Dali, with each keeping a certain distance away from the rest. a holiness of nirvana led every army. Doing so guaranteed that if anything unforeseen were to happen, there would always be a holiness of nirvana present, ensuring flexibility by enabling those people to provide reinforcements across the region at the greatest speed possible. Even though the elite forces had the absolute advantage, they were nonetheless on enemy turf. The Dali dynasty had the home advantage, and the possibility of being ambushed as the armies moved deeper into the territory was very high. As such, they did not charge straight in without planning and fanned out instead, doing everything to ensure that they went at the same pace. The demonic beasts could sense what was happening, which was convenient. Information was constantly being updated and streamlined. That was why such strategies were formulated in the first place. They were sending in massive forces after all, and it would have been ridiculous if they were to do it without proper planning. Every single army had detailed maps of Dali dynasty. They were all given their missions and moved simultaneously. A group of swordsmen rode their swords towards the western region. Their aura was incredibly strong. The ones leading the charge were none other than the sword master of Lihin and Ye. They brought the mighty ones from the sword clan of Lihin deep into enemy territory. They consisted of an independent army and were also the smallest among all deployed. But then again, the sword master of Lihin and Yaya were more than enough to take on the massive armies themselves. "We're almost at Daily Mountain," the sword master of Lihin said. All faces became even more serious. They were bursting with sword wills, yet remained cautious. Daily Mountain was the camp where the western army of Dali dynasty was stationed. It had also once been the second largest holy land for cultivation in Dali dynasty. King Tiandao was in charge there. However, he had once spent time at the front lines fighting against the army of Tian, so he had not always been at Daily Mountain. Clouds in the sky turned as the swords zipped past. A group of people went down at blitzing speeds. People below sensed terrifying sword wills coming from above and looked up. All of them shuddered deep down. Yaya waved her hands about and conjured a huge sword matrix in the sky. She gestured, and the sword matrix fired at the tall, majestic halls right before them. The might of that sword matrix was not all that powerful. The attack was only meant for probing. From what they were able to sense, Daily Mountain seemed rather empty. Boom, boom, boom. Swords rained on Daily Mountain, and the palaces and halls collapsed one after another, yet no one emerged. That was supposed to be where the Western army was stationed. It was extensively huge, yet it appeared to be empty. No one is here. The sword master of Lihin turned a bolt of dazzling light from his sword on Daily Mountain. The tall, majestic buildings remained, yet the place was truly rendered empty. Not only was everyone gone, but it was also presumed that they took all cultivation resources with them as well. King Tiandao really was something. He ditched his base of operations just like that. But then again, in a situation where they knew the forces of Emperor Xiao's realm were going to hit Dali, Daily Mountain would have definitely been the first to get hit. King Tiandao had obviously abandoned the base and left a shell of a city behind to prevent them from getting wiped out. Cutting off certain parts to keep the whole alive had been a wise move. But then again, where would the mighty ones of Daily Mountain have gone? The Imperial City. There was also the possibility that they were scattered right below Daily Mountain, or they were hiding in plain sight. We shall cease moving forward for now. Send word to the other armies. The sword master of Lihin told a flying demonic beast at his side, which was enthralled by Yi Futian. The demonic beast relayed the news to Yi Futian after receiving its orders. Yi Futian, who was far away at Emperor Xiao's palace, felt the news was unexpected, but he was not all that surprised. It was within reason. He relayed the news to all other armies invading Dali and took out a map, sending out the next set of orders. Besides having his own mission, the other reason why he stayed behind was that he was the one in charge of the entire operation. He could control demonic beasts, and only he would have been able to see what was going on with all armies. He had to know the locations of all armies at all times, and what predicament they had gotten themselves into. The mighty ones led by the sword master of Lihin were still at Daly Mountain. That demonic beast then said in human speech, "Sword master, please depart. Now that you're deep inside Dali's territory, the enemies are hidden and eyes are everywhere. Chances of ambush are very high." Yeah. The sword master of Lihin nodded. "Let's go." The group then continued riding their swords and headed into deeper parts. Several hours later, the sword master of Lihin raised his hand. His sword stopped moving, and everyone else followed suit. Huge stone pillars were found below, and mystical auras permeated the place. Matrixes, Yaya said, possibly illusory ones which are meant for concealing auras. Boom! The sword master of Lihin waved his hand, and countless beams of swords shot through the air, raining down upon the stone pillars. Rumbles began within mere moments. Devastating powers were felt, and terrifying dragon roars seemed to have been heard. The huge stone pillars crumbled, and the matrix of illusions seemed to have crumbled as well. A terrifying aura was felt, and countless dragon specters suddenly filled the sky. Someone was then seen shot to the air. At the same time, many mighty ones rose from that area. They all had terrifying auras about them. The massive group of mighty ones was an army of saints, laying low and waiting to ambush them. Furthermore, 2 more extremely terrifying auras were sensed as well. "King Tiandao, Prince Regent," the demonic beast said after seeing both of them. 2 of the most powerful figures below the emperor appeared at the same time. They were also likely the most powerful of saints in all of Dali. Not only that, the people they brought were far more powerful than those mighty ones behind the sword master of Lihin. It was obvious that they had a good grasp of the makeup of the army when the sword master of Lihin had stopped at Daly Mountain, and they went on to set up an ambush. The enemy army seemed to have laid down a matrix. Thousands of true dragons roared in the sky. "Get into formation," the sword master of Lihin said. His sword aura permeated the sky within an instant and enveloped him. The mighty ones from the sword clan of Lihin drew their swords and prepared to fight. Terrifying storms of the sword art of Lihin appeared all around them within an instant, with the sword master of Lihin in the center. Those swords whipped about furiously, seemingly without order. They formed a huge net of swords at the same time, tearing up the space around them. True dragons roared as they charged. They were immediately cut into countless pieces as soon as they came near the net of swords. Yaya was positioned in her sword matrix, and diagrams of sword matrices appeared around her. She devoured the aura of the sword arts all around her in a frenzy, imbuing those powers within the diagrams. At the same time, the army that was closest to the sword master of Lihin's was led by 2 holiness of nirvanas. One of them brought a group and headed out for reinforcement as quickly as possible. Back at Emperor Xiao's palace, Xia Qingyuan, Yan Yuan, and the others looked at Yi Futian. "The fighting has begun." "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent appeared at the same place at the same time, intending to surround the sword master and his people. But they are defending with sword matrices. The enemy stands no chance. Does that mean the Dali dynasty army is setting up an ambush in the city? Yan Yuan asked. "Most likely. Looks like it's our time to head out." Yi Futian then looked at Yan Yuan and said, "Elder brother, Fei Xue, wait for my news." Yan Yuan and Fei Xue nodded seriously. Yi Futian, Xia Qingyuan, and the others headed out, leading a group of mighty ones for the teleportation matrix. Not long after, terrifying light emanated from the portal. Yi Futian and the others disappeared from the royal palace. The place they were heading to was not within Dali Dynasty's territory. They headed out to the realm that the three imperial realms had fought over long ago, the Empty Realm. Empty Realm was home to a passage connecting all three imperial realms. The realm that contained powerful resources was still a chaotic place at present. After Yi Futian won in that battle of Empty Realms years ago, Liao broke the rules of engagement and attempted to kill him. The relationship between the realms of Emperor Xia and Emperor Li quickly took a turn for the worse after that, with conflicts occurring regularly. As such, order at Empty Realm was broken, with the realm currently being split into three factions. Three imperial realms remained in a standoff and battles erupted now and then. All of them competed for the realm's resources. At present, all three factions had mighty ones carving out their territories. In Emperor Xia's service, the army of Dou was in charge, with the holiness of Nirvana taking command. The leader was none other than Lu Yu, who had been protecting Princess Xia, Qingyuan, for quite some time. There was also a holiness of Nirvana from Emperor Li's realm present, King White of the Four Kings. The holiness of Nirvana from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm was a monster. It was a protector at the Emperor's side and was known as a king in the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. It had the title of Idol King and possessed formidable powers. All three factions had fought skirmishes against each other time and again, but they had never gone too far. That was because Empty Realm was directly connected to the three imperial realms. All-out wars could have broken out if they were not careful, and all factions could have had people from their respective realms coming to take charge of things. As such, Yi Futian also chose to go to Empty Realm only after King Tiandao and the Prince Regent emerged to intercept the Sword Master of Lihin. He wanted to confirm that enemy officers at the very top had been deployed. If he were to invade Empty Realm without confirming that, there was the possibility of ambush. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent stood at the very pinnacle of Dali dynasty. If they were absent, Yi Futian would still have been able to handle any ambush he ran into. At that moment, a group of people descended from above Emperor Xia's city of Empty Realm. It was none other than Yi Futian's party, and Xia Qingyuan was with them as well. Lu Yu and the sacred general of Dou took to the air and called, "Princess!" Lu Yu had served as Xia Qingyuan's bodyguard for many years, so it could be said that he was very familiar with her. Xia Qingyuan nodded slightly, and both of them turned to look at Yi Futian. Lu Yu met him many times before, yet it was the first time for the sacred general of Dou. The general eyed the genius whose name became known throughout Emperor Xia's realm. He had heard that it was this young man who led this war. Not even the sacred general of Tian, the top general of the 8 armies, had commanded such authority before. But then again he heard that it was Yi Futian who invited the Sword Master of Lihin and many other legendary figures to participate in the war. Senior, Sacred General. Yi Futian addressed them with his hands cupped. "Sir Yi." Lu Yu nodded. "Your reputation precedes you, Sir Yi. I finally get to meet the man in person." The sacred general of Dou had a brimming aura, yet he had the look and bearing of a scholar, appearing well-mannered and elegant. However, there was no mistaking his extremely formidable combat prowess. He was already at the pinnacle of unblemished saint level. "You're too kind, sacred general. How are things here now?" Yi Futian asked. "Quiet. There is no movement from Dali's side, and the Demon Peacock Emperor's realm seemed like they're just watching the world burn. They probably won't get involved," the sacred general of Dou said. "That won't be it," Yi Futian shook his head. The sacred general of Dou looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Do you think that they would choose to ally with Emperor Li's realm and take us on instead?" Emperor Xia's realm was, at the moment, the most powerful among the three. The ones from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm might have allied with Emperor Li's realm out of concern that Emperor Xia's realm would have taken the chance to seize permanent control of Empty Realm. "Would you mind going to Peacock City with me for a bit?" Yi Futian smiled and asked. The sacred general of Dou looked rather puzzled, wondering why Yi Futian would have wanted to do that. He was unable to read the young man's intentions. Very well. The sacred general of Dou nodded, and the group departed. It did not take them long to arrive at the empty realm base of operations for Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, called Peacock City. The group barged into Peacock City right away, landing at the central area. A stout man who emanated brimming might sat before them. His form looked mighty and larger than most. His eyes were very huge, and his nose was unusually long. Those eyes had extremely overbearing pressure emanating from them as they gazed at Yi Futian. That being was none other than the idol king of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. As Yi Futian felt the weight of his vague aura, it seemed the aura was capable of crushing him to death on its own. Even the sacred general of Dou looked rather alerted. I'm Yi Futian. Pleased to meet you, idol king. Yi Futian bowed slightly to show his respect. You are indeed the cream of the crop, City Lord Yi. No wonder the princess spoke so highly of you. The pressure from the idol king dispersed, and he laughed heartily. The sacred general of Dou was baffled. He knew of Yi Futian's current status within Emperor Xiao's realm, and about his rather peculiar relationship with the princess. Yet it seemed Yi Futian had a similar relationship with the princess of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. He wondered how that happened, especially because some years ago Yi Futian had gotten on the bad side of Kong Xian during the Battle of Empty Realm. The sacred general of Dou then looked at Yi Futian's face, wondering if Yi Futian could do as he pleased because of his handsome features. That's quite flattering, Senior. Princess Kong Xian has superb talents, and she will be quite the demon empress herself in the future, Yi Futian smiled and replied. The Black Wind Condor was still training at Demon Peacock Emperor's realm, and he had long reconciled with her. The relationship between the two was quite amicable. If he were to have Kong Xian on his side, then Dali could have been effectively kicked out of the realm. Then the realm would have been subjected to joint rule by Emperor Xiao's realm and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. In Kong Xian's perspective, it all had to do with her coming to terms with Yi Futian and how the bird was training under a super monster as well. There was also the factor of Yi Futian's extraordinary performance in Crimson Dragon Realm at play. As such, Demon Peacock Emperor's realm would have naturally leaned towards having a good relationship with him instead of making an enemy out of him. The joint rule of Empty Realm would have been beneficial to both while causing no harm. As for Dali, Yi Futian intended to take them on, and Dali Dynasty was in a ditch themselves. They could not have so much as even an opinion, let alone getting on the bad side of Demon Peacock Emperor's realm. As such, after receiving Yi Futian's invitation, Kong Xian had returned to Demon Peacock Emperor's realm right away to report. She also relayed the news to Empty Realm through the Black Wind Condor, who enabled Kong Xian to converse directly with Yi Futian. All of that culminated with this meeting between Yi Futian and the Idol King at Peacock City. Senior, it was Emperor Li's realm who broke the rules of the pact between the three realms back in the Battle of Empty Realm. We should have kicked them out of Empty Realm back then, and the realm should be jointly ruled by us, Yi Futian continued. That was the agreement he reached with Kong Xian. Well said. The Idol King nodded. Emperor Li's realm was the one who broke the rules. That is how we should deal with them. The sacred general of Dou, who was at his side, was completely dumbfounded. Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had indeed picked a side, but it was their side that they allied with. How could Dali Dynasty fight this anymore? I'll head back to Emperor Xia City and rally our forces. We'll expel Emperor Li's realm once and for all. Yi Futian cupped his hands before excusing himself. The Idol King looked at Yi Futian's back as he left, recalling how Princess Kong Xian spoke very highly of him. She claimed that his future would not be at either Emperor Xiao's realm or Emperor Li's. The army of Dali Dynasty was stationed at Emperor Li's city. Empty Realm had rich deposits of sacred spirit stones, and they were all imbued with Empty Realm attributes. Furthermore, the realm was connected to 3 imperial realms, so Dali Dynasty would not have given up the place easily. At that moment, King White sensed a looming threat around him. The ones from Demon Peacock Emperor's realm are here, huh? He frowned hard. A mighty one whose aura brimmed stood at King White's side. It was someone whom Yi Futian had met quite a lot of times, Chao Kong, a figure of utmost importance among the demonic clan. There were many mighty ones from the demonic clan right behind him. King White was not the only one in charge at Empty Realm. The demonic clan's mighty ones were there as well. It was apparent that they believed Empty Realm to be important. Extremely formidable pressure of the Great Path rained down on them, and 2 armies came from afar. King White saw the silver-haired young man at the forefront and felt rather complicated. The imperial advisor had taken that young man to be his student back then, and Emperor Li had even wanted to marry off one of the princesses to him. It was quite a pity that he and Li Yao could not have gotten along, given how Li Yao had killed his wife. If the imperial advisor had not gotten into trouble, they would not have been on the defense in this conflict. The imperial advisor alone could have taken on armies. Yan Yuan, the eldest student of the imperial advisor, had advanced to become a holiness of nirvana as well. However, it was done now and there was no turning back. No one would have expected Yi Futian to have grown so much in such a short period. He had already brought a group of holiness of nirvanas to Emperor Xiao's realm. Idol King, Dali Dynasty, and Demon Peacock Emperor's realm had shared amicable relations. Is Demon Peacock Emperor's realm wanting to get involved in the conflict with Emperor Xiao's realm and Emperor Li's realm now? King White asked as he looked at the Idol King from afar. We're not interested in the squabbles between Emperor Li and Emperor Xia. But Li Yao broke the rules in the Battle of Empty Realm all those years ago, and that brought on the current instability. Without those old rules, fighting has continued for the past several years, and the order was disrupted, the Idol King said. Since it was you of Emperor Li's realm who broke the rules, then we shall end the chaos with you. Emperor Li's realm shall leave Empty Realm. King White stared straight ahead. Emperor Li's city was 1 step behind him. It was obvious that the intrusion of Emperor Xiao's realm into Empty Realm was meant to uproot Dali Dynasty from the realm itself. Take Yi Futian out, Chao Kong said telepathically to King White. Those holiness of nirvanas served Yi Futian, so the fighting would end if Yi Futian were taken out of the picture. Your reputation precedes you, Idol King, and I shall now see what you're made of. King White disappeared from where he stood. However, he did not charge at the Idol King. Instead, he headed straight for Yi Futian's location. Chao Kong made his move as well. He stepped out and demonic might swept all over as he headed straight for Yi Futian. The 2 holiness of nirvanas targeted Yi Futian right away. Boom! A loud rumble was heard. The sky shook as if it had been pinned down. All of the mighty ones present felt as if a divine mountain had landed on them, intending to crush them outright. The Idol King threw a single punch at King White's body, making it as he was about to crush his surroundings. Boom! Another rumble was heard and King White's advance was blocked. The Idol King stepped out and said, "If you tell me, I'll happily oblige." Fighting erupted right beside them almost at the very same moment. Chao Kong threw a demonic palm print, which clashed with Lu Yu. His immense power threw Lu Yu back, and he continued, moving forward. People who trained in demonic ways were extremely overbearing. He headed straight for Yi Futian after throwing Lu Yu back. Yet he saw a shadow like a war god of flames standing tall before Yi Futian. That was the Chonglu battle form, taken by Wu Yong. Yi Futian stood right behind Wu Yong, whose body seemed to have turned into a scorching sun. The terrifying will of the Great Path surged inside Wu Yong's body, enhancing his power and cranking his battle form up to the 12th layer. Chao Kong had been the main force when Li Yao intended to kill Yi Futian in Empty Realm. Yaya was badly injured and Wu Qin almost ended up killed. At the time of the Battle of Chenya City in the Crimson Dragon Realm, Wu Yong had used Yi Futian to exert incredible fighting power and shake several Nirvana figures with his performance. The strength within Yi Futian could directly increase Wu Yong's strength, allowing him, who had just stepped into the Nirvana realm, to appear as if he was at the peak of this state. Thus, while the leader of the Zhong clan could only reach the 11th phase of Zhonglo battle form, Wu Yong could reach the 12th phase, creating a towering, immense flaming battle form like a sun god of war. Wu Yong's eyes were as bright as the sun. Once again he experienced that breath. It was an unspeakable power, just like the last time. When Yi Futian lent him the way, he would feel as if he had almost touched an even stronger way, like the source of the great path. His physical body was like the source of all flames, swallowing up the fire of the heavens, thus strengthening himself. He only personally experienced this feeling among the remaining 7 leaders out of the 9 major tribes. He also understood that this must have been related to what Yi Futian had obtained from the relics of Emperor Kwa. Wu Yong naturally would not reveal this. He knew very well that because of his original decision, now Yi Futian trusted him the most. On the other side, Chao Kong was incredibly fast. When the Zhonglo battle form finished being cast, Chao Kong had already arrived. His target was Yi Futian, and naturally he would take Yi Futian down as quickly as possible. Yi Futian was right behind Wu Yong. Mighty demonic powers swept across the heavens, and an awesome demon appeared behind Chao Kong. Demonic clouds covered the sky. They contained a terrible power to consume, trying to devour Wu Yong's flame. He grabbed directly towards Wu Yong's body. Those who cultivated in the demonic arts were experts in close-quarter combat, so he was quite fearless. The giant palm expanded wildly, turning into a vortex of a black hole. It was surrounded by endless dark, magical currents, moving toward Wu Yong's Zhonglo battle form like demonic magic chains. The demonic chains that were formed by the demonic magical currents sheltered the sky and enveloped Wu Yong's body, wanting to imprison him. The terrible, dark, demonic currents swallowed the flames upon Wu Yong's body. A palm of the great path descended and blasted toward Wu Yong's head, wanting to end him then and there. "Let him," Yi Futian said to Wu Yong. Endless flames also surrounded his body. The fire spirit orb of his life palace merged into the ancient tree of the world, and branches and leaves reached out and melded into Wu Yong's body. Wu Yong's Zhonglo battle form became even hotter. Like the center of the sun, flames continued to pour into the great palm print through his battle form, even allowing the chain that grabbed him to devour the flames inside his body. He knew very well that Chao Kong could not swallow this flaming force. Sure enough, Chao Kong's face changed in an instant. The chains became crimson as blood, as did the dark, demonic palm prints. The terrifying red color blended into the darkness, and even the will that was madly swallowing up the flames between heaven and earth continued to surge toward his arm. A terrible sizzling sound was heard, and the endless chain of demonic magic started burning, and the great palm print exploded under the flame. Chao Kong's eyes changed, and his body retreated. He wanted to extricate himself. The temperature of the flames on Zhonglo battle form was getting higher, and there was an illusion of divine fire in this space. It seemed as if it would completely transform it into a world of flame. Boom! Just as Chao Kong attempted to retreat, many flaming arms suddenly appeared upon the 12th phase of the Zhonglo battle form, sheltering the sky. When Chao Kong just wanted to get out of there, he saw that Lu Yu had appeared behind him. He raised his hand to blast out a great palm that struck Chao Kong back, causing him to be surrounded by flaming arms. Chao Kong's pupils contracted slightly. There were 3 Nirvana figures on the other side, and because he was eager to take down Yi Futian, he miscalculated Wu Yong's battle power, or rather, Wu Yong's power that was augmented by Yi Futian. However, Chao Kong was a nirvana-level demonic figure after all. Although he felt the oppression, he was still mentally solid. The monstrous demonic power now turned into an overbearing demonic sword, stepping out in one direction and slashing a way out, cutting off the arms that extended from the Zhonglo battle form. However, as he was about to open up a path, a strong sense of danger descended, and many solar spears fell down, piercing straight at his body. Boom! The magical power swept the world. His body seemed to have been covered by a demonic armor, both hands holding a sword, and slashed out, opening up a fissure with demonic magic. It split the void, breaking the solar spear. Sounds of roaring continued, and the towering battle form of Wu Yong came out. A sun appeared behind him, emitting infinite sun, divine light of the sun. Each beam turned into a solar spear. Yi Futian had inherited the relics of Emperor Kwa, and he now had mastered all the abilities of the 9 major tribes and passed them on to Wu Yong. Therefore, Wu Yong had been improving over the past few years. What he mastered was not just the Zhonglo battle form of the Zhong clan, but also the abilities of the Zhu clan. The demonic sword cut through the sky and kept splitting the solar spears, but there seemed to be an inexhaustible number of solar spears. The demonic currents around Chao Kong's body were burning up so that he felt as if he was in a solar furnace and bore the roasting of the solar true fire. A radiant sun fell, drowning Chao Kong, carrying endless solar spears. Everything about his body was burned into infinity. Chao Kong screamed as the storm intended to devour the flames, but he found that his great path of consumption was not nearly as powerful as Will of the Flames. He only felt that his body was burning, and even his spirit was bearing this power. In the past, when Yi Futian led the way to Wu Yong, it was to fight against several nirvana figures. He easily wiped out the nirvana characters of the Chong clan. Now, Yi Futian's cultivation was even more excellent than at the beginning, and his control of internal strength was much better. Wu Yong had also progressed. So, even though Chao Kong was extremely strong, he was still suppressed with absolute certainty. He couldn't attack, couldn't escape, and was trapped in it. The army on the battlefield had begun to fight. Seeing this situation, Lu Yu turned and headed toward the other battlefields. The cultivators of the Dali dynasty were not their equal and were overpowered. Screams were heard continuously. On the other battlefield, the idol king of the Peacock Demon Realm was also an extremely very powerful figure who could suppress King White. In this battle, there wasn't even a chance for the cultivators of the Dali dynasty to get close to Yi Futian, never mind attempt to take him down. Withdraw. King White retreated and ordered his men to retreat. If they continued to fight, they feared they might be trapped and destroyed right where they were. Chao Kong! He yelled out, but saw that Chao Kong was trapped. Countless flaming arms of the flaming war god attacked at the same time everywhere. With a loud sound, Chao Kong screamed angrily and was hit directly. The flames invaded his body, boiling all of his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of burning blood. What humiliated Chao Kong even more was that Wu Yong didn't seem to want to kill him, but wanted merely to trap him with his Zhonglo battle form, continuing to attack him. King White's look changed as he watched the scene played out. He felt the breath from Wu Yong and knew that Chao Kong probably would not be able to extricate himself from the battlefield. He cast another glance at Yi Futian, who was behind Wu Yong. His return this time would spell another disaster for Dali. Who could have thought that the person who could sway the disputes between Dali dynasty and Emperor Xiao's realm would be a young man? The death of Prince Liao was nothing worth tears. Everything had started because of him. Start the matrix, withdraw. While King White retreated, he forced Lu Yu back, and as the army of Dali dynasty retreated, those who guarded the matrix now initiated the grand matrix of space. In just a moment, a brilliant beam of great path of space covered this immense land. Clearly, the other had prepared to evacuate at any time. "Don't go over there. Get back," Lu Yu and Idol King also ordered. If the Matrix took anyone to Dali Dynasty before the army had a chance to prepare, the outcome would be very miserable. The two sides disengaged in an instant, and each returned to their own camp. A loud roar came out, and Chao Kong went berserk. Knowing that King White had ordered the retreat, one could only imagine what he was thinking. However, he still couldn't escape the absolute control. Finally, Chao Kong, this demon, had finally revealed his panic. He was slightly pale when a beam of bright light rushed into the sky. It was like opening up a great path of space. A group of figures crossed the space and disappeared, leaving Chao Kong there fighting. Bang! With another loud sound, Chao Kong was blasted down by a palm strike and hit the ground. Hot blood came out of his mouth, his clothes were also burnt, and a flaming current now leaked from his torso. "I want him alive," Yi Futian said. The demonic might on Chao Kong was powerful, and he tried to get up as another flaming palm struck him down again. Chao Kong was a giant from the Dali Dynasty, their premier demonic figure with great strength, who was highly respected. In Dali Dynasty, he had the respect and fear of all. But at this moment, his state was miserable. His eyes were pitch black. It was as if he was on the verge of turning into a demon. He tried to get up again and again, refusing to give in. However, he was repeatedly shot down. All of his organs were burning inside. The life force inside his body was being burned up, and his breath became weaker and weaker. Finally, after a long while, Chao Kong lost his ability to resist completely and just laid there, unable to get up. Wu Yong kept the battle form, looking down to survey the figure below. The Idol King and Lu Yu also came, looking at Chao Kong. The Idol King took notice of the desolate state of Chao Kong. After all, he was a leader of demonic magic. However, although he sympathized, he could not say anything. This was the grudge between the two major Renhuang realms. When Chao Kong first engaged Yi Futian, his ambush in the empty realm nearly made Yi Futian lose his life. No matter what Yi Futian did now, it was not excessive. Currently, Yi Futian's figure drifted down from Wuyong, and his breath was gradually collected. He looked at Chao Kong below and thought that he had dealt with Yaya this way once upon a time. This time, again in the empty realm, Chao Kong had wanted to ambush him with King White, thus falling into his hands. As such, he now had the first card in his hand. The existence of any Nirvana plane was extremely precious to Dali Dynasty. Chao Kong was the leader of the Chao clan, and now that he had fallen into his hands, Emperor Li must somewhat consider Chao Kong's fate. At Emperor Li's palace, King White came straight away to inform Emperor Li about Chao Kong. After that, Emperor Li looked up into the distance, and might of authority shrouded the entire Emperor Li city. Empty Realm was now taken away from them. The army guarding the Empty Realm was expelled. The Peacock Demon Emperor's realm joined forces with Yi Futian, and Chao Kong was left behind. It was the perfect picture of this war. Emperor Li's city, inside the palace, there seemed to be dark clouds hovering over it. Princes, princesses, nobles, and other magistrates converged, and troops guarded the whole city. Under the rule of Emperor Li, the imperial advisor of Dali oversaw domestic issues, while King Tiandao dealt with outside matters. This management system rendered Dali Dynasty incredibly strong and prosperous, far exceeding the neighboring Emperor Xiao's realm. Therefore, many in the Dali army and also many of the magistrates believed that they were in a position to initiate a border war and plunder the resources of cultivation from Emperor Xiao's realm, thereby expanding the power of the Dali and making Dali stronger. However, this all changed a few years ago when Yi Futian appeared in Dali Dynasty. After that, because of him, the imperial advisor of Dali was admonished, and the imperial advisor's residence sat there deserted. In a few short years, the invasion of Emperor Xia's realm swept from all directions, pressuring Dali dynasty. The situation was reversed so quickly. In front of the towering golden hall of the palace, Emperor Li stood on the stairs case. People were moving below. Messengers kept coming urgently to report the military situation. His Majesty, Sword Mountain, and Sun City in the southwest fell. In the northwest, Emperor Xia's army had invaded Tianluo City and Yaodu. Directly to the west, Daily Mountain and the relics of the emperor were lost. King Tiandao and the regent failed in the ambush with many casualties and are now retreating toward the imperial city. The messenger relayed the news in one breath and then bowed his head on the ground, daring not to lift it. An important and strategic location in the west, in the shape of a fan, was lost successively, and even the ambush had failed. On the side of the empty realm, King White had evacuated with Cao Kong left behind. The battle was becoming a one-sided situation. However, this situation was also expected. Under the circumstances, the opponent's cultivators of Nirvana Plain occupied the absolute advantage, while Yi Futian still brought many figures of the unblemished Saint Plain from the Crimson Dragon Realm. The invasion by one realm was composed of all major top forces and the 8 great armies. As Dali had been weakened considerably by the loss of the imperial advisor's residence, in contrast, the disparity of power was one-sided. There was silence in the palace. Many ministers were quiet, and the princes and princesses were speechless. Some of the princes and princesses present even had dealings with Yi Futian when he was known as the 7th swordsman in Dali, whose reputation rang throughout the realm. Who would have thought that the 7th swordsman now controlled this great battle of the Renhuang realm? What are your thoughts? Emperor Li looked at everyone in the hall. It was met by more silence. In the world of cultivation, power trumped all. Their previous strategy was to retreat proactively, avoiding direct, all-out confrontation with the enemy, using a few cultivators to ambush possible points of entry. After all, the invading army of Emperor Xia's realm was scattered. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent were undoubtedly the most promising. Supposing they could ambush and destroy one army of the enemy, they could immediately support other areas of fighting. Then there was the empty realm. In addition to King White, Cao Kong was deliberately dispatched to infiltrate the Emperor Li's city in secret and deal a fatal blow if the enemy intended to make a move on the empty realm. But everyone had seen the result. Yi Futian had convinced the demon Peacock Emperor's realm to join forces with him to attack Emperor Li's city in the empty realm, causing the capture of Cao Kong, the premier demonic figure of Dali. His Majesty, since this is already the situation, it is better to give up all the positions. I can't hold it. Is it possible to concentrate all my strength and use time differences to break through one by one? Someone suggested. There had to be a time difference with the arrival of the great army of the other side. King Tiandao and the Prince Regent originally planned to do the same, but the Sword Master of Lihin and Yaya were the main forces defending the Sword Matrix. After the arrival of the reinforcement, the other party seemed to be able to communicate remotely and kept from consistently advancing together. The closer they were to the imperial city, their more positions seemed to converge to support each other quickly, reported the messenger. It is Yi Futian's ability. He can control demons. That was the cause of defeat during the battle for the empty realm, someone said. Unless, the man who knelt on the floor continued. Emperor Li looked at him and said, unless what? Unless His Majesty leads us to the battlefield and smashes them one by one at the fastest speed, the messenger set his head on the ground. When 2 armies fought, usually Renhuags would not participate. If Emperor Li got involved, then it was possible that Emperor Xia may get involved as well. Once a Renhuang intervened, it was possible to make the situation even more serious until it became uncontrollable. It could even trigger a battle to extinguish an entire realm. This kind of thing was not unheard of in history. Emperor Li's eyes were sharp as he stared at the other. The man continued. However, the army of the enemy did not launch a killing spree. Perhaps they have other motivations. It was an invasion initiated by Futian, presumably because of the imperial advisor, the third prince of Dali said. He had participated in the battle of the Crimson Dragon Realm and understood that the imperial advisor was punished because he had let Futian go. The imperial advisor's behavior had indeed been a betrayal of his position. Now, Futian was eager to provoke this war. His motivation was clear. He wanted to save the imperial advisor. Is it possible for the imperial advisor? Someone started, then shut up before finishing the thought. After all, Emperor Xiao's realm was using invasion as a cover and did not say that the operation was to rescue the imperial advisor of Dali. If Dali dynasty used the life of the imperial advisor to threaten them in return, what would that look like? Emperor Li would be embarrassed. Furthermore, the other had already attacked. Would using the life of the imperial advisor even work? What would happen if it failed and Futian ordered a slaughter? At this moment, someone came in running. He kneeled on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, the 9 armies of the Emperor Xiao's realm are advancing at full speed and heading straight towards the imperial city. Without interception, it won't be long before the imperial army of Xia arrives at the same time." The space was still silent. They were crossing the territory of the Dali dynasty and heading straight for the imperial city. Dali dynasty was immense. Out of the countless cultivators, no one was able to intercept. Although Dali was a dynasty, it couldn't mobilize all the cultivators in its kingdom to participate in the war. 9 armies plus Futian and his people from the empty realm should be 10 armies in total. The sword Qi permeated the air, and a strong sword will descended in the distance. Everyone turned their attention there, knowing that the cultivators of Sword Mountain had arrived. Before the swordsmen of Sword Mountain entered the hall with their swords on their backs, the clan leader of Sword Mountain was at the forefront. He bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, Sword Mountain was not able to block them. I have disappointed your Majesty." Emperor Li waved his hand. "Not your fault." It was expected that it could not be stopped. The clan leader of Sword Mountain let out a sigh. Once upon a time, Sword Mountain had invited Futian to cultivate there. Although the army of the enemy invaded Sword Mountain this time, it was not a slaughter. The army of Emperor Xiao's realm had only injured but did not kill. Clearly, Futian had deliberately ordered his men to show mercy. Strictly speaking, there were also cultivators of Sword Mountain who were involved in the pursuit of Futian while in the empty realm. It is commendable that Futian could achieve such mercy. It was a pity that he was Futian, not the 7th swordsman. If he was really the 7th swordsman of Dali, how perfect would it be? There was a strong breath coming from outside of the imperial palace, and the great army continued its return to the imperial city. Both King Tiandao and the Prince Regent returned and came to the hall, bowing their heads. They said, "We have failed." Not only were they unable to kill the sword master of Lihin and his companions, but were attacked by them. Their sword matrix killed many of their people. Emperor Li said nothing, as there someone came forward again. It was King Li, who arrived with cultivators from the lower world. However, King Li Wang had not even reached the Nirvana plane, and his arrival could change nothing. King Li's daughter, Liu, was also present, and her expression was extremely complicated. Back then, she had a good relationship with the 7th swordsman who came from the lower world to the upper world. She knew that Futian had given up on his grudge against Li Yao and had wanted to leave, but the Prince Regent pursued him relentlessly. Furthermore, the imperial advisor of Dali was later dispatched to the Crimson Dragon Realm. The real mistake may have been this. Otherwise, the imperial advisor would not have gone to prison, and Dali would not be in this current situation. No one could come out and turn the tide. Dark clouds shrouded the imperial city of Li. The once prosperous Emperor Li's path seemed a little empty at the moment. The population was either converging at the palace or left this place altogether. Everyone was talking about just one thing. The great army of Emperor Xia's realm would soon arrive at the imperial city of Li. Moreover, the person who controlled this warfare turned out to be the seventh swordsman, a disciple of the imperial advisor whose name was known throughout Emperor Li's path. Had he come to avenge the imperial advisor? Many were thinking, in just a few years, what kind of genius had Yi Futian become? What would happen at the imperial city of Li? In the imperial city, large armies from all sides continually gathered. They were the legions that guarded all corners of Dali dynasty. They had all returned now to prepare for the battle at the imperial city. But according to the information received by the people inside the imperial city, even if the entire army of the dynasty converged, they would still be suppressed in this battle. After a long while, someone rushed toward the palace. Soon, outside the imperial city in various directions, the army of Emperor Xia's realm descended. Outside the city, people looked up at the void, their hearts trembling fiercely. Armies of saints had surrounded the city. 9 armies came one after another, appearing in different positions outside the imperial city. Their bodies levitated in the air, and they could see the adjacent army. They had arrived. The troops had come. No one would have thought that there would be a day when Dali dynasty would be pressed outside its own city wall with no means to strike back. In the empty realm, Yi Futian had also ordered the army to gather and prepare. This time, with the troops marching to the imperial city, he did not believe that Emperor Li would not compromise and release the prisoner. Enter the city. A command was issued, and suddenly the army outside marched straight into the imperial city in an awesome formation. All the cultivators within the city drew back with trembling hearts. Not only did the troops came to the city, but they had now marched into the city and headed toward the palace. Inside the imperial palace of Dali dynasty, Emperor Li looked up into the distance. He had sensed everything outside the city, the presence of 9 armies and a dozen nirvana existents. It was almost double their own numbers. He looked up at the sky and said, "Since you are already here, why not show yourself?" The hearts of the people inside the palace trembled, and when they saw a figure descended from the sky, it was Emperor Xia. When the army invaded the imperial city, Emperor Xia naturally had to be at the helm to control the situation. What if Emperor Li suddenly lost his composure and went crazy? But what was shocking was that beside Emperor Xia, 2 figures descended with him. One of them was an extremely beautiful woman who stood quietly next to a man. The middle-aged man was wearing a gorgeous robe that seemed to be cast by divine feathers. His figure was long and slender, and he had strange pupils. Even in his middle age, he still possessed a handsome and extraordinary temperament. To what do we owe the pleasure of the presence of the Peacock Emperor? Emperor Li said, which made the hearts of many tremble. The Peacock Emperor of the Peacock Demon Realm had also come. The Peacock Emperor stood quietly above the sky and said, "Just walking about. I heard of the dispute between Emperor Xia's realm and Emperor Li's realm, so I came to take a look." Emperor Li's eyes were cold. In the empty realm, the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm had joined forces with Yi Futian to fight against Dali. The appearance of the Peacock Emperor at this moment was naturally a cause for concern. "Your Majesty, at the time of the battle for the empty realm, Dali dynasty and the Demon Emperor's realm were allies and were going to join forces to deal a blow to Emperor Xia's realm. However, those from Emperor Xia's realm were extremely conniving. They gained control of the cultivators of the demonic tribe and disrespected Princess Kongxian. So now, why does Your Majesty allow the Idol King to join forces with the people from Emperor Xia's realm?" Some cultivator of Chao clan said with puzzlement, It was precisely because the Peacock Demon Emperor's realm and Yi Futian joined forces that their leader had been captured. His fate was still unknown. This was also the question of many people. There was a time that Kong Xian hated Yi Futian and his cohort to the bone. Now that you mention the Empty Realm, I seem to remember, Emperorly, that the rules of the battle for the Empty Realm were set by us 3 parties and lasted many years. Your son broke our covenant by disobeying the rules. According to the agreement, Dali will not be eligible to enter the Empty Realm. I am sure you understand. The Peacock Emperor did not respond to the man, but directly addressed Emperorly. The man who spoke was pale, but Emperorly was much calmer. The Peacock Emperor was making a point that he could not refute. When they were at the Empty Realm, it was indeed Li Yao who broke the rules. Well, now that the Peacock Emperor was present, was it to make Dali obey the rules? Of course, the Peacock Emperor said nothing, which only invited more speculation. But despite whatever happened in the Empty Realm, just the fact that the Peacock Emperor stood there was a kind of deterrence. Emperorly, you want to wage war to invade Emperor Xiao's realm, and your elder brother, King Tiandao, does even more so and caused many provocations. Since you seem to want such an ending, then let the armies battle it out, Emperor Xiao said out loud. Emperor Li was silent, like everyone else in the palace. A great battle. Their powers were in great disparity. Battling under such conditions would, no doubt, be a definite loss. At this moment, there was a strong space power blooming. The brilliance shone brightly, and the space above the palace seemed to radiate the brilliance of the great path of space. An ancient path of space appeared, and a group of figures appeared in that direction. In an instant, it attracted everyone's attention. Had the main character arrived? Everyone in Dali Dynasty knew that in this war between 2 Renhuang realms, only Yi Futian was the one to watch. He had instigated everything. Now he came from the Empty Realm through the teleportation Grand Matrix to descend directly in Emperor Li's city. Behind Yi Futian, there was another large army. 2 Nirvana figures, Wu Yong and Lu Yu, were by his side, taking Chao Kong into custody. Chao Kong at this moment was barely breathing. He no longer resembled the awesome demon that he was known as. He had gone through some serious abuse. Yi Futian and the others would not have allowed Chao Kong to maintain any power for fighting. Sir, the cultivators of the demonic Chao clan looked extremely worried. That was their leader, the premier demonic cultivator of the Dali Dynasty. But now he was in such a miserable state. Even if he lived, how would this premier demon figure of the Dali Dynasty face the world in the future? Yi Futian stepped forward toward the crowd directly across from him and came to the front of Emperor Xia's army. Countless eyes from the Dali Dynasty fell on him and his white garments and silver hair. Whether in appearance or temperament, he was extremely outstanding. Compared to the 7th swordsman of yore, he was even more distinguished. Naturally, all of Dali knew that the silver-haired figure they saw was the genius who had infiltrated the Imperial Advisor's residence, the 7th swordsman. He was chased by Dali before, but now he returned with such a dominant posture. He had come leading the great army of Emperor Xiao's realm. Many people in the Dali royal family knew this former 7th swordsman had even gone to the West Mountain to hunt together. Furthermore, the aggressive 7th swordsman had executed a descendant of the Prince Regent's residence without regard for anyone. Now, to behold the 7th swordsman again, the feeling was quite another. Emperor Li's eyes fell on Yi Futian. Back then he did not even realize that the 7th swordsman was using a disguise. Once he had wanted to grant his daughter to Yi Futian as a wife and make him a prince consort. To kill Yi Futian at the time, Li Yao and the Prince Regent suggested that he send the Imperial Advisor to the Crimson Dragon Realm and execute Yi Futian to neutralize this threat, and he had agreed. However, the operation failed, and the imperial advisor could not harden his heart to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't die. The imperial advisor was admonished and was imprisoned by him, and the imperial advisor's residence was history. Emperor Li, as a figure of Renhuang, did not expect that the history of the Dali dynasty would change because of a young man. Now the troops were here in the city. Yi Futian wanted to threaten him, the emperor, into compromising, to releasing the prisoner. Yi Futian greets your majesty, Emperor Li. Looking at Emperor Li, Yi Futian said in a clear voice, but he did not bow in respect, and there was not much respect in his tone. One could even say that his tone had a touch of indifference. In the battle at Crimson Dragon Realm, it was impossible without the explicit consent of the emperor. Who could order the imperial advisor if not the emperor? Obviously, Emperor Li had the intention to coerce the imperial advisor. Although he valued the imperial advisor, his heart was closer to King Tiandao and the Prince Regent. After all, the same blood flowed within them. No matter how much the imperial advisor of Dali achieved, no matter how extraordinary he was always an outsider who could be used and even given enough respect. But when push came to shove, it was always blood that could be trusted more. If the imperial advisor was a relative of the emperor, perhaps the emperor would not have sent him to the Crimson Dragon Realm. Emperor Li should have known how difficult it was for the imperial advisor. But Emperor Li had hoped the imperial advisor would make a choice. You have brought your men here, so don't bother with pretense. Emperor Li looked at Yi Futian coldly and said, Yi Futian, what do you want? When I cultivated in the 9 states the lower world of Emperor Xiao's realm, Li Yao crossed the Renhuang realm, leading people to lay siege on the clan I was with. This caused heavy casualties to my clan, including my wife. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Li and continued. In the Battle of the Empty Realm, it was another slaughter with total disregard of the rules. And in the Crimson Dragon Realm, Dali Dynasty sent out 4 Nirvanas to attempt to kill me. It's not about what I want, but rather, Your Majesty, what do you want? Emperor Li stared at Yi Futian. If Emperor Li desires so much for me to be dead, well, here I am. Emperor Li could order them to do it. Yi Futian pointed to the people of the Dali dynasty. No one made a move. On the side of the Dali dynasty there was dead silence. If the armies collided, they would suffer great defeat. There was no doubt about that. Once, Dali dynasty had attempted to kill Yi Futian many times, but now there was no way that they could. When Emperor Xia saw Emperor Li's silence, he said, Emperor Li, you are, after all, an existence of Renhuang. If you hesitate without a decision, our fighting will be at a stalemate. Why not play a round of chess? Chess. At this moment, Emperor Li did not have the interest to play chess. He and Emperor Xia were equal in strength. One could not beat the other. If there had been a clear gap, there would never have been border wars. The hardest fist was not bound by rules. It was only when 2 sides were equal was there the need for rules. Your Majesty, decide, Yi Futian said. Along the way, he didn't allow mindless slaughtering. It was obvious that he did not view this invasion as a true border battle. Otherwise, it would not have been so peaceful. Countless people of Dali would have fallen along the way. They had only killed those who fought against them because it was kill or be killed by the other. Emperor Li, of course, knew what he wanted. 10 armies descended today. With soldiers now in the city, all these thousands of men came for only one person. The majestic imperial palace with its towering hall stood there in extreme solemnity. Today, for the first time, someone dared to threaten the lord of the Dali dynasty, Emperor Li, to make a decision in this majestic palace. Countless eyes fell on Emperor Li and Yi Futian opposite him. The army encircled the palace, and dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening Emperor Li. Although the reference to a decision was not stated, everyone knew very well what he meant. He wanted the emperor to let the prisoner go. The entire hall inside the palace was filled with pressure. Inside the imperial palace, In the jail cell suppressed by the ritual implement, the imperial advisor of Dali sat there with weak breath, guarded by cultivators next to him. And now, the two who were guarding him were actually on the unblemished saint plane. The two unblemished saints looked into the distance and knew what was happening. They felt pity in their hearts and looked at the imperial advisor of Dali. Once, he was the first person of Dali dynasty under the emperor. Once, he ruled the realm. All had respected him. Even now, though he was imprisoned, a bloody storm of a war started because of him. Emperor Xiao's realm had sent its soldiers to the imperial palace. A fierce battle would be launched if Emperor Li did not comply. Imperial advisor still has power. Even in prison, there are still those who will shed blood on account of the imperial advisor, an unblemished saint remarked. The imperial advisor of Dali raised his head and looked into the distance with a faded gaze. Although his cultivation was obliterated, he could still feel the horrible atmosphere of the entire palace. The entire palace of Dali was facing a great enemy. He knew Yi Futian had come. He valued Yi Futian's talent, and his ideal of boundless great path. Of course, he was reluctant to kill such a character. So, he released Yi Futian in the Crimson Dragon realm. He knew what it meant to release Yi Futian when he had personally witnessed the death of Liao. It meant that he had burned all the bridges, but still he did it. Someone like Yi Futian should not die, let alone by his hands. He knew that Yi Futian would inevitably create into a realm far beyond his own, but he did not expect that Yi Futian would come so soon with his troops. "Why bother?" muttered the imperial advisor. It was true that he did betray his position and betrayed Dali. Thus his cultivation was obliterated, but he did not blame anyone. This was his own choice and the ending that he deserved. But thinking of Yi Futian's arrival, he smiled again. Perhaps he was happy because he had such a disciple. He had thought that his life would end in a whimper, and he would be content for Fei Xue to live a little longer. But Yi Futian had cured Fei Xue, and Yan Yuan and the others had also escaped this place, flying free like birds. Now, there was a disciple of his who may leave a mark in the history of the 3,000 realms. What dissatisfaction could there be in such a life? Even if he were to die now, there would be no regrets. At the imperial palace of Dali, the mighty armies were facing each other. 3 major Ren Huang figures appeared here. Although the palace was very peaceful at the moment, everyone knew that once it exploded, it would be earth-shattering. The whole point now hinged on whether or not the two sides could reach an agreement. Yi Futian launched the war this time and led an army to invade the imperial palace of Dali. His purpose was not to slaughter. Otherwise, the way over would not have been so quiet and countless cultivators would have perished. He came for the imperial advisor of Dali and wanted to force Emperor Li of the Dali dynasty to decide to release the imperial advisor. But could he persuade the emperor? At this moment, Emperor Li looked toward Yi Futian. In his cultivation until now in the Runhuang Plain, he had ruled a realm respected by all in Dali dynasty. He wanted to strengthen the Dali dynasty so that even in times of trouble, they could conquer or defend. He wanted to glorify the name of the royal family of Dali so that it would be known more than just in the one realm. The imperial advisor was competent and was valued. In his view, the imperial advisor would be the main force in his plan to strengthen Dali dynasty. He had even vacated the power of the prince regent and gave all the power to the imperial advisor. However, the imperial advisor had disappointed him. After all, the imperial advisor was not part of the Li clan, and there was no blood of the royal family flowing inside of him. Therefore, he did not share the same position as him. When he encountered Yi Futian, he had committed treason because of his affinity toward his disciple. He had said once that he could allow the imperial advisor to make any mistakes except treason. He was also willing to give the imperial advisor a chance, but he had declined. Therefore, he asked the imperial advisor to obliterate his cultivation and be imprisoned. Now, Yi Futian, the genius character who had caused the betrayal of the imperial advisor, had come here and surrounded the palace with his great armies, threatening him to release the imperial advisor. To release him or not, Yi Futian asked him to make a decision. But how? Yi Futian, in the world of cultivation, discussion of past rights and wrongs are meaningless. Li Yao killed your wife and those in your clan, but you also killed him. You want to rescue the imperial advisor, but the predicament the imperial advisor is in today is all because of you. If it was not for you having been the imperial advisor's disciple as the seventh swordsman, the imperial advisor would still maintain his honorable position in our Dali dynasty, and the imperial advisor's residence would still be respected by those in Dali. All of this was because of your plan for revenge. Emperor Li looked at Yi Futian and said, "Since you want me to make a decision, it will all end today. Everything started with you, and it shall end with you. Yi Futian, if you die, then the imperial advisor will still be the imperial advisor of Dali. I will forgive all the charges against the imperial advisor and his residents, and if they are willing, they can still be in positions of power in Dali dynasty. Of course, he can also choose to leave, and I shall send him off in a manner befitting his position as the imperial advisor." Those who were around were trembling inside, and countless eyes fell on Yi Futian. Emperor Li's decision was that for Yi Futian to die and the imperial advisor would be released, and all transgressions would be pardoned. Now, the people of the Dali dynasty could naturally see that Yi Futian's progress posed a great threat to Dali. If he died, there would not be a Run Huang figure who might obstruct Dali dynasty. If he died, the great army would also fall apart. The Peacock Emperor and Kong Xian were most likely here because of him. And those figures of Nirvana Plane from the Crimson Dragon realm were also fighting for him. As long as Yi Futian was dead, everything would end. Yi Futian stared at Emperor Li. So he asked him to die in exchange for the imperial advisor of Dali. The people of Emperor Xia's realm were angry in their countenance, and Emperor Xia also frowned. The imperial advisor is in this predicament today because of you, and he was willing to die for you, Yi Futian. What the imperial advisor could do, you cannot. Emperor Li continued, "Such a disciple is dishonorable." Emperor Li's voice emitted a strange authority. It penetrated Yi Futian's eardrums and directly affected his will. In addition to the words themselves, his voice also directly affected Yi Futian's emotions. It was as if his words were the truth. He wanted Yi Futian to exchange his life for the imperial advisors. Yi Futian's heart was shaking and his mind was affected. He frowned a little, seeming to have felt the influence of Emperor Li's voice. However, he soon returned to a peaceful state of mind, firmed up his will, and he cast an indifferent look toward Emperor Li. "My master exchanged his life for mine because he was unwilling to slay me. But you wanted me dead, so what my master did was in vain." Yi Futian said coldly, "In addition, there are many elders of Emperor Xiao's realm, as well as elders from Crimson Dragon realm, and the mighty army that joined in this battle because of me. What would become of their deed if I died? Furthermore, Your Majesty, you don't seem to understand the situation today. I am giving Your Majesty a chance to decide, not a chance to renegotiate the conditions of the exchange." Yi Futian's voice grew colder and colder. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly the breath of many nirvana figures bloomed, sweeping through the space and overwhelming the palace, shrouding the imperial palace in an atmosphere of terror. Many large armies marched forward, oppressing with an even stronger might of authority. If there was one misdirected word, there would be a bloodbath. And in the imperial palace of Dali dynasty, a great battle would erupt. Behind Yi Futian, the swordmaster of Lihin and the others reveal a look of relief. Had Yi Futian been influenced by the words of Emperor Li and agreed to such a ridiculous request, then they probably would have been disappointed. Otherwise, why did they fight? Because of Yi Futian's talent, because of his brilliant future, it was possible that he would be a figure who could influence the realms. If it was so easy to lose life over this, then what was the meaning of everything they had done? It was exactly as he said. What was the reason for the imperial advisor of Dali sparing his life? Now, would he be seeking his own death? The hopes of many were pinned on his life. Is it? Emperor Li looked at Yi Futian with sharp eyes and said, "If so, you can order them to give it a try." He was still standing proudly when he spoke. The authority of Renhuang was released to its fullest and shrouded the heavens. His eyes were so deep and unfathomable that it was hard to see what his thoughts were. He wanted to see if Yi Futian dared to issue an order to kill. For many things, there was a difference between 0 and infinity. Once there was a first time, then there naturally would be a second time. Today, Yi Futian led an army to press them, and Dali dynasty had no power to resist. The attack came straight inside the palace, and undoubtedly it was a shameful business to Emperor Li. However, today he was threatened by Yi Futian to compromise. After that, would the people of Emperor Xia's realm no longer attack? If not, then what was the point to compromise? What he wanted now was for Yi Futian to die. If Yi Futian didn't die, the situation would not change. And for Dali dynasty, it could only get worse. Because Yi Futian would only become stronger and stronger, and the outside forces could become even greater. Currently, he was only saint of true self. What if he became unblemished or entered the nirvana plane? Once he entered the nirvana plane, the combat power of him alone would be no less than the imperial advisors, and perhaps there would only be more people who would follow him. Now it was a game between the two. Yi Futian wanted to force him to release the imperial advisor. He wanted to see if Yi Futian dared to make a move. Yi Futian was silent. Looking at Emperor Li's eyes, he knew that he had underestimated the power of Renhuang. Emperor Li would not move first, but he was also betting that Yi Futian dared not to strike first. If it were rushed, then everyone would perish together. Rules were rules, and rules were meant to be broken, not last forever. Unless there were stronger forces regulating the rules, if the moment of life and death for Dali arrived, would Emperor Li still abide by the rules? Release the imperial advisor and return his freedom so that he is no longer bound by Dali. From then on, I, Yi Futian, will never step inside Emperor Li's realm, Yi Futian said, knowing full well the concerns of Emperor Li. He felt that Yi Futian was too great of a threat, and even if he promised to release the imperial advisor, it would not change the situation in the future. Therefore, he wanted Yi Futian to die. "It's not enough," Emperor Li said lightly. "I can release the imperial advisor, but he still belongs to Dali and cannot leave the imperial city of Dali." Even if Yi Futian never entered the Dali dynasty, others still could. What's more, just how credible were Yi Futian's words? The threat to Dali dynasty remained. Either Yi Futian was dead, or the imperial advisor would continue to be controlled by Emperor Li. "Emperor Li, this is hardly the kind of character befitting Renhuang," Emperor Xia said casually. "Wait until Emperor Xia's realm faces a moment like this. Then ask yourself if you have the right to utter this sentence or not." Emperor Li responded indifferently. He was the emperor of the Dali dynasty. All of Dali dynasty was under his guardianship. He would never allow it to be threatened. Yi Futian looked at the figure standing proudly on the top of the stairs, his fists clenched. He was struggling inside. Emperor Li's thinking was spot on. Even if he never entered Dali again, he still had ways to deal with it. Emperor Li had hardened his heart now. He was unwilling to compromise and refused to let the imperial advisor go. "Emperor Li, Li Yao, and all who had grievances with me have died, and the imperial advisor lost his cultivation. All this was counted as even between us, and will stop right here. The loss suffered by Emperor Xia's realm was repaid with the empty realm. So from now on, Dali dynasty will never be allowed to enter the empty realm." Yi Futian continued, "Going forward, I will no longer pursue any of these grudges." Many people look toward Yi Futian. In fact, other than Chao Kong, others still had grudges with Yi Futian. Many cultivators, including the Prince Regent, had gone to the Crimson Dragon realm to kill him, leading to the situation with the Imperial Advisor. But for the freedom of the Imperial Advisor, Yi Futian was willing to make concessions and compromise. In this battle, the army of Emperor Xia's realm participated, but he knew very well that it was not only because of him, but also Emperor Xia. He couldn't gamble everyone's life because of his own grudges. At this moment, he has only one goal, and that was to take the Imperial Advisor away from Dali Dynasty so that he could reunite with Yin, Yuan, and Fei Xue, no longer being oppressed by Dali, and getting to choose as he wished. Concessions such as this should be acceptable to Emperor Li. After all, Emperor Xia's realm came to attack and had breached the palace. Along the way, many important strategic locations of Dali Dynasty were taken by them, including the Medicine City and other important ruins. It could be said that Yi Futian had the absolute advantage. But now Yi Futian had only one condition, and that was the freedom of the Imperial Advisor, and for that he could let go of everything that had been taken. Next to him, Emperor Xia said nothing. This battle was for Yi Futian, and he should make all the decisions. That's not enough. A cold voice responded to Yi Futian. Emperor Li looked at him and spat out these words. Not enough. Even if Yi Futian decided to give up the pursuance of this grudge, and his only wish now was to leave with the Imperial Advisor safely, and he would no longer pursue things of the past, that was all he wanted now. As long as Emperor Li would agree, he would evacuate from Dali. However, Emperor Li had refused decisively. When Yi Futian heard the response from Emperor Li, his face became extremely cold, and a chill was released from his body. His fists were tightly clenched. Today's situation, having surrounded the imperial palace of Dali, was an absolute advantage for them. It should be them who dictated the conditions to force Emperor Li to comply. However, the fact was that he stepped back and conceded, while Emperor Li still felt that it was not enough and refused to make any concessions and release the Imperial Advisor. The Peacock Emperor watched all this quietly in the void. He secretly transmitted to Kong Xian, saying, "When both parties are in negotiation, whoever cares the most is destined to lose. Emperor Li is Ren Huang, after all, and dares to gamble everything and let go. But Yi Futian he can't give up. He came for the Imperial Advisor, and his purpose is clear. He cares more than Emperor Li, so in this exchange he is destined to lose." Kong Xian appeared to be deep in thought. Her father transmitted a secret message to her, was perhaps reminding her of something. In the future, she may also have the experience of an exchange such as this. Even those from Dali Dynasty thought that the emperor might agree to Yi Futian's request and let the Imperial Advisor go, and Yi Futian would retreat. But they did not expect that Emperor Li still did not agree. The advantage that Emperor Li had, compared to that of Yi Futian, was that Yi Futian dared not gamble the lives of everyone, unlike Emperor Li. He was the lord of the Dali Dynasty. He could make any decision, and no one could disagree with him. He did not need to consider anything else. He only needed to consider himself. It was deathly still. Even though Yi Futian was angry, he was also helpless. He wanted to have a great fight and let the army sweep over the entire Dali Dynasty. But just as everyone thought, he had more concerns and he cared more. "Your Majesty then means to make war?" Yi Futian stared at Emperor Li and said, "You came from Emperor Xia's realm and attacked until you came in front of me. Now you ask me if I chose to go to war?" Emperor Li smiled sarcastically, saying, "Yi Futian, I will give you two options. Withdraw, and I release the Imperial Advisor, but he is still not allowed to leave the Imperial City. The second choice is this, now that the Imperial Advisor is suppressed under a pagoda. If you are willing to try to survive the 3 levels of suppressions of the pagoda in the stead of the Imperial Advisor, and you are willing to withdraw your army, you may leave with the Imperial Advisor if you live. Nirvana-level implements are not to be trifled with," Emperor Xia said, looking towards Emperor Li. "The imperial advisor once served the Dali dynasty, but now you threaten us with his life. Emperor Li, don't you think this is unbefitting to your honor as Renhuang? The imperial advisor of Dali betrayed us because of him, yet he refuses to die for the imperial advisor. Now, I only ask him to bear the suffering of the imperial advisor." Emperor Li responded coldly, "The imperial advisor suffered such pain for you daily, Yi Futian. What about you?" His voice was the same as before. It was as if contained certain magic, affecting Yi Futian's will. Many understood. Before, Emperor Li had already revealed his desire for Yi Futian to die. Now he did not directly ask Yi Futian to die for the imperial advisor, but this request was not far off. He wanted to use this to kill Yi Futian so as not to worry later. Otherwise, even if Yi Futian promised to let go of the grudge, Emperor Li would probably still be worried. Only a dead man would require no more guarding. What is the difference between this and asking me to die if Emperor Li takes control of the implement? Yi Futian said. Others will control it, Emperor Li said. Yi Futian seemed a little moved. No matter what means I use. Yi Futian said. Yes, Emperor Li answered. Means. Even if Yi Futian had incredible means, as Saint of True Self, if he dared to agree to it, there would only be one conclusion, and that was death. Even if he could use the external force to exert strength far beyond the realm, the result would be the same. Yi Futian, Emperor Xia called out and looked toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned to look back at Emperor Xia, who said, "You don't need to promise him anything." Obviously, he also did not want Yi Futian to save the imperial advisor in this manner. Since Emperor Li had proposed it, it meant that he had absolute certainty of taking Yi Futian's life. As soon as Yi Futian agreed, what awaited him could very well be death. "What if your majesty breaks your promise?" Yi Futian asked again. "The Peacock Emperor is here. He can be a witness," Emperor Li said, looking up at the Peacock Emperor. "Gladly," the Peacock Emperor in the void nodded in agreement. "Father," Kong Xian looked at him. The Peacock Emperor had agreed so decisively, but for Yi Futian, the result could be fatal. However, the Peacock Emperor seemed extremely peaceful. Yi Futian had chosen this path himself. He caused this war, and everything was his doing. The final decision ultimately was in Yi Futian's hands. Very well. Yi Futian spat these words, which made the hearts of many tremble. Xia, Qingyuan stared at him. Had he agreed to such poor conditions? Yi Futian, Emperor Xia, transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. "Since Emperor Li threatens me with the life of my master, this is the only way. If I can't bear it, your majesty can interfere then by force." Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Emperor Xia. Since Emperor Li was eager for him to die, he would play ball with Emperor Li. Of course, he wouldn't want to die and trade his own life, so he reminded Emperor Xia. He nodded and agreed, but Emperor Xia did not. Since Emperor Li could intervene by force, so could Emperor Xia. Both King Tiandao and the Prince Regent flashed cold, murderous intent in their eyes. They would dare to agree. If so, then the only thing left to do was to kill. They wanted to see how Yi Futian would manage to resist the slaughter of the pagoda. Since that's the case, let's go and check on the imperial advisor. Emperor Li now seemed rather calm and did not show any emotions. He turned around and walked toward the center of the imperial palace. All the cultivators of Dali were following him. Emperor Xia waved his hand, and the mighty armies suddenly moved forward together, heading in one direction. After a short while, they came to a prison and saw the figure of the imperial advisor of Dali. This prison was not an ordinary prison, but was in a separate, independent space. In the sky above the imperial advisor of Dali, there was a giant pagoda, brilliant, sprinkling lights that turned into an independent prison. The body of the imperial advisor was enclosed within, like a prison in space. Traces of horrible will of the great path permeated from it, and there seemed to be an enchantment surrounding the imperial advisor. At that moment he was sitting on the ground. His hair was a mess, his eyes were cloudy, and his hair had grayed much. He resembled the hero of yore, no longer possessing the brave spirit of his former self. Seeing the appearance of the imperial advisor, Yi Futian felt a little sad inside. How could this be the first person under the throne of Dali dynasty? Master, Yi Futian felt saddened, seeing what was before him. He still remembered that when he first came to the Dali dynasty, he had come from the lower realm and entered the palace. He met the disciple of the imperial advisor, Lu Chuan. Even though Lu Chuan was only the youngest disciple of the imperial advisor, he was still in a superior position, treated as a guest of honor by King Li, who ruled the lower realm as one of the four kings. After entered into the upper realm of Dali, he felt even more clearly how respected the imperial advisor of Dali was in Dali dynasty. He has been someone who stood at the peak top of all of Dali. But because he didn't want to kill him, he ended up like this. One could only imagine how Yi Futian felt at this moment in his heart. Leave. The imperial advisor looked at Yi Futian with murky eyes. His voice seemed weak and lacked energy. Leave. Seeing his master like this, how could Yi Futian leave? He walked forward. Behind him, Emperor Xia shrouded the entire palace with his might. If someone in Dali dared to make a move on Yi Futian, he would intervene directly. Master, I will leave with you, Yi Futian said. The imperial advisor had no more cultivation left. How could he leave his master here in this state? Seeing the master today, his breath of life was drying up. He was left on his own. He could really die. For cultivators, the loss of cultivation was the greatest nightmare. People of Emperor Xiao's realm seemed to understand why Yi Futian wanted to save the imperial advisor of Dali at all costs. The former imperial advisor of Dali had ended up like this. Even those top characters of Emperor Xiao's realm who had seen him in Crimson Dragon realm still felt saddened in their hearts. How great was the imperial advisor back then? Even the great shaman was unable to resist him and was suppressed firmly by him. Just himself alone, he could battle several Nirvana characters at the same time. And now, he was on the verge of death. Futian, it's not worth it. The imperial advisor looked at him and said, it was not worth it for Yi Futian to save him. You were high above in Dali dynasty, but ended up like this because of me. Was it worth it? Yi Futian whispered, feeling pain in his heart. He went forward. Step by step, and horrific breath was released from him. The flames now burned into the sky. Above the firmament, wind and clouds were changing. Suddenly, Yi Futian's body seemed to be devoured by the flames, but his eyes were still on the imperial advisor. He continued forward toward the area that was suppressed by the pagoda. Boom! A horrible illusion of the flaming god of war was condensed into existence. An elusive face seemed to appear in the flames above the sky. It was as if Emperor Kwa was summoned here and had descended. The sound of a roar came out. Yi Futian's body became immense, and the Zhonglo battle form was cast. It grew larger and larger, exuding radiance, light of the sun. It was irresistible. The people of the Dali dynasty looked at this scene with shock. Could he exert such tremendous power? At this point, Yi Futian's breath was already that of the Nirvana plane. The strength of that flame was so strong that it might really slay the existence of Nirvana plane. Boom! With one step, Yi Futian entered under the pagoda. Suddenly, the lights of the pagodas fell down, and the violent force streamed down along his body as if to shatter his body. Do it! Yi Futian looked up and looked in the direction of Emperor Li. Emperor Li looked indifferent toward King Tiandao. The chance was best with King Tiandao controlling the implement to kill Yi Futian. Even though Yi Futian's power was comparable to nirvana at this moment, he still would not escape the fate of death. Today he would die. King Tiandao went up to the pagoda. His willpower entered into it, causing it to rotate. Golden light fell upon it like bolts of lightning. Outside the pagoda, the divine golden dragon was circling it, slowly materializing into what looked like a real dragon. Images of more pagodas fell continuously onto Yi Futian's massive figure. All was dead silent throughout the vastness of the sky. Everyone was watching the scene unfolding before them. This was the bet between Emperor Li and Yi Futian. It would probably determine the imperial advisor's fate. The imperial advisor of Dali dynasty looked at the figure in front of him. The once handsome youth had become incredibly large and tall. It seemed that he was trying to protect the old man. A hurricane swept over towards them, making his white hair fly in the wind. However, he had not yet used even the slightest bit of his power. His powers had been permanently damaged, and so there was nothing he could do other than watch everything unfold. The light of the pagoda was extremely bright in that suffocating space. After what seemed like a long time, King Tiandao was finally able to control the pagoda completely. He stepped forward with a cold look on his face. He looked down at Yi Futian. He knew why Emperor Li was doing this. The true killing power of the pagoda did not lie in what it displayed on the outside. As long as Yi Futian nodded, he would be killed beyond all shadow of a doubt. Even if it had been him who had to bear the 3 attacks that would happen when he activated the pagoda, he would still be in danger. So how much more so would be Yi Futian, who was merely a saint of true self. When Yi Futian died, the others from the Crimson Dragon realm would flee as well. The others did not know the imperial advisor, or even Emperor Xia. They were not Emperor Xia's subordinates, so they would not necessarily give their lives for him. Moreover, Emperor Xia himself would not dare to gamble the lives of all his people here to save the imperial advisor. "Die," said King Tiandao in a low voice. He finally made his move. There was a loud noise as shining divine beings were released from the pagoda. Boom! A shocking noise rang out as Yi Futian's massive body was smashed by a colossal pagoda that covered him completely. Endless destructive lightning ravaged his flesh, and he was crushed by a terrible pressure. The dragon roared as Yi Futian raised his head. He seemed to have appeared in the space in the middle of the pagoda. The divine golden dragon rushed down with a roar and entered directly into his mind, smashing into his spiritual willpower. The dragon's roar sought to shake his very soul. Crack, crack, crack. Inch by inch, cracks were appearing in Yi Futian's massive form. His mind shook, and he felt half dead from fright as his flesh was destroyed. He was too strong. This power would not only destroy his body, it would also destroy his spiritual willpower. So this was a weapon of mass destruction. Yi Futian's massive form could not even withstand a single attack. Everyone's hearts trembled as they watched. Emperor Xia's eyes were cold as he watched. It seemed like he was ready to get involved at any moment. If Yi Futian could not hold out, then he would get involved, even if it started a war. He could not watch Yi Futian die. Yi Futian had made a bet, but he did not want him to give up his life. "Continue," said Emperor Li. His voice was calm. He did not ask for King Tiandao to stop. If he wanted to kill him, he would have to do it all with one sustained effort and not give Yi Futian a chance to breathe. You would have to crush him. You would have to destroy his body and cut out his soul. No matter how outstandingly talented Yi Futian was, today he would be left behind forever. "Very well," answered King Tiandao. He launched another attack that split the earth and cracked the sky. The endless divine light of the great path gathered together and fell upon the pagodas. The pagodas seemed to grow taller and rotated above Yi Futian's head. All of the attacks were falling upon Yi Futian. They were extremely accurate and not a bit of power was wasted. The several unblemished saints by Emperor Li were protecting the imperial advisor with their will. Even though the attacks were incredibly accurate and would not hit him by accident, the imperial advisor was so weak that he could not bear even the slightest disturbance. Before Emperor Li made his decision, they could not let him die here. The endless divine light transformed into another pagoda that wrapped around Yi Futian. The storm of golden pagodas spun, flattening everything, continuously shattering his Chonglu battle form. The terrible, destructive storm seemed to be at the nirvana level. Its fury was continuously renewed. The Chonglu battle form seemed about to collapse, and his legs seemed unable to support him as he was cut down by the terrible force. It appeared that he would fall. Endless arms of flames of the way stretched out, pressing against the ground to hold him up, but the terrible destructive light destroyed them. Boom! Yi Futian could only feel a divine pagoda crushing down on him. Magma seemed to be condensing from his flames of the way, turning into an indestructible solid. But cracks still appeared in it. What was worse was that his body was relatively unharmed compared to what he was suffering in his mind. With pagodas and firelight dancing before his eyes, the imperial advisor of Dali's robes fluttered in the wind. He looked over at the battle form that was being crushed in front of him. Suddenly, he found himself thinking of a previous destructive battle. At that time, he had been in Emperor Li's good graces. Thus, when he had entered the Dali dynasty, he had been named imperial advisor. He had been devoted to the dynasty and trained many cultivators. Today, many of the amazing cultivators of the Dali dynasty had once been under his guidance. He did not want to see the future Dali dynasty suffer the kind of destruction he had once faced. At the same time as the Dali dynasty was rising, he had taught disciples and found a place for Feishue. He had thought that life would always be like that. If he could protect the dynasty as it prospered and spend more time with Feishue, he would have been satisfied. Because Feishue spent so much time sleeping, the two of them spent more time separated than together. The days had passed like this for many years. But since Feishue was always in the realm of sleep and had been so young, he had had to move forward alone in order to protect Feishue. Yi Futian's appearance had changed everything. Everything in the world has a destiny. In the end, it had been impossible for things to continue as he had wished. But no matter what, everything that had happened before had been destined to happen, and so he could accept them with a clear conscience. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. But those disciples who had studied under him for a time were not willing to let him die. The destructive storm was tearing through Yi Futian's battle form. It seemed like he was about to fall. A stronger force was brewing and could fall at any time. Emperor Xia's aura was growing stronger. It seemed like he was preparing to attack. But just at that moment, an even stronger aura burst out from Emperor Li. He did not look at Yi Futian, but at Emperor Xia. "Emperor Xia," he said, "the winner and loser of the previous battle have already been decided. Let's have another one, shall we?" On saying this, he stepped forward and suddenly descended right in front of Emperor Xia. He had obviously guessed what Emperor Xia was thinking. He would not let Emperor Xia interrupt King Tiandao while he was killing Yi Futian. Emperor Li was so strong once he decided to act. In a flash, the entire palace was filled with his power. Emperor Xia raised his hand to attack, forcing his opponent's energy to disperse. The great army of Emperor Xiao's realm was behind him. The two of them shot up into the clouds. There was a loud noise and destructive light boomed. If the two of them had not gone up into the sky, countless people would have been killed by their attacks. Emperor Li was gambling with the lives of everyone in his palace. He was betting that Emperor Xia would not put up a fight. His beloved daughter Xia Qingyuan was there as well. Boom! At that moment, King Tiandao launched his third attack. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly as they stared at Yi Futian. His battle form was cracking inch by inch as it continuously collapsed. A lightning bolt shot into him, piercing through his body. The pressure was crushing him down. He turned his huge eyes towards the Imperial Advisor. "Why are you doing this?" The Imperial Advisor's long hair flew in the wind as he stared at Yi Futian. This was not the outcome he had wished for. He did not want to see Yi Futian gamble his own life for his. However, he saw that Yi Futian was smiling. Blood was flowing from his mouth. As the heavens' movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. These words echoed throughout Emperor Li's mind. These were the words that he had said to Yi Futian. Now Yi Futian was giving them back to him. When cultivating the great path, a gentleman should be continually improving himself. Why should he seek death? That was nirvana. Looking into those smiling eyes, the Imperial Advisor smiled as well. But even as he smiled, his eyes grew wet. He slowly stood up. Even though the years weighed down on him, he still stood straight. He had the backbone of a gentleman. As heaven's movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. The Imperial Advisor looked up into the sky. A terrible storm was whipping across the land, and a brilliant light was flashing. His body was still extremely fragile, and it seemed as if a gust of wind could knock him over. But within that weak body lay an unyielding heart. Boom! 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 Destructive attacks were still shattering Yi Futian's battle form and even smashing into his body. His spiritual will was also under devastating attack, but his eyes were still bright. "You're still not dead." King Tiandao's face darkened. "You have had your 3 attacks. Release the Imperial Advisor," came a voice from up in the sky. "But as for the army that Yi Futian is leading, destroy them." The words "destroy them" fell from the sky like a bolt of lightning, entering directly into everyone's minds. It seemed that Emperor Li still wanted to do this. He had only promised to let the Imperial Advisor go. He had not promised that after 3 attacks, he would stop fighting altogether. King Tiandao could take this chance to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian had no chance to escape. As long as he abided by Emperor Li's conditions, he would die for sure. "Yes, Your Highness," said King Tiandao clearly. He had a fierce desire to kill Yi Futian. The unblemished saint's power disappeared from the Imperial Advisor's body, and at the same time they tried to undo his bindings. "Don't trouble yourselves," whispered the Imperial Advisor. As he said this, the bindings on him shattered into pieces. The destructive hurricane swept out, sending the unblemished saints around him flying. Brilliant light shot up from his body into the sky. Just as King Tiandao launched another attack, he raised his fist. Dong! With a loud noise, an incomparably huge pagoda fell, but it was blocked by a huge palm print that covered the sky. It was big enough to block the entire sky in one direction. Countless beams of divine light fell upon the Imperial Advisor. His white hair gradually disappeared and his wrinkles faded. His cloudy eyes became dazzlingly bright again. His calm voice rang out through the palace. "From now on, I will no longer obey Emperor Li. I am no longer the Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty." Everyone's hearts were beating fiercely as they watched. They saw the Imperial Advisor standing there in his worn-out robes. Although he had been rejuvenated, his body still looked frail. But even so, a brilliant divine light shone around him, and a formation flashed into existence. The ancient characters strong, flowing, leave, and threshold circled around him, making the storm of the great path grow stronger and stronger. He looked up into the sky and began to rise into the air. This is... Everyone's hearts were pounding. The Imperial Advisor of the Dali dynasty had destroyed his powers. So what was happening now? He raised his hand, covering the sky and blocking the divine pagoda that was crushing down. Yi Futian looked up a little bit. When he saw what was happening, a bright smile appeared on his face. As the heavens' movement is ever vigorous, so must a wise man ceaselessly strive. This was the imperial advisor. He had permanently destroyed his powers because he had not wanted to leave for the sake of Yen Yuan and the others. However, he had reached nirvana. When one reached the nirvana level, dying was not that easy. He may have destroyed his powers, but the nirvana within him could be born again. The imperial advisor had done this. This was true nirvana, even stronger than it had been in the past. King Tiandao looked shocked. He could faintly feel a transcendent power. It was frightening. The imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty had gone beyond the peak in a single step. His body may have been weak and frail, but he could shake the earth with his very thoughts. Boom! He activated the pagoda, and divine light shone, splitting the very air as it tried to flatten down everything below it. It was trying to kill the imperial advisor before he had been wholly revived. The image of a huge divine pagoda appeared, crushing downwards. It seemed strong enough to break someone's very soul. The imperial advisor looked up. Brilliant divine light was falling onto him from the sky. His aura was still quite weak, but when he stretched out his hand, a mighty figure appeared, moving in tandem with him. He raised his hand and pointed at the pagoda. At that moment, countless beams of light fell upon the pagoda at the same time. A loud dong rang out through the sky. In the next instant, countless cracks appeared in the divine pagoda as everyone watched with trembling eyes. The cracks spread and widened. Bang! The pagoda shattered as the divine light swept over it. A nirvana-level ritual implement had been shattered. What level of power could do this? Renhuang level? No, they could all naturally feel that the imperial advisor had not become a Renhuang yet. A Renhuang would be even more terrible than this. Moreover, to break through to the Renhuang level was not that easy. Even if your state of mind changed, it did not mean that you would necessarily be able to break through. But even though he had not become a Renhuang, he was still close to that level. The imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty was at the peak of the nirvana level. He was subordinate only to Emperor Li. His current breakthrough only proved that he had already touched the path of Renhuang. Yi Futian knew that he had already reached the level of ninth servant. Maybe he was even higher. But ninth servant looked down on all the nirvana level cultivators. They had relied on forming the sword matrix of the void to hurt ninth servant, but even so he had crushed Li Kai, and they were unable to block him. From this, the ninth servant's power and confidence were evident. And right now, the imperial advisor was giving Yi Futian a similar feeling of invincibility. He had destroyed a nirvana-level ritual implement by pointing at it. A look of shock came over King Tiandao's face. He shot up into the sky, trying to escape. The imperial advisor was too frightening then. He was making him afraid. King Tiandao, said the imperial advisor. He clenched his fist, and suddenly the sky-covering palm print shot downward. King Tiandao felt a suffocating pressure covering him and slowing his movements. The palm print grabbed King Tiandao. His aura surged with power, but he was unable to escape. The imperial advisor was still floating up. He kept going until he was level with King Tiandao. Imperial advisor, are you going to betray the Dali dynasty completely? Roared King Tiandao. I have already died once. I have no more association with the Dali dynasty. You wanted to kill me and even destroy my residence, causing a war between realms. So I will give you a glorious death, said the imperial advisor. No. When King Tiandao felt the imperial advisor's murderous intent, a look of panic came over his face. He was King Tiandao of the Dali dynasty, the brother of Emperor Li. He had once almost taken the throne from the emperor. Bang! The imperial advisor did not give him a chance. He squeezed his fist, and countless brilliant beams of light shot towards it like a catastrophe of the heavenly path. They not only destroyed King Tiandao's flesh, they even destroyed his soul, giving him no chance of survival. King Tiandao, the leader of the Dali dynasty's army, had fallen. He had been killed in the grand palace of the Dali dynasty. Moreover, the one who had killed him had once been the imperial advisor for the dynasty. They had once been the two most important people below Emperor Li in the Dali dynasty. The imperial advisor was responsible for internal matters, and King Tiandao was responsible for external affairs. Now the imperial advisor had slain King Tiandao. This scene was incredibly shocking for the cultivators of the Dali dynasty. Even outside the palace, countless people were watching the battle. When they saw the imperial advisor kill King Tiandao, their hearts trembled as well. The imperial advisor came a series of murmurs and shouts. The voices built up into a storm of noise that flowed in all directions. The imperial advisor may have been imprisoned, but he was still a prestigious figure. Many people still remembered him, especially here in the imperial city. The people within the palace were the same. He had trained many of them. Everyone had once believed in him. Everyone had once respected him. However, he had been imprisoned because of Yi Futian. That incident had had a huge effect on the Dali dynasty. The battle in which Yan Yuan and the others had left had probably been because of this. The imperial advisor looked around at the people outside the palace. Everyone was watching him. Their whispers reached his ears. He said, "My residence was destroyed several years ago. Because of the order that Emperor Li just gave, I no longer owe the Dali dynasty anything." Everyone was speechless. Of course, he did not owe the Dali dynasty. He had served them faithfully but had been imprisoned because of what Li Yao had done. These past few years, he had punished himself. He had still been repaying the emperor's grace. But Emperor Li had just used him to threaten Yi Futian and had even asked Yi Futian to die in his place. He no longer owed Emperor Li or the Dali dynasty anything. This was a new life for the imperial advisor. He was no longer the same person that he had been. He was no longer the imperial advisor for the Dali dynasty. Boom! Up in the sky, a terrible power swept out, covering the palace and enveloping everyone within it. Everyone's hearts trembled. They could naturally feel it. It was a Ren Huang-level force, a pressure that had come from Emperor Li. He had already prepared his method of killing Yi Futian for when he agreed to his condition. Once Yi Futian died, the rest of his army would shatter. But he had never thought that the imperial advisor would regain his power and even transcend his limits. He had slain King Tiandao. It was the outcome of the war between him and Emperor Xianao. There was no suspense at all. Destructive attacks fell from the sky. Everyone knew that it was the battle between Emperor Li and Emperor Xia happening high up in the air. But at that moment, it seemed that Li Yao was trying to affect the battle below with his power. His will was falling. The Peacock Emperor looked up into the sky. "Emperor Li, since you asked me to witness this, I have witnessed it. You made Yi Futian promise you, and he did so. You lost your bet. Are you trying to meddle in the outcome?" 9 colored lights shone from his body. He spread his feathers, covering the sky and blocking the falling power, separating it from the battle below. The Peacock Emperor was taking a stand. The people of the Dali dynasty went pale. The tables had turned completely in a single instant. It had been in the instant when the imperial advisor had come back into his power. "This was your choice, Emperor Li," came a cold voice that boomed through the air. Everyone looked at Yi Futian standing there despite his grave wound. He had suffered 3 attacks from a Nirvana-level ritual implement, and yet he was still alive. And he could still stand. "Kill Chao Kong," came a cold voice. Chao Kong had been taken and had lost his ability to fight. He trembled with fear and went pale when he heard Yi Futian. The cultivators of the Chao clan looked shocked as well. Wu Yong stretched out his hand and slammed his fist down on Chao Kong's head with flames of the way in his fist. His hand suddenly turned into a flaming fist. No, there was an intense look of fear on Chao Kong's face. "Your Majesty," he shouted. Now, only Emperor Li could save him. Boom! The flaming fist slammed down, and the terrifying flames of the way entered Chao Kong's mind, making him scream miserably. The flames burned his body. An incredibly powerful and talented figure of the Dali dynasty had come to such a miserable end. Yi Futian looked up at the imperial advisor and said, "Teacher, the Prince Regent always tried to destroy your residence. Kill him." The Prince Regent had been a part of many things in the past. It could be said that he had even urged the imperial advisor to go to the Crimson Dragon realm and fight Yi Futian. If it had not been for him, perhaps none of this would have happened. A look of panic came over the Prince Regent's face when he heard this. He had witnessed how the imperial advisor had destroyed King Tiandao with his own eyes. He had crushed him, killing him so decisively that he had had no hope of escape. If the imperial advisor acted against him, his fate would be the same as King Tiandao's. He would be crushed. As he thought of this, he turned to flee. In this hopeless situation, he chose to flee rather than fight. Up in the air, the imperial advisor cast his gaze over him. He strode through the air and appeared in front of the Prince Regent. The Prince Regent looked up and saw the figure overhead. Brilliant light flashed as if the power of the Heaven Great Path was falling upon him. "Fall!" spat the imperial advisor. When he said this, the divine power of the Heavenly Great Path transformed into many divine swords that shot down from the sky, piercing through the air. The Prince Regent roared, loud as a dragon, loud enough to shatter the heavens and the earth. He raised his fist to strike, slamming into the oncoming swords. He tried to break out from the encirclement of swords, but at that moment a beam of light shot into his eye. Slice! Another sword fell from the sky. The Prince Regent tried to block it, but the brilliant divine sword pierced through the true dragon and ran through the Prince Regent's body from the head on down. The Prince Regent's body was pierced in a flash. Terrible light shot out from him, and he gave a howling shriek. Under this brilliant light, his body was shattered into nothingness. First, it had been King Tiandao, and now the Prince Regent. Both of them had lost their lives. Including Chao Kong, the Dali dynasty had lost 3 of its top figures. Moreover, their former imperial advisor had slain 2 of them. Many of the people in the palace felt a deep sense of misery. Even the prince felt this way. Those who belonged to the Li imperial family harbored murderous intent, including King Tiandao's people and the Prince Regent's people. The Dali family had been opposed to the imperial advisor's residence and were always trying to bring about the imperial advisor's downfall. "In the past, you all participated in the siege of my residence," said the imperial advisor. Up in the sky, a divine array of the great path flashed. Ancient characters floated around him. "Kill them." The imperial advisor's eyes were cold. When he said this, divine light fell everywhere, destroying everyone. No one could survive it. The people of the Dali dynasty had once thought that the imperial advisor was too kind. He knew many powerful techniques, but he did not use them. Otherwise, the Dali dynasty would have been able to destroy Emperor Xiao's realm. There would have been no reason why they should have lost the battle of the Empty Realm. But the imperial advisor had always been very careful about the techniques that he used. The imperial family all thought that he was too calm and was not fierce enough towards their enemies. Now the imperial advisor had finally started to kill, but he had not killed the people from Emperor Xiao's realm, but rather those of the Dali dynasty. He had given all his loyalty to the Dali dynasty, but even destroying his powers was still not enough. Emperor Li had still tried to control the imperial advisor's residence. And now, when the people of Emperor Xiao's realm had come to save him, then Emperor Li had used his life as a way to threaten Yi Futian. He had asked Yi Futian to die in his place. Of course, this had made him completely hopeless. From now on, he owed the Dali dynasty nothing. He would no longer be their imperial advisor. And since he owed them nothing, it was time for payback. If the people of the Dali dynasty said that he was betraying them, then so be it. Qin Xiangang, came an angry voice from the sky. The world shook as terrifying destructive light fell. The imperial advisor looked up and stretched out a hand. He used the heavenly great path to block the falling destructive light. There was a loud noise as his fist was destroyed, but the imperial advisor was not harmed. Even Emperor Li's will could not kill him. Since you have already made your choice, Your Majesty, you have no right to be angry. The imperial advisor was looking into the sky. Qin Xiangang was his original name. Few people knew that. The people of the world were all used to calling him the imperial advisor, but Emperor Li naturally knew his true name. Emperor Li wanted to kill Yi Futian and had done all he could to do so. This was his decision. At the moment that he had made the decision, nothing could be changed. Fate was set. Anger and regret would be meaningless. He did not regret letting Yi Futian go in the past. He did not regret destroying his own powers to give Yan Yuan and the others a chance to live. Now he had begun slaughtering the people of the Dali dynasty. Even if the people of the world spurned him for it, he would still not regret it. This was his choice. Another attack fell, and many people were killed on the spot. Imperial advisor. At that moment, Li Xian stepped forward. He rose into the air and stood before the imperial advisor. He and Li Yao had once both been close to the imperial advisor and had desired to study under him. The Dali dynasty has treated you shamefully, but is this what you truly want? Asked Li Xian. Imperial advisor. King Li and some others stepped forward as well. They all knew that as long as the demon Peacock Emperor was helping him block Emperor Li's attacks, then Emperor Xiao's people would not even need to get involved to defeat them. None of them could stop the imperial advisor when he was like he was today. Imperial advisor. On the ground, some people were even kneeling. They looked up at the figure in tattered robes up in the sky and begged him for mercy. Seeing all those figures, the imperial advisor sighed inwardly. He had so much bitterness in his heart. But after he had spent so many years in the Dali dynasty and trained so many of their youths, and there were those among the princes who had done him no wrong. And in the past, Emperor Li had treated him well. Otherwise, he would not have always done his all for the Dali dynasty. He sighed inwardly again, then turned and walked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian watched him come. "Let's go, teacher," he said with a smile. The Peacock Emperor had no quarrel with Emperor Li. He was shielding them from Emperor Li's madness. He would not really ally with Emperor Xia to kill Emperor Li. If they could kill him, that would be great, but what if they couldn't? Emperor Li would vent his rage by slaughtering the people of Emperor Xia's realm and the demon Peacock Emperor's realm. Could Emperor Xia and the Peacock Emperor keep a constant watch on him? And even if they watched him, could they stop him? Thus, they could not really destroy the Dali dynasty. And in principle, this battle between the three emperors had not broken any rules if it all ended here. This was a terrible defeat for the Dali dynasty. Emperor Li had displayed a fierce and decisive nature, but it had all been for the purpose of killing Yi Futian. But he did not dare to harden his heart and try and destroy them both together. The imperial advisor nodded. He walked up to Yi Futian, who had once had such a weak aura, and then returned to Emperor Xiao's camp. "Disperse the army," said Yi Futian. Throughout Emperor Xiao's vast army, all the divisions began to disperse. None of the cultivators of the Dali dynasty dared to stop them. They had lost 3 of their great cultivators. Now they no longer had the imperial advisor, the prince regent, nor King Tiandao. They had lost a lot of their vitality. It would probably take a long time to recover, and they no longer had the resources to challenge Emperor Xiao's realm. At the very least, they would be like this for a very long while. As for the future up in the sky, the great battle was still raging. It seemed as if the sky would collapse and the earth would split. When the great army of Emperor Xiao's realm had dispersed, Emperor Xiao's voice rang out through the air. "Do you still wish to continue, Emperor Li?" As he said this, beams of destructive catastrophe, light fell from the sky, and two figures floated down slowly. The Peacock Emperor returned to his original place and stood beside Kong Xian. Emperor Li swept a cold gaze over Emperor Xia. Then he looked and saw the situation that the Dali dynasty was in. In reality, he had already seen that before. How could he have imagined that the imperial advisor would break through his state of mind in a situation like this and advance to the next level? It seemed that he had already touché the gate to the Renhuang level. The imperial advisor was Yi Futian's only condition. He would not lead the great army in an attack. The army would disperse, and he had promised to forget this grudge. But what about now? Not only had the imperial advisor left, but he had also gone beyond the limits of his power. The Dali dynasty had lost 3 Nirvana-level cultivators. Other than that, his previous agreement with Yi Futian was not included in this. He might come back in the future. If Yi Futian reached a level where he could threaten him, he would certainly not let him go. The reason he had not brought slaughter to his men today was that he still had misgivings about facing a Renhuang-level emperor. Emperor Li turned and descended. He walked back towards the palace. It seemed as if he was calmly facing this tragic defeat. He did not give vent to his rage. He did not even say anything angry. This was the way things had ended, so doing any of that would have been meaningless. He had not lost this game before, and in this case, he did not think he had done anything wrong. He had lost to fate. He had bet that Yi Futian would not have the guts, so he had pressed him hard at every step. He had put forward his conditions, prepared to do whatever it took to kill Yi Futian. But the imperial advisor had recovered, and thus he had been badly beaten. But he had not lost to Yi Futian. Even though he had lost, he would not lose his temper and go on a rampage. He was at the Renhuang level, so his state of mind was better than that. But he had bet the Yi Futian would not risk that. But now it was all finished. Things had come to their end and could not be changed. Now he should be thinking about the future. Emperor Xia knew that Emperor Li was merely threatening Yi Futian. In reality, he also would not give vent to his rage by going on a rampage. He would wait and see who backed down first. He looked up and nodded to the Peacock Emperor, and then the two of them left in different directions. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was as if they had never even come. Everything in the royal palace of Dali was in disorder. This was a day that the Dali dynasty would never forget. Throughout Emperor Li's city, countless people were standing there in shock, looking up at the disappearing figures. The famous imperial advisor was now far away. After what had happened, he had already been fated to leave the stage of the Dali dynasty's history, but he had still been in the royal palace of Dali. But now the Dali dynasty had lost him forever. He had brought glory to the dynasty. Even when he left, he would never be forgotten. Now, what could the Dali dynasty use to fight Emperor Xiao's realm? They had lost the empty realm, and in the future, they would probably lose even more. Of course, other than the imperial advisor, there was one other name that the people of the Dali dynasty would never forget. Yi Futian. Everything had started with him. Of course, who could blame him? From the start, everything had been caused by Liao, the prince of the Dali dynasty. The man who had once thought he could crush as easily as an ant and not only cost him his life, now he had taken away one of the most significant figures in the Dali dynasty. Who could have imagined it? If Liao was still alive and had learned of today's battle, what would he have thought of it? In direct contrast to the Dali dynasty, Emperor Xiao's realm had experienced a glorious victory. 10 army divisions had set out and swept away all in their path. They had attacked the royal palace of the Dali dynasty and laid siege to it. They had brought the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty to Emperor Xiao's realm and killed 3 great figures of the Dali dynasty, including King Tiandao. Moreover, Emperor Xiao's realm had paid only a small price for this victory. This glorious victory sent great waves throughout Emperor Xiao's realm. From now on, the Dali dynasty would no longer be a threat to them. Yi Futian's fame grew even brighter. He eclipsed the princes of Emperor Xiao's realm and even Princess Xia Qingyuan. Of course, as far as many people were concerned, Yi Futian and the princess were inseparable. This battle made more people think that the future ruler of Emperor Xiao's realm might be Yi Futian. Within Emperor Xiao's palace, the great army returned to their stations, and all the top figures who had gathered left. Yi Futian immediately shut himself away to heal. It would probably be a long time before he was fully recovered. In the palace courtyard, Yan Yuan, teacher Nanzhai, Mu Chunyang, Lu Chang, and Fei Shue stood before the imperial advisor. "Teacher," called Yan Yuan and the rest. They were all smiling, just as brightly and simply as they had in their youth. Fei Shue walked forward, smiling. Tears were flowing down her cheeks. She took her father's hand and embraced him. "Father," she said. The imperial advisor hugged her gently, 1,000 feelings racing through his heart. It seemed as if he had been reborn. When Yan Yuan and the others saw this, their smiles grew even brighter. They sighed inwardly. Yi Futian had not lied to them. He had brought their teacher back. It had begun with him, and it had ended with him. After a few months, the news of the battle with the Dali dynasty had spread throughout Emperor Xiao's realm. But no one was able to find out anything else. Just that Emperor Li's realm had made concessions on all of the issues that had caused friction between them and Emperor Xiao's realm. They had no other choice, as they no longer had any way to defend against Emperor Xiao's realm. Emperor Li did not make any earth-shattering moves. After all, they had suffered grievous losses, but the base of their power was still there. The royal family and all their children were still alive. The only thing he could possibly do was break the rules and attack Emperor Xiao's people. And if he did that, he would pay for it with his life. Obviously, Emperor Li was not that desperate yet. Yi Futian was recovering, and Qin Xiangang was shut up for a period of time as well. After all, he had once destroyed his own powers, and his flesh had not yet completely reformed. He naturally needed to cleanse his will and recover to where he had once been. One day, everyone went to pay their respects to Emperor Xia. Although the people who had made names for themselves at the battle with the Dali dynasty were Yi Futian and Qin Xiangang, the former imperial advisor, they knew that the one they should be thanking was Emperor Xia. In addition, Yi Futian owed the peacock emperor his gratitude as well. Yi Futian and the others reached Emperor Xiao's palace and bowed slightly to the emperor. "Your Majesty." Emperor Xia and Queen Xiao were sitting there. Emperor Xia looked at Yi Futian and Qin Xiangang and said, "I trust you are recovering well." "The worst part is already over," said Yi Futian with a smile. "No need to trouble yourself over it, Your Majesty." "I must thank you for my life as well, Emperor Xia, and the lives of the people of my household," said Qin Xiangang. Emperor Xia had come personally to save the people of the imperial advisor's residence twice. "You should thank Yi Futian. If it were not for him, I would not have acted," said Emperor Xia with a smile. "But although you should not feel like you owe me anything, you should still consider coming to serve my realm. What do you think?" He had said that the imperial advisor did not owe him anything. He hoped that he would serve the realm of his own free will, not because he was returning a favor. Qin Xiangang naturally understood this, and he said, "Your Majesty, perhaps the Crimson Dragon realm would be more suitable for me." Emperor Xia nodded. "Very well. If Emperor Li does anything reckless in the future, you and Yi Futian will be the first people that I turn to. Moreover, Qin Yuan is there as well. With you there taking care of her, I do not need to worry about her. His precious daughter would probably not remain in Emperor Xiao's realm. He had seen Qin Xuangong's power on that day. He had been able to block Emperor Li's will. He knew that he had already come close to the marvelous gate to the Renhuang Plain, and even before, few were a match for him on the Nirvana level. Now his level was truly at its limit. Even in a place like Crimson Dragon Realm, there would be few people at the Nirvana level who would be able to threaten him. He was much stronger than the people that he had secretly sent to guard Xia Qingyuan. After all, Emperor Xiao's realm could not part with such powerful figures. I will do my best, said Qin Xiangang. Yi Futian, the people of the 9 great tribes, are not needed here. You may take them all with you, said Emperor Xia to Yi Futian. These were people that Yi Futian had conquered in the Crimson Dragon Realm, and he had sent them here to help Emperor Xiao's realm guard against the Dali dynasty. Now that the Dali dynasty could no longer threaten Emperor Xiao's realm, he was letting Yi Futian take them back. Yi Futian nodded. Very well. He knew that this time when he returned to Qinya City, they would replace the ancient imperial city and become the foremost city in Crimson Dragon Realm. There was no doubt about it. This was something that he could not have imagined before he had come here. There is someone else who would like to see you. Yi Futian, said Emperor Xia. Yi Futian was curious as to who it was. Emperor Xia looked out of the hall and called, Lu Yu, bring him in. Very soon, Lu Yu brought a man into the hall. He was wearing a black robe, and his aura was very weak. He had obviously been grievously wounded. Moreover, his face was dark, as if he had been poisoned. Yi Futian stared at him. He seemed to be lost in thought. This is the one who poisoned your friend. His powers have been destroyed. How would you like to deal with him? Emperor Xia asked Yi Futian. Let him live or die of his own accord, said Yi Futian, in reality who already knew who had been behind the whole thing. Now, Emperor Xia seemed to want to settle the whole affair. Father, came a voice. Xia Kuan walked inside the hall, then knelt to the floor, saying, I have made a mistake. Xia Qingyuan was watching everything calmly. This would all finally be settled. What do you think, Yi Futian? Emperor Xia asked Yi Futian. His opinion was obvious. They did not need to say too much about the things that had happened. They remembered them well enough. His Highness has admitted his mistake, and Linger and the others are in good health. You should be lenient, Your Majesty, said Yi Futian. In reality, this went against what he had originally wanted. If it were up to him, Xia Kuan would be destroyed. However, he had to consider everything that Emperor Xia had done for him, as well as Xia Qingyuan. Today, he and the imperial advisor had come to thank Emperor Xia. To turn around and punish the prince would show that they were not grateful. Of course, the reason he could say this was because, in the end, everyone was still alive and well, and because the imperial advisor was standing there by his side. Otherwise, he would not be nearly so calm. His crimes were not just against you, said Emperor Xia. Xia Kuan, from now on, you are stripped of your status as a prince. It will be better for you to prove yourself in the outside world rather than conspiring behind the scenes. Xia Kuan went pale, but he still bowed and said, Yes, father. On saying this, he turned and left, not looking at Yi Futian or the others. He knew that, starting from today, he would no longer have his status as a prince of Emperor Xiao's realm. He was just a saint-level cultivator. He would no longer have cultivation resources. From now on, he would have to rely on only himself. Yi Futian turned and watched Xia Kuan leave. There was nothing wrong with Emperor Xiao's justice. Xia Kuan had once tried to help Shaoxing kill him, and he was indeed not the only one who had been affected by this. Xia Rong had nothing to do with this affair, but how should we deal with him for the things he did in the Crimson Dragon Realm and all of their consequences? Emperor Xia asked Yi Futian and Qin Xiangang. Qin Xiangang had been the one to suffer from his actions. Qin Xiangang bowed. Your Majesty, the prince had his reasons for making the choices that he did, so we cannot speak of right and wrong. I am able to stand here today because of your Majesty's grace. I do not wish to pursue this matter, and neither does Futian. Yi Futian nodded as well. Since his teacher had said this, what else was there for him to say? Your Majesty, Xia Rong has always wanted to prove himself in battle. Do not blame him too much, pleaded Queen Xiao. After all, Xia Rong was the eldest son of Emperor Xia's beloved one. After Emperor Xia became a Renhuang, he could only take a queen. Later, Emperor Xia had doted upon Xia Qingyuan, and the people of Emperor Xia's realm had all theorized that she would be his heir. This was probably quite troubling for Xia Rong. Emperor Xia nodded. Fine, then I will deal with him myself. He did not announce to the crowd how he would do so. He sighed inwardly. Xia Rong was not seeing things clearly. His eyes must be opened wider. What use was plotting against the imperial advisor and winning battles against the Dali dynasty? Emperor Li was still there, and so the Dali dynasty was still the same. Those who could truly decide everything were those who stood at the peak of their power. Xia Rong would probably never have a chance to reach that point. But in the future, Yi Futian was destined to take over Emperor Xia's realm and the Dali dynasty. Thus, this whole affair was mostly meaningless. Very well, these matters have all been taken care of. You may all set yourselves at ease and depart. Emperor Xia suddenly smiled. Yi Futian would naturally not stay in Emperor Xia's realm for long. He knew that many people of the realm were discussing whether or not he would be their new ruler in the future. But he knew that Yi Futian did not belong to Emperor Xiao's realm. If he truly took charge of the realm in the future, he could only bring it to even higher levels. But this all rested on the assumption that Yi Futian would survive. If he died, then all of this would come to nothing. And Yi Futian's family background was not simple at all. His future would undoubtedly bring great disturbance to the world. Thus, he would not live a pampered lifestyle. He was more suited to struggling and training in life or death situations, cultivating his state of mind, his will, and his authoritativeness. Yi Futian was very smart, and his will was extremely firm. But what was holding his back was that he often cared too much. For example, during the bet at the royal palace of Dali, if he could have been more ruthless, he would not have lost to Emperor Li. This was his weak point, but it was also an advantage. Because this was the way he was, many people flocked to his side. Otherwise, how could the people who had once been of the imperial advisor's residence have appeared by his side? If he had not been the way he was, the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty would still be the imperial advisor. Yi Futian nodded. For now, things in Emperor Xia's realm were settled, and there was nothing more to worry about. He already had a good base in the Crimson Dragon realm. He had already cultivated in the regional palace, and Qi Shang knew him. He was very famous there as well. It would not be long before he had a chance to leave. When are you preparing to leave? Asked Emperor Xia. In a few days. I'm sure that you hate to part with the princess and my friends, and I would like to go and see the Holy Ji Palace. We will leave when we return, said Yi Futian. Ah, Emperor Xia thought for a moment. When the time comes, I will have some powerful people bring their descendants to the Crimson Dragon realm. You won't need to worry about them. The wider world will have a better stage for them, and let them advance even higher. They will be responsible for their own cultivation. Yi Futian nodded. I understand. In reality, he had never worried about those people. They had seen to their training, and he had never been sure if they were in Qinya City or not. What Emperor Xia had said was exactly correct. Cultivation was his business, and he would help people as much as possible. Very well, you may leave, said Emperor Xia with a wave of his hand. Yi Futian and the others bowed and left with Qin Xiangang. As they exited the hall, Futian let out a sigh and smiled. "Teacher, brothers, I never thought we'd have a chance," said Futian with a smile. He had thought that he and the others were on different sides, and their relationship as masters and students would only last for a certain period. "Are you satisfied?" asked Teacher Nanjai with a smile. "No, I envy you all. You have all been lucky to have such an outstanding disciple like me," said Futian with a smile. He walked away from them. Qin Xiangang, Yan Yuan, and the others watched his retreating figure with a smile. This guy was outstanding indeed. Qingzhou City was in the eastern sea region of the Nanda Nation in the 9 states, within the land of 100 nations. The island city was as quiet as ever. Although its status within the Nanda Nation was no longer the same as before, it still seemed to exist outside of the world, with very little in the way of excitement. Within the peaceful island city, Qingzhou Lake was still as beautiful as ever. Pleasure boats crisscrossed the surface of the lake without end, especially just as evening was falling, making the scene much more lively. Many of the people of Qingzhou City were gathered here, enjoying the beautiful scenery. 2 figures were playing chess in front of a residence on the lakeside. They sat in the cool breeze very comfortably. People would occasionally steal glances at them, but they were not disturbed. They had grown used to it. "Father, you made a bad move there. It looks like you will never be a worthy opponent for Uncle Hua, not even in 10 years. Beside them, there was a beautiful woman who looked like she was about 30 years old. Her smile was bright and simple, and the years seemed to not have left their mark upon her. "Haha, I'm getting old. It's getting easier and easier to be careless," said Qin Shuai. "So, if you weren't old, you would be winning," said the middle-aged man across from him with a smile. It was Hua Fenglu. He had a weathered and worn look to him, but you could still see on his face what kind of a hero he had been when he was young. "You are truly ruthless," said Qin Shuai with a smile, putting down a piece as he spoke. "The game isn't over yet." "It's been so many years, and you still haven't gotten used to it," came a laughing voice. Qin Shuai turned in confusion and saw a boat coming across Qingzhou Lake. A white-robed youth was in it. He stepped ashore and walked towards them. This man was clothed all in white, and his hair was like silver snow. He seemed to be one with the world around him. It was as if there was nothing unusual at all about him appearing there. He seemed a part of the landscape. Qin Shuai stood up and stared in shock at the young man who had just appeared. He was even more obviously an outstanding person now, and he seemed even to be otherworldly. Hua Fenglu looked at him as well. At first he was stunned, but then he smiled. He looked back to the chessboard and moved another piece. "Aren't you cultivating far away from here? Why on earth have you come so far?" he muttered. "I was afraid that you would have carelessly gotten old." Futian walked to his side and squatted. He looked at the chessboard and said, "It's been 10 years. Did you not want me to come back?" His trip had lasted 10 years. "No," said Hua Fenglu. A sour look came over Futian's face. Hua Fenglu was so unfeeling. A couple of days ago, someone was chattering about how that rascal Futian had been gone for 10 years, and how unfilial that was. He asked my brother to go to the Eastern Barren Territory and see what he could find out. Why is this happening today? A figure walked over, holding a cup. The former foremost beauty of the Nanda Nation was now marked by the passage of time. She was still beautiful, but she had begun to show wrinkles. Masteress. When Futian saw her, he felt a bit guilty. He had indeed been unfilial. When did that happen? Why don't I remember it? Hua Fenglu repudiated her. Nandu Wanine came over to look at him. Her eyes were slightly moist. She looked at her son-in-law Futian as her own biological son. "Why are you crying, Masteress? Isn't this a happy occasion?" Futian said as he took the cup from Nandu Wanine's hands. "I'm back. I am not crying. It's good to see you. You've made me very happy." Nandu Wanine reached out and lightly touched Yi Futian's face and silver hair. This man was already one of the most talented youths in the 9 states, but in her eyes he was still just a little boy. "You lose," said Qin Shuai with a smile. Hua Fenglu looked at the chessboard. It seemed that his last move had been a fatal mistake. "Let's not play anymore. This kid has ruined my mood, and I can't play right," said Hua Fenglu as he messed up the chessboard. Nandu Wanine smiled brightly. This guy had said that he did not want Yi Futian to come back, but if that was the case, then why had he played so badly? "You're right, it's all my fault," said Yi Futian with a smile. Yi Futian gave the cup to Hua Fenglu and said, "Have some tea." Hua Fenglu took it, and Yi Futian gave another cup to Qin Shuai. "You still look so young and beautiful, sister," said Yi Futian to Qin. Qin looked at him, and he saw that she was smiling brightly as well. Her eyes were wet with tears. He was just like he had been in the past. Other than the fact that his aura was more imposing, it was like he had not changed at all. "Knock." Hua Fenglu rapped his knuckles on Yi Futian's head and said, "You're acting like your father-in-law doesn't exist." "I'm sorry," said Yi Futian with a sour look. Everyone laughed, even Hua Fenglu. Time healed all wounds. Hua Fenglu had made progress over the 10 years, and now Qin was like his daughter. She would often spend time with him and Nandu Wanine. "Let's go to the lakeside." Hu Fenglu stood up and walked towards Qingzhou Lake. Yi Futian walked by his side. The evening was falling, but Qingzhou Lake was becoming more and more lively. There were more boats upon it, and whenever anyone would see Hua Fenglu or Qin Shuai, a look of respect would come over them, but no one disturbed them. Some people paid attention to Yi Futian. They could not help but stare at him. He was so imposing that even if you only got a glance of him, you would never forget him. However, it had been 10 years, and the people at the lake at that moment were young men and women. None of them knew what the appearance of this silver-haired youth meant. After all, 10 years in a small city was a long time. "Where are you cultivating nowadays?" Hua Fenglu said lightly as they reached the lake. Nandu Wanine was standing beside him calmly, and Qin Shuai and Qin stood on the other side. "The Crimson Dragon Realm. I just returned to Emperor Xia's realm for a time. So I came to see you and the Masteress," said Yi Futian. "A realm, huh?" murmured Hua Fenglu. "That must be far away." Yi Futian nodded. "Very, very far." "What level have you cultivated up to?" asked Hua Fenglu. "I'm a saint," answered Yi Futian. Hua Fenglu nodded. Saint had once been the highest level that anyone in the 9 states had reached. He understood what it meant for Yi Futian to have reached that level. But when he thought of the statue of Emperor Yi Qing, the saint level must be far away from his goal. "You must have gone through so much over the years, Futian. We want to hear all your stories," said Nandu Wanine softly. "All right, then, I'll tell you." Yi Futian nodded slightly. And so, before he left, he told them everything. He talked about Emperor Xia and Xia Qingyuan, as well as the imperial advisor of the Dali dynasty and the Crimson Dragon Realm. The breeze picked up, and fireworks cracked above Qingzhou Lake. They were extremely beautiful. As Yi Futian spoke, the whole group was sitting on the lakeside. Hua Fenglu and the others listened quietly. Yi Futian's voice was the only sound on the wind. Every story seemed to have taken place over an entire lifetime. Even though they had not experienced it themselves, Hua Fenglu and the others still felt the thrill of these experiences. They were scared for Yi Futian sometimes and happy for him other times. The imperial advisor is worthy of respect. "He is even more worthy than I am of being called master," said Hua Fenglu. "The masters that I have met at every stage have been the best ones possible. They are all worthy of respect. But you were my first master, and you are my father-in-law, so you must be the best of them," said Yi Futian. "I see you haven't lost your skill for sucking up," said Hua Fenglu. Then he thought of something and said, "This Princess Qingyuan seems pretty impressive." Yi Futian looked at him in surprise, but Hua Fenglu smiled and said, "Empress Xia would be a good father-in-law as well." Yi Futian saw that smile on Hua Fengliu's face. He knew his teacher was being sincere. He wanted to say something, but he did not open his mouth. He wanted to tell him the news that Jiu might still be alive, but he was afraid that this faint hope would be extinguished, which would only increase his teacher's sorrow. Thus, in the end, he said nothing. He looked out over Qingzhou Lake. Many pleasure boats appeared before him. A small boat was coming towards them, with many people on it. It was very light. There was a young woman of 18 or 19 on the boat. She was as beautiful as a jade statue, and all the youths around her were looking at her. This woman was the foremost beauty of the city of Qingzhou, Mu Shiyu of the Mu House. She seemed to see all of them, and the boat came over towards them. As it drew near, she saw Yi Futian, with his handsome, unblemished face, his imposing manner, and his silver hair. He was clearly full of stories, and his eyes were dazzling. She had had many suitors, and had seen all the heroes of Qingzhou City. But with a single glance at the young man before her, her previously calm heart began to flutter. But she had not come for Yi Futian. She turned her gaze towards Hua Fenglu and bowed slightly. "Greetings, sir." "Miss Shiyu." Hua Fenglu nodded politely. "I request that you take me as your student, even if you only teach me to play chess or music. Please take me as your disciple." Mu Shiyu bowed again, showing the utmost courtesy. Hua Fenglu was a legend in Qingzhou City. 9 years ago, he had looked with favor upon an ordinary youth, who had then left Qingzhou City. He returned a year later and was already a noble-level cultivator. A special man like this was a treasure. However, after returning, his first act had been to go to Hua Fengliu's residence to pay his respects and give his thanks. The people of the city of Qingzhou looked upon this conversation with approval. "Miss Shiyu, I have already told you that I won't take you as a disciple," answered Hua Fenglu. "Then might I be your servant?" Mu Shiyu was still being polite. Hua Fenglu shook his head. "Please leave, Miss Shiyu." A disappointed look came over Shiyu's face. At that moment, Yi Futian spoke up, saying, "Let's go back, teacher." Hua Fenglu nodded. The whole group of them left. Mu Shiyu was stunned. She looked at Yi Futian, but the silver-haired youth did not so much as glance at her. It seemed that her beauty was not that enticing to him. She looked a little disappointed. He wouldn't take her as a disciple. And why had the silver-haired young man called him teacher? Yi Futian and the others returned to the house. Hua Fenglu said, "All right, it's time for you to be going." "Teacher, you don't need to be in such a hurry to see me go. Are you so cold-hearted?" Yi Futian was almost speechless. "I'm old. The masteress and I like our peace and quiet. We don't like people watching us," said Hua Fenglu lightly. Yi Futian had shown his face, and the people of Qingzhou City would soon come around to see him. Yi Futian sighed inwardly. He stopped walking. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin both looked at him. "All right, then I'm off." "Master, masteress," said Yi Futian. Nandu Wenin had tears in her eyes, but she still nodded. Yi Futian bowed to them, then waved to General Qin and Qin Yi. He turned, and his figure flashed as he shot into the sky, becoming a star. Hua Fenglu looked up at him, watching the rapidly dimming starlight. His eyes were a bit moist as well. "He's gone." Soon, that little bit of light had disappeared completely. Nandu Wenin took Hua Fengliu's hand and looked into his eyes. "You're being so open and unrestrained. Why are you crying?" "It's just the wind. It's irritating my eyes." Hua Fenglu led Nandu Wenin back into the courtyard. Qin Shuai and Qin Yi watched the two of them as they walked away. Even though they were smiling, Their eyes seemed a bit wet as well. They turned and left. Back on Qingzhou Lake, Mu Shiyu was sitting dumbfounded in her boat. A middle-aged man was waiting by her side. When he saw the disappointment in her eyes, he said, "Were you refused again?" "It seems that he really won't take me as his disciple, father," whispered Mu Shiyu. His daughter was also once the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou City. "If you keep going back, he will accept you eventually," said the middle-aged man with a smile. "But there was already a young man there who called him teacher," said Mu Shiyu. "A young man? What young man?" The middle-aged man frowned. "A young man with silver hair. He was incredibly good-looking and had an imposing manner about him. I've never seen such an outstanding young man. He was not the least bit disturbed when he saw me. He did not even spare me a second glance. He is different from other people." Her mind was filled with the image of that young man. For someone like that, even after a single glance, it would be impossible to forget his face. Silver hair, an imposing manner, he called him teacher. The middle-aged man was trembling. Then he turned and in a shaking voice said, "Quick! Go back to teacher Hua's place." "What's wrong, father?" This was the first time Mu Shiyu had seen her father like this. His whole body was trembling. His legs seemed like they would not support him. The middle-aged man looked at her and held her face with both hands. "Shiyu," he said, "the silver-haired young man that you saw is probably the legendary king of the 9 states." When Mu Shiyu heard her father's words, it was like she had been struck by lightning. She began to tremble slightly as well. She turned and looked in the direction they had come from. The legend circulating through the city of Qingzhou had seemed so distant, but now it seemed so close. He was the figure from that legend. Back in the Crimson Dragon realm, everyone had been gone from Qinya City for several months. Before they left, Yi Futian had used the sword matrix of the void to attack the ancient imperial city so that they would not dare to do anything foolish. The 9th servant had indeed not done anything foolish. He did not care about anyone else in Qinya City. His only target was Yi Futian. In the time after Yi Futian and the others had left, the 9th servant had officially left the city. He had sent people to Qinya City, and they had destroyed another sword matrix of the void there. Moreover, he created a spatial matrix in the ancient imperial city. It was a 2-way teleportation matrix, and the other side of it was in a residence in Qinya City. At the same time, the 9th servant and the people of the ancient imperial city captured Yi Futian's former subordinates and prevented them from leaving the city to spread the news. He had lost that battle in the past because he had been the first to be injured by the sword matrix of the void. This had profoundly affected his combat ability, giving his opponent a chance to find a way to beat him. Now, Yi Futian and the others had actually dared to leave in such a careless manner. All they had to do was destroy the sword matrix of the void, and once Yi Futian returned, he could teleport to that residence in Qinya City. At that time, if he wanted to go and watch, who could stop him? Otherwise, Yi Futian would never come back. This way, he would take the most vicious vengeance possible for Xingkai's death. Many people in Qinya City were worried about Yi Futian. For example, a man of the Sidu family knew that if an enemy like the 9th servant would be so daring as to directly come here even under the threat of the sword matrix of the void, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. If Yi Futian came back, it would be a disaster. Now, the cultivators of the ancient imperial city had conquered Qinya City. No one dared to stop them, nor would they be able to. At that moment, the head of the Sidu family, Sidu Zhong, asked the man who had come in, "What is the situation outside?" "The ancient imperial city has almost conquered Qinya City. We're being watched, and we can't go out. Otherwise, the 9th servant will probably act against us," said the man. Situ Zhong sighed miserably. What was Yi Futian thinking? Without a great weapon like the sword matrix of the void, how could they deal with someone like 9th servant? Unless they had carved defensive sword matrices of the void in other cities before they left, they would have no way to return to Chinya City. But could it be that Futian had no idea what was going on in the city? Once he got back, things would go very badly. "How are there so many people from the ancient imperial city here?" asked Zeduzhong. The ancient imperial city was the foremost city besides Crimson Dragon City, but this was because of the ninth servant's prestige. In reality, the ancient imperial city did not have a huge population. The ninth servant was the symbol of the city. "There are also those from Xiang City. They probably have not forgiven us for the death of that Nirvana-level figure, and they want revenge," answered the man. "Xiang City again?" Zeduzhong frowned. Ever since the Battle of the Crimson River, when Yu Sheng had crushed Xiang Nan of Emperor Xiang's realm, they had always been looking for trouble, and every time they were frustrated, they seemed to be unwilling to give up. "It is probably because they are jealous," said Futian, walking up. "Ever since Yu Sheng defeated Xiang Nan, he has not gone out at all. It has affected his state of mind. Even to this day, he has not become a saint." Afterward, Xiang Zhe had come to participate in the peach banquet. However, with Yi Futian there, he had not managed to gain any benefit from this. He was merely reduced to the role of villain. This must have been hard for Xiang Zhe to bear. This was added to his previous grudge against Yi Futian. He is definitely mixed up in this as well. So Emperor Xiang's realm retreated and then allied with the ancient imperial city. With their power added to that of a high-level cultivator like Ninth Servant, they are probably feeling confident, said Zeduzhong coldly. At any moment, the people from Xiang City could retreat and go back to Emperor Xiang's realm. Xiang City was just their foothold in the Crimson Dragon realm. They could afford to lose it. "What can we do now?" asked Zeduzhong. "In this situation, there is nothing we can do. We can only hope that our Lord has some plan. Now that he has led all of our cultivators out of the city, he has probably thought about how Ninth Servant would deal with him, and see how he should react," said Zeduzhong. Futian nodded. There was indeed no other way. It was not just them. Everyone in Chinya City knew the situation they were in. The ancient imperial city had completely invaded them. Everyone was worried about Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian still had an imposing reputation in Chinya City. This man, whose name resonated throughout the Crimson Dragon realm, and Yu Sheng were two of the most powerful figures in the land. They were on the regional king ranking. These legendary figures were from Chinya City, and thus the people of the city felt honored. In a great palace in the ancient imperial city, Ninth Servant had his eyes closed in meditation. At that moment, someone came forward. Ninth Servant opened his eyes and looked at the man. It was the prince of Emperor Xiang's realm, Xiang Zhe. "What is happening below the palace?" Ninth Servant asked indifferently. "There are some matters of cultivation that I wish for you to teach me," said Xiang Zhe. They had sought an alliance with the ancient imperial city, and Ninth Servant had not opposed them. Some of the cultivators of Emperor Xiang's realm were stationed in the ancient imperial city. Once Yi Futian appeared, he would head over directly using the space teleportation matrix. He would kill him in a single blow, not giving him any chance. "Fine." The Ninth Servant nodded. Xiang Zhe was taking advantage of his opportunities. He had asked him for guidance on many occasions, but he did not refuse. Xing Kai had been killed, and now all he had left was the little Master Xing Chou. It would be advantageous for Xing Chou to make friends with good backgrounds. Ninth Servant gave Xiang Zhe some pointers about his cultivation, after which Xiang Zhe said, "Yi Futian and the others have been gone for a long time. They will probably be coming back soon." "I am not worried," said Ninth Servant indifferently. Xiang Zhe smiled and nodded. "With your great power, there is indeed no need to be worried. As long as no Renhuang-level figures interfere, you will be able to easily kill Yi Futian of Emperor Xiao's realm. There is no need for you to wait here." The ninth servant did not say anything. He naturally could not leave the Crimson Dragon realm and go find Yi Futian and kill him. If he ran into Emperor Xiao somewhere, he would die a horrible death. He was strong, but not as strong as a Renhuang-level figure. Here in the Crimson Dragon realm, he had protective charms. There was almost no one below the Renhuang level who could be a match for him. As they were talking, a bright flash of spatial light shot up into the clouds far away. The ninth servant looked up at it. He suddenly stood up straight and walked out into the air. A figure flashed over towards them incredibly quickly, then bowed and said, "My lord, Yi Futian has returned to Qinya City." When he heard this, a powerful aura bloomed from ninth servant. "Let's go," he said in a loud, clear voice. He stepped through the air as he said this. Many figures from the lord of the ancient imperial city's residence stepped into the air at the same time. Gai Huang was there as well, and the cultivators that Xiang Zhe had brought along. "Let's go," called Xiang Zhe in a clear voice. They were all moving extremely quickly. They had to get to the matrix and activate it before Yi Futian and the others did. In but a moment, the line of people that ninth servant was leading descended upon the matrix. The brilliant spatial light of the great path shone, seeming to cut through the ancient road of space. They all disappeared in a flash. Once Yi Futian and the others reached Qinya City, they felt that something was wrong. "It seems that someone is sending us some information," Wu Yong whispered to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded, but his expression did not change. They had left, leaving behind an empty city. How could the ninth servant not have made preparations for this? This was, without a doubt, a great opportunity. If his teacher were not fully recovered, this would be a problem. But now there was no need to think about anything. If the ninth servant was not going to give up and was going to attack them directly, then he would have to stay here forever. The group walked towards the city, Lord's office. All along the way, things seemed to be wrong. At that moment, a voice came up from below them. "Lord Yi, I am a member of the Sidhu family. Don't go back to the city lord's office." Yi Futian looked down there. There was a figure on the road below them, but he was not looking at them. Suddenly, Yi Futian knew exactly what was going on, but he did not stop walking. Before long, the city lord's office appeared in their field of vision. Before they descended, a blast of powerful aura rose from the direction of the city lord's office. It swept out through the sky, covering them within it. A group of figures appeared there, and among them were the ninth servant, Gai Huang, and others. Their auras were mighty, especially the ninth servant's. His will bloomed, covering everything up to the far reach of the sky. Everyone in the area felt a suffocating pressure. Yi Futian swept his gaze over them. Besides the ninth servant and the others from the ancient imperial city, he also saw Xiang Zhe of Emperor Xiang's realm. Moreover, there was cold, murderous intent in Xiang Zhe's eyes as he looked at Yi Futian, as well as a sense of mockery. He had really come back like this, dragging the people of the 9 major tribes along with him. But even though they had a few more Nirvana-level cultivators, could any of them stop the ninth servant? Yi Futian had a death wish. The ninth servant stepped through the air, only taking a single step and yet still reaching Yi Futian. He raised his hand and struck up into the air. When his fist fell, the worldly great path seemed to shatter. The area where Yi Futian was standing seemed like it was about to break. The earth shook as the ninth servant's fist turned into thousands of fists that then slapped down in the blink of an eye. But at that moment, another figure stepped forward from beside Yi Futian. He stretched out his hand, and the light of ancient characters wrapped around him. A divine matrix of the great path appeared in the sky, shielding Yi Futian and the others from the front. The ninth servant's fist slammed into it, and the air shook without stopping. Heaven and earth seemed like they would split. However, the dazzling matrix still shone brightly. Qi Xiangang slammed his fist out again, pushing the divine matrix forward and breaking all of the fists as it shot towards Ninth Servant. The Ninth Servant's expression changed. He struck out with both his fists, breaking his opponent's attack. He was sent flying backward. He stared at the figure that had strode forward. His eyes were bright and his heart was pounding. Who was this man? Gai Huang, the others from the ancient imperial city, and Xiang Zhe all looked shocked as well. How could this be? Such a terrifying figure had suddenly appeared beside Yi Futian. People at the Ninth Servant's level were not easily found. It was the same in all the realms. They were as difficult to find in Emperor Xiang's realm as they were in Emperor Xiao's realm. "That is the imperial advisor of Dali dynasty," said a figure behind Xiang Zhe. It was his brother, Xiang Nan. He had been there at the Battle of Chinya City, was the imperial advisor on Yi Futian's side now. And he had grown even stronger,